Chapter 2684, Mysterious Summoning. Chapter 2684, Mysterious Summoning. Land of Dragon Slumber. It was an enormous karst cave at the bottom of the sea. Standing in front of the karst cave, Yi Yuan felt that the blood in his body was boiling. Yi Yuan attempted to suppress it, but could not do it at all. "Big brother Yi Yuan, what's wrong with you?" Little dragon girl asked a little curiously. "I feel that there seems to be something calling me in this land of dragon slumber," Yi Yuan said. "Do you really take yourself to be a true dragon? Land of dragon slumber has been sleeping here for at least 10,000 years. Why would it summon you? Idiot," Yuqing said with a cold smile on his face. Brother Yuqing, perhaps he really has a deep relations. I plus P with this land of dragon slumber. Really enviable. Mukin similarly sneered as he said, "Hoo-hoo, he's demonstrating how he's different from the rest. We all can't feel the land of dragon slumber summoning. Only he can feel it. How impressive. I've also never heard before that who in our 7 great sea regions have felt before the land of dragon slumber's calling. Impressive. Impressive." Yi Yuan's words immediately drew laughter from the crowd. In their view, the land of dragon slumber was a dead place. How could it possibly summon Yi Yuan? Especially Yuqing. He was directly pressed to the ground by Yi Yuan a few days ago. This was simply unprecedented humiliation to him. If he could, he would immediately kill Yi Yuan now. Actually, the ones who entered the land of dragon slumber this time were not just the 7 great royal clans. There were also many tribal powerhouses. It was just that they did not have the qualifications to enter the banquet. That was all. These tribal powerhouses, some of them were quite strong, even reaching the realm of Jade, sovereign heaven already. Yuqing was afraid of Yi Yuan's poison, but he had some Jade sovereign heaven powerhouses by his side too, which was sufficient to kill Yi Yuan. It was just that in front of Black Flood Dragon King, it was not convenient for him to take action. Yuqing already made up his mind. After entering the land of dragon slumber, the first thing he would do was to kill Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan ignored everyone's ridicule. The blood in his body was already somewhat going out of control. Under the watchful gazes of the people, Yi Yuan involuntarily moved closer to the land of dragon slumber. One step, another step. It was not Yi Yuan taking the initiative. He could not help it. The calling from the depths of the land of dragon slumber was getting stronger and stronger. When Yuqing saw this scene, he sneered even more as he said, "You guys look, this guy is planning on entering first in order to prove the summoning of the land of dragon slumber." "Ha-ha, roar." Yuqing's voice had yet to fade when a blood-red dragon, Qi, rose up from Yi Yuan's body. The blood-red dragon, Qi, condensed into a giant red dragon in the deep sea. It was also at this moment that Yi Yuan roared, the aura on his body surging to the sky. Everyone's laughter abruptly ceased, because Yi Yuan was about to break through. In reality, he already reached peak, greater sublime, heavenly stratum when he broke through the last time, and could break through to limitless sublime, heavenly stratum at any time. However, Yi Yuan was afraid that his cultivation realm would be unstable, so he kept suppressing it and did not break through. Just now, all the blood in Yi Yuan's body seethed once again under that mysterious power's calling. His cultivation realm actually broke through involuntarily. This sort of feeling was almost the same as when he sensed the Emerald Sea Divine conch back then. At that time, Yi Yuan was very confused too. He did not know why he had this kind of feeling with the Emerald Sea Divine conch. But now he understood. The Emerald Sea Divine conch must have originated from the land of dragon slumber. Little dragon girl let out a burst of silver bell-like laughter and said to Yuqing, "Big brother Yuqing, didn't you say that it's impossible for the land of dragon slumber to summon big brother Yi Yuan? Now, he hasn't even entered the land of dragon slumber, and he directly broke through." Yuqing's expression was livid, a look of disbelief on his face. How could this guy possibly break through directly? Furthermore, the blood dragon that was wandering continuously in the sky above the land of dragon slumber made it clear to all that Yi Yuan had indeed felt the calling of the land of dragon slumber. This dragon Qi was really so strong. Could it be that he really felt the summoning of the land of dragon slumber? How is this possible? The land of dragon slumber would actually take the initiative to summon a human. What capability does this boy have to actually be able to get the land of dragon slumber summoning? The powerhouses who were still ridiculing Yi Yuan just now could not laugh anymore at this time. Yi Yuan's breakthrough was like a resounding slap, slapping onto their faces. It turned out that Yi Yuan really felt the land of dragon slumber summoning, and it was precisely because of this that the sea race powerhouses present were even more green with envy. Especially the dragon race powerhouses, they were even more jealous. This land of dragon slumber was the place where a true dragon slumbered in the legends. The greatest wish of the 7 great sea regions dragon race was to be able to evolve into a true dragon one day. But they had never obtained the land of dragon slumber's show of favor before. Not only that, the powerhouses of the 7 great sea regions that died in the land of dragon slumber were beyond counting. But what right did a brat that came from the human race have to directly break through a major realm before even entering the land of dragon slumber? When Black Flood Dragon King saw this scene, beyond the shock he was feeling, he was even more ecstatic in his heart. The purer Yi Yuan's bloodline was, the greater his hopes of breaking through. Perhaps, after he absorbed Yi Yuan's dragon marrow, he would be able to become a true dragon in the future. Who knows? Amen? The Black Flood Dragon King wants to harm me? Yi Yuan was shocked in his heart. Currently, the dragon chi in his body had fused into one with the mysterious power that came from the depths of the land of dragon slumber. Every detail here could not escape his perception. The Black Flood Dragon King was the most powerful existence among these people, and he was also the clearest existence in Yi Yuan's perception. Therefore, this tiny hint of killing intent that Black Flood Dragon King revealed was caught by him keenly. Ever since coming to Thistle South Dragon Palace, Black Flood Dragon King could be considered to have conducted himself rather kindly. But Yi Yuan did not expect that he actually concealed his intention so deeply. If not for fusing with this mysterious power, he would not have been able to detect it. I hope that you don't make a move against me. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind tearing down your Thistle South Dragon Palace. Yi Yuan snorted coldly in his heart. Black Flood Dragon King was Thistle South's strongest powerhouse, a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. Yi Yuan was naturally not his match. But if Yi Yuan wanted to kill people, he might not be able to stop him either. At this time, earth-shaking changes were currently happening in Yi Yuan's small world. Sublime Realm, 3 heavens. Lesser Sublime, Heavenly Stratum. Greater Sublime, Heavenly Stratum. Limitless Sublime, Heavenly Stratum. It was actually the expanding and perfecting of the small world. When he was in the Heavenspan world, the Chaos Heavenspan canon that Yi Yuan created was completely based on the Heavenspan world. But only after walking out of the Heavenspan world did Yi Yuan realize what was called as a real heaven. The rules of the 33 heavens were complicated and profound to the extreme. Reaching limitless sublime heavenly stratum, Yi Yuan felt that his small world no longer had a limit. Formless, limitless. The so-called limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Heaven without limit, Tao without limit. Yi Yuan revolved according to the cultivation method of the wordless heavenly skill. The boundary of the chaos world became blurry. He could feel that his world was becoming more consolidated and stronger. The wordless heavenly skill and my chaos heavenspan canon are of the same lineage, well deserving of being the cultivation method that could let Yin Jade True roam the rain-clear continent unhindered. Even if I don't use Great Tao transformation now, my strength is 2 to 3 times that of those in the same rank too. Yi Yuan said with joy. Chapter 2685. Dying Before Achieving Success. Chapter 2685. Dying Before Achieving Success. Roar. The blood dragon circled around for a while, then tunneled back into Yi Yuan's body again. Yi Yuan felt that his bloodline power was stronger than before. Hoo-hoo, it looks like young friend Yi is really fated with this land of dragon slumber. Congratulations, young friend Yi, for advancing to limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Black Flood Dragon King was all smiles, a sincere look on his face as he came up to congratulate. If it were before, Yi Yuan would definitely have a better impression. But now he was full of disgust in his heart. But at this time, it was clearly not the time to lose all decorum. Yi Yuan smiled too and said, "Many thanks, Black Flood Dragon King." Black Flood Dragon King smiled and said, "This land of dragon slumber has been here for no idea how many years already. It's never been heard of that anyone could feel the summoning from inside." Young friend, Yi really surprised this king. It's just, don't know what kind of summoning young friend he felt? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I don't know either. I just feel a mysterious power." Everyone naturally did not believe these words. In reality, it was indeed a lie too. It was indeed a mysterious power, but Yi Yuan felt that this mysterious power seemed to be calling him to go in. Seemingly, somewhat too impatient to wait. Of course, this was purely a feeling. Yi Yuan also did not know whether it was real or fake. In fact, this could be a kind of danger. Yi Yuan had entered D knows how many mystic realms before. He naturally could not be naive enough to think that this land of dragon slumber was opened by him, and that he could come and go as he pleased. This sort of mystic realm was often accompanied by great danger. But right now, the expressions of Yu Qing and the rest were surprisingly ugly. They could not quite maintain their face anymore. Rumble. Right at this time, there was a tremor. The seabed was shaking violently. The entire sea region seemed like mountains were crying out and the sea was howling. Right then, the restrictions in front of the cave collapsed with a loud bang. An aura of a dragon slowly flowed out of the cave. There's no rule for the opening of the land of dragon slumber, but each time it opens, it will trigger a tsunami. Right now, a large area on land has already been submerged, Black Flood Dragon King explained. Hee. The land of dragon slumber seems to be very fun. I'm going first. Little dragon girl giggled and did not wait for everyone to react either, and she already turned into a wisp of green smoke, burrowing into the cave. Black Flood Dragon King's expression changed, and he said angrily, "This Lass is really too worrisome. The land of dragon slumber is filled with dangers. Does she really think that it's her own backyard? Young friend Yi, hurry up and go in. I'll entrust this girl to you." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and also leaped and entered the land of dragon slumber. Yu Qing and the rest were naturally not willing to fall behind others and followed after in succession. Yi Yuan only felt a blur in front of him, as if he had arrived in another world. There was no sea water in the land of dragon slumber. The surrounding cliffs showed a red-black color, giving people a strange feeling. Yi Yuan surveyed the surroundings. There were actually no traces of little dragon girl anymore, and he could not help frowning slightly. This girl was too wild. Wanting to control her would really expend some effort. However, after entering the land of dragon slumber, that mysterious summoning seemed to have gotten stronger, as if there was someone who kept calling softly in his ear. "Hurry up! I've been waiting a long time for you." This feeling was very magical. Yi Yuan forcibly suppressed the impulse to enter the depths and took out a small conch. It was precisely the Emerald Sea Divine conch's clone body. Yi Yuan recited a spell. The small conch became bright and started flying. The urgent matter on hand was still finding little dragon girl first. As for this land of dragon slumber's secret, take it slowly. There was no rush. But right then, several figures suddenly dashed out, surrounding Yi Yuan. Who could it be if not Yu Qing and the others? There were even 3 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses following by his side. There was also Mukin and the rest nearby, and beside them, there were many Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses too. Facing a group of sea folk, the current Yi Yuan immediately became a public enemy. There were no fewer than 10 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses present. "That boy, we meet again. Now that we've entered the land of dragon slumber, I want to see how you can still be CKY. That day, you made me lose all face. Today, I want you to pay back 100-fold. Yu Qing said with a cold smile. Mukin also had a proud look as he said, "Punk, weren't you very arrogant? Now, are you still arrogant?" Come over and kneel down for this young master. This young master can consider sparing you from death." "Idiot!" Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said. The moment Mukin heard, he became furious and said in a cold voice, "Go, capture this punk for me. I want him alive. I want him to experience what's called a life worse than death." "Yes, Lord Dragon's son." The Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse that Mukin brought immediately responded, erupting with a powerful strength all over his body and pouncing towards Yi Yuan. Although Yi Yuan already broke through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum, facing so many Jade Sovereign Heavens at the same time, it was clearly beyond his means. However, he did not pay too much attention. If he could not beat them, escaping was still not a problem. But just as he was about to activate his movement technique, an abnormality suddenly occurred. A drop of scarlet liquid suddenly fell from the top of the cave, dripping onto that Jade Sovereign Heaven accurately. That Jade Sovereign Heaven let out a tragic scream. Then his body shriveled up rapidly. In virtually a blink of an eye, all the blood in his body seemed to have been drained, becoming a human jerky. This bizarre scene made the faces of everyone present change abruptly. That was a Jade Sovereign Heaven. In a blink of an eye, he became a human jerky. What on earth was that strange liquid? Yi Yuan's brows also furrowed. This scene was too coincidental. That drop of liquid dripped precisely onto the Jade Sovereign Heaven, who attacked him without any deviation, as if this was all planned. Yi Yuan was shocked in his heart. Could it be that that mysterious power was protecting him? What on earth was this guy summoning him for? Yi Yuan suddenly felt like he had fallen into a pit. He understood that wanting to get away now probably could not be accomplished anymore. Entering the land of dragon slumber, he would have to follow the path set by that mysterious power. However, while he was shocked, Yi Yuan naturally would not show it. He looked at Mukin and said with a grin, "You only brought this one Jade Sovereign Heaven? TSK. This is called dying before achieving success, right? The journey has only just started. I find it very hard to imagine how you'll be walking the road at the back by yourself." The corners of Mukin's mouth twitched slightly, his expression being ugly to the extreme. He was not like Yu Qing, able to bring 3 Jade Sovereign Heavens by his side to protect him. He only brought one person, and the person died immediately. How aggravating. Just as Yi Yuan said, this land of dragon slumber was full of dangers. Relying on himself for the road at the back, it was a little too lacking in strength. At this time, Yi Yuan looked towards Yu Qing and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Why? Are you still planning on watching the show? Don't you want to kill me very much? Why aren't you attacking?" Yu Qing's brows furrowed slightly. He also felt that it was a little too coincidental. Hence, he did not act hastily. But at this time, he was cornered by Yi Yuan. His expression suddenly turned dark, and he said to the 3 limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses beside him, "The 3 of you, attack together." Yes, those 3 people answered without knowing the inner reason and went up. But just as they pounced toward Yi Yuan, 3 drops of liquid hit them accurately. Another 3 human jerkies. The expressions of everyone present changed wildly. Chapter 2686. Can't do it without me. Chapter 2686. Can't do it without me. Why? Why is it like this? Everyone's faces changed wildly, clearly frightened by this scene. What the freaking H-E-L-L? Whoever attacked Yi Yuan would be directly finished off. What was there to play still? If the previous one was a coincidence, then what was the deal with these 3? Thinking back to that mysterious summoning that Yi Yuan talked about before entering, if they still did not understand what happened, then they would be a bunch of pigs. What the H-E-L-L is this? Why would the land of dragons slumber protect this guy? Yu Qing was full of puzzlement. Based on what? What right does this guy have to be able to receive the land of dragon slumber's showing of favor? Mukin said with a reluctant look. These young powerhouses were all unreconciled to it, indignant, and had fear mixed in. They were originally planning on teaming up to deal with Yi Yuan, this outsider, after entering the land of dragon slumber. who knew that he had arrived home. Based on what? Of course, it's based on the fact that my bloodline power is strong. I said it long ago, you all are pseudo-dragons. Now, are you guys still not convinced? Amen. Not convinced is all right, but it's useless, Yi Yuan smiled and said. One sentence choked the young powerhouses present until they were speechless. Yeah, the greatest probability was because Yi Yuan's bloodline power was strong. This place was the land of dragon slumber. Of course, it would regard people with strong bloodline power in a more favorable light. Help! There's a monster! Right at this time, a shrill scream suddenly came from the depths of the cave. Who could be if not little dragon girl? Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, his figure suddenly turning into a streak of electricity, DOS. H.I. Plussing toward the depths, while the others exchanged glances and also followed after respectively. After a short time, in a narrow passageway, little dragon girl was fighting as she retreated. More than 10 blood-colored afterimages forced little dragon girl until she was teetering on her feet. One had to know, even without Yi Yuan's partic. 1. P. Asian little dragon girl's strength was sufficient to reach Middle Jade, Sovereign Heaven 2. But currently, under the pincer attack of more than 10 blood shadows, little dragon girl clearly could not hold on anymore. Seemingly perceiving Yi Yuan's approach, little dragon girl yelled, "Big brother Yi Yuan, quickly come and help. I almost can't hold on anymore." Yi Yuan's face fell and joined the battle with a flash. And right at this time, those over a dozen blood shadows seemed to have seen something terrifying, all retreating in an instant. When little dragon girl saw this scene, a pair of round eyes became wide saucers. When the others saw this scene, they became even more convinced of their previous judgment. Whoa, big brother Yi Yuan, you're really too incredible. They seem to be scared of you. Little dragon girl looked at Yi Yuan and said with a look of wars, H.I+P. But Yi Yuan frowned slightly and said in a solemn voice, Elias, yes, are your B. U.T. Tox itching again? Little dragon girl stuck her tongue out and said cheekily, I was curious. Don't be angry. All right, big brother Yi Yuan. Got to admit, little dragon girl was very scared of Yi Yuan, while the others had long already had a taste of little dragon girl's fearlessness. Seeing this scene, they could not help clicking their tongues in wonder. This scourge yielded to Yi Yuan. What on earth is going on? Yi Yuan asked in a solemn voice. Little dragon girl said, I discovered a blood-red fruit in front. It looks very impressive. I was just about to go and pluck it. In the end, these guys came out. It scared me to death. Blood-red fruit, Yi Yuan said with a frown. The moment this was said, the eyes of the others lit up. Even a fool would also know that this blood-red fruit was not an ordinary item. That fruit seems to be condensed out of blood, seemingly very impressive. With one look, I felt that it was not ordinary and wanted to go and pluck it. In the end, these guys came out. But I don't know why. The moment they saw you, it's like rats seeing a cat. All ran away, little dragon girl said curiously. Not far away, Yu Qing and the rest were Nos. H.I. Plussing their teeth in hatred. What else could there be? Because this land of dragon slumber was protecting Yi Yuan. The dangers here did not seem to be dangers to Yi Yuan at all. Come, bring me to take a look, Yi Yuan said. Hence, little dragon girl brought Yi Yuan and went to a remote cave. Sure enough, a blood-red fruit was growing in the center of the cave, looking breathtaking. One look, and it was clear that it was not something simple. That's vermilion spirit fruit, Yu Qing said with a look of shock when he saw the fruit. It's actually the vermilion spirit fruit. That's a sacred relic of the dragon clan. A vermilion spirit fruit can directly increase a segment of bloodline power. Such a treasure can simply only come by with luck, but not by searching for it. It was not up to these people to not exclaim in shock. Vermilion spirit fruit. It was equivalent to the promotion of bloodline. A vermilion spirit fruit could let a dragon increase a segment of bloodline power unconditionally. Body could resist this sort of temptation. Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. plus was H. Plus several figures rushed over at once when they saw the vermilion spirit fruit. There was even a jade, sovereign, heavenly stratum among them. Nothing could be done about it. Treasures always move people. But right at this time, more than 10 blood shadows suddenly appeared. Each of these blood shadows was extremely powerful, instantly surrounding those few powerhouses. Bang, 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 and Astonies. H.I. plus in great battle immediately erupted in the cave. The result was that after a moment, those few people were directly thrashed. Big Brother Yi Yuan, these blood shadows are so formidable. Why don't we join forces to deal with them? Little Dragon Girl said. The two of them joining hands was equivalent to a grand completion Jade, Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. They naturally would not fear these blood shadows. However, Yi Yuan was indifferent and said with a smile, "No need, I'll go and pluck it." Little Dragon Girl said in surprise, "Big Brother Yi Yuan, your strength is too weak. Don't joke around." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Who's joking with you?" As he said, Yi Yuan's figure drifted, directly arriving in front of the vermilion spirit fruit. Those blood shadows directly dissipated without a trace, as if they had never appeared before. When Little Dragon Girl saw this scene, a pair of round eyes stared like wide saucers again as she cried out in surprise, "What did you do, Big Brother Yi Yuan?" Each and every one of those blood shadows have an extremely strong, brutal air. They actually don't have any reaction to you at all. Yi Yuan threw the vermilion spirit fruit to Land of Dragon Slumber and said with a smile, "I didn't do anything. It's just that this Land of Dragon Slumber seems to have chosen me. Therefore, freely pick the treasures here. Here, the vermilion spirit fruit." Little Dragon Girl shook her head hard and said, "I can't take it. The vermilion spirit fruit is too precious. Furthermore, you obtained it. I can't hog it on my own." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Ulias, stop being courteous with me. Let me tell you, the treasures of this Land of Dragon Slumber, as long as you want them, there's none that I can't get. Therefore, just take it." Little Dragon Girl said in surprise, "Big Brother Yi Yuan, you're bragging. Back then, my royal father narrowly escaped death here too, before he had today's position. What right do you have to dare say such a thing?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Don't believe me?" Little Dragon Girl shook her head and said, "Don't believe you." Yi Yuan extended his hand and beckoned as he said, "Come here." Those blood shadows were immediately like small fries, coming before Yi Yuan and kneeling down. When Little Dragon Girl saw this scene, her two eyes immediately shone. Chapter 2687, Bring Me Home. Chapter 2687, Bring Me Home. Do you believe it now? I believe it. So eat it. This thing doesn't have much effect on me. Okay. Little Dragon Girl nodded her head like a rattle drum, swallowing the vermilion spirit fruit in one bite. A good thing like the vermilion spirit fruit also had to depend on who used it. Yi Yuan's bloodline power was already the power of a true dragon to begin with. It naturally did not need the vermilion spirit fruit to grow stronger. Even if it could increase bloodline power after Yi Yuan ate it, it would be extremely limited too. But to Little Dragon Girl, or Yu Qing and the rest, the significance of this thing would be different. Unconditionally promoting a segment of Dragon Chi. To them, these pseudo-dragons who did not want it. Seeing this scene, they were envious to the extreme. Swallowing the vermilion spirit fruit, the Dragon Chi on Little Dragon Girl's body erupted at once. Originally, Little Dragon Girl's Dragon Chi already reached peak 5th segment. Now, it directly rose to peak 6th segment. Although there was no Dragon Chi stone here, the increase in Little Dragon Girl's Dragon Chi was visible to the naked eye. Yu Qing and the rest were green with envy. If the vermilion spirit fruit was eaten by him, wouldn't he be able to rival Little Dragon Girl? But there were no ifs in this world. Now, not only could he not rival Little Dragon Girl, he became even further from her instead. Stop watching. Go and play by yourselves. If you follow us, you guys won't even have soup to drink, Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Yo Qing's face turned black. feeling as awful as having eaten a fly. He really could not refute these words. Consider yourself ruthless. Who will emerge victorious is not yet known. Don't be complacent too early. Yu Qing gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Oh, there's really no need to be complacent with a pseudo-dragon like you. I think that you're probably mistaken." Yi Yuan replied nonchalantly. Yu Qing gritted his teeth and said in a solemn voice, "Go." The land of dragon slumber extended in all directions. There was naturally more than one path. What lucky chances you could obtain, it completely depended on the individual's luck and strength. Primarily, what Yi Yuan said was right. They would really not even have soup to drink if they followed Yi Yuan. Freaking H-E-L-L. Yi Yuan was equivalent to being invincible here. Big brother Yu Qing, are we dropping this matter just like this? I can't swallow this insult. Mukin said, but Yu Qing sneered and said, "Do you really think that that boy is invincible?" Mukin said in surprise, "Isn't that so?" Yu Qing smiled and said, "Of course not. As the saying goes, misfortune might be a blessing in disguise, and vice versa. Being favored by the land of dragon slumber. Maybe the land of dragon slumber needs his life as the price. No, it should be said that this possibility is very high. In a place like the land of dragon slumber, the more smooth sailing it is, the more one needs to be vigilant. This boy thinks that he's formidable, but he doesn't know that the mysterious power of this land of dragon slumber has already had its eye on him." The moment Mukin and the rest heard, they immediately revealed looks of enlightenment. "Brilliant. When you said this, it really is true. The more smooth sailing he is now, the more likely something will happen to him at the back. Maybe his life has already been reserved by the land of dragon slumber. Even if he wants to run, he can't run too." Mukin smacked his thigh and said with a loud laugh. Yu Qing nodded and said with a smile, "That's right, it's precisely so. Therefore, let's just wait and watch the joke." When everyone heard that, they all nodded their heads. As the 7 Great Sea Regions' #1 genius, Yu Qing was naturally not a stupid person. The problem that Yi Yuan was worried about, he could imagine it too. "All right, finally managed to come in. We can't waste the opportunity. Now, everyone acts on your own. Whoever has the last laugh is the real winner." Yu Qing said coolly. He brought 3 great jade, sovereign heaven powerhouses, the majority of the dangers here. He could handle it. Hence, he was a little more confident than the rest. Along the way, Yi Yuan brought little dragon girl, walking and stopping, obtaining a lot of benefits. Of course, these benefits were really nothing to Yi Yuan. Very soon, little dragon girl's bloodline power rose rapidly, almost reaching peak 7th segment. But the deeper in, the stronger the summoning of that mysterious power. Yi Yuan knew that he was not far from that mysterious power. Big brother Yi Yuan, you're really too incredible. The strange things in here all behave like they saw a ghost when they see you. Little dragon girl giggled. Yi Yuan's face turned black. Did this girl know how to talk or not? But right then, an abnormality suddenly occurred. Countless green lights suddenly appeared around them. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he yelled coldly, "Go away!" But this time it failed. Those green lights grew more and more, completely drowning the 2 people. By the time Yi Yuan came back to his senses, there was already no trace of little dragon girl. To be precise, he had arrived at an unknown place. In this place, he could not see his fingers when he extended his hand, but the blood in his body completely started to feel aroused. "I finally waited until you came." In the darkness, a voice suddenly came over, carrying a tiny hint of excitement. Yi Yuan frowned and said, "It was you who summoned me here?" "That's right. Who on earth are you? What's your goal of summoning me here?" Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice, "You don't have to be afraid. I'm looking for you. It's just to have you bring me home." That voice said, "Bring you home? Where's your home?" Yi Yuan said with a frown, "My home is in Void Shrine, illuminating heaven. I'm too lonely here. I miss home." That voice seemed extremely lonely. Yi Yuan discerned his sentimentality for home from his voice. "Why me?" Yi Yuan asked curiously. He already determined that this mysterious existence did not seem to have malice towards him. This also made his suspending heart relax. Of course, the premise was that he did not reject the other party. Yi Yuan could feel that going home was the other party's obsession. He picked Yi Yuan, but if he could not fulfill his wish, Yi Yuan did not dare guarantee what would happen. Maybe everyone who came here for the expedition would die. That voice said, "Because you're a true dragon's descendant. I've waited for several tens of thousands of years here, but have never come across with a true dragon before. If it's not a true dragon, it will be impossible to pass through the barrier of heavens and return to Void Shrine, illuminating heaven. That lot, S is pretty good, but clearly you're more suitable." Barrier of heavens? Yi Yuan asked in puzzlement. In reality, Yi Yuan only knew that this world was called 33 Heavens, but he completely did not know what the 33 Heavens was. He had already arrived in this world for a number of years, but the place that he learned about, it was also limited to the rain-clear continent only. And the rain-clear continent seemed to only be a corner of Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven too. There was an even more vast world outside. Just like Zhuo Bufan, his cultivation realm was already high until the rain-clear continent could not keep him behind anymore. That place no longer had anywhere that was worth him being reluctant to leave. Therefore, it seemed inevitable that he went to an even more expansive region. It was just that wanting to walk out of the rain-clear continent was not an easy thing either. But now, this mysterious existence actually wanted him to pass through the barrier of heavens. This was much harder than going out of the rain-clear continent. It sounded like a huge challenge. Chapter 2688, Divine Emergence. Chapter 2688, Divine Emergence. The 33 heavens are the rulers of myriad worlds. It is heaven, not a world. Each heaven is an independent existence, each performing its own duties, dictating the rotation of myriad worlds. There's a clear distinction between heavens. The barrier of the heavens is a stretch of chaos, isolating all the heavens. True dragons are born of chaos and can travel through the heavens, soaring across myriad worlds. When your realm reaches it, you'll naturally be able to cut through S-P-A-C. But right now, you're far too weak. That mysterious voice spoke with fervor and assurance, talking tirelessly about the secrets of the heavens. Only then did Yi Yuan know that the rain-clear continent was merely a tiny corner of the 33 heavens. That was all. The current him was still too weak. So that's how it is. But why should I promise you? Yi Yuan asked. Traveling through the heavens, this did not sound like some easy thing one had to know. Going out a measly little rain-clear continent was incomparably difficult, let alone talk about traversing the heavens. I can make you become stronger, the mysterious voice said. Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Do you have a mystic art to condense the divine soul?" Divine soul? You're talking about people of the lower realms, right? People of the lower realms, as long as they don't enter reincarnation, condensing the divine soul isn't considered a very profound method. It's just that your current realm is a little too low, so you can't execute it at all. Yi Yuan's eyes instantly erupted with a shocking light like the sun in the dark night. He finally saw hope. However, he forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart and said in a solemn voice, "Words alone are no proof." That mysterious voice said, "This is easy. This divinity will impart you a soul race mystic art right now. After you cultivate it to the realm of major accomplishment, forget about condensing the divine soul. What's difficult about condensing origin divinities?" As he said, a set of mystic art actually appeared in Yi Yuan's mind. He could not help being greatly shocked. He actually did not have the slightest strength to fight back in front of this existence. A set of mystic art. He actually instilled it directly into Yi Yuan's consciousness. It could be seen how terrifying the other party's strength was. He forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart and started studying this mystic art. Upon cultivating it, he could not help being even more shocked inwardly. How profound! What a powerful origin divinity mystic art! This mystic art was called divine emergence. This was a powerful mystic art that cultivated the origin divinity. When cultivated to the extreme, one could rely on the power of the origin divinity and confront heavenly stratum powerhouses head-on. This kind of means was simply inconceivable. Yi Yuan's chaos origin divinity was undying and imperishable in the heavenspan world. But facing heavenly stratum powerhouses, his origin divinity was still too weak. The origin divinity was similarly a weak link to heavenly stratum powerhouses. But if he successfully cultivated divine emergence, his origin divinity would become powerful to the extreme. Even if his physical body was destroyed, his origin divinity would still be able to exist independently and continue cultivating to become stronger. That mysterious voice said, "Speaking of which, chaos origin divinities are mostly naturally born. One such as yours, cultivating into chaos origin divinity postnatal. It's in the minority. Your chaos origin divinity is extremely suitable to cultivate this divine emergence mystic art. With your talent, if you actually don't cultivate soul techniques, it's rather a waste." Regardless of whether it was ascenders or native powerhouses, each person's origin divinity had its own attribute. This attribute was closely related to how one broke through to heavenly stratum. Some people's origin divinity was lightning attribute, some are fire attribute too, so on and so forth. Chaos origin divinity was an extremely seldom seen existence among heavenly stratum powerhouses too. Therefore, when Jun Tian saw Yi Yuan's chaos origin divinity back then, that was why he would be so surprised. The chaos origin divinity had no attributes, or should one say, it had well-rounded attributes, having extremely strong malleability. For example, lightning attribute could only cultivate lightning soul techniques. When cultivating other methods, the effect would be greatly reduced. But the chaos origin divinity would not. Chaos could develop myriad things. Regardless of which attribute soul technique, he could execute it. Hence, heavenly stratum powerhouses that possessed the chaos origin divinity were actually most suited to walk the origin divinity path. But origin divinity path cultivation methods and mystic arts were too rare in the Rain-Clear continent. Therefore, Yi Yuan had a treasure mountain, but he had no way of excavating it. Gotta say, it was quite a regret. But if Yi Yuan successfully cultivated this divine emergence mystic art, it would be another trump card of his. Obtaining the divine emergence mystic art, Yi Yuan behaved like he obtained a priceless treasure, and he started cultivating unconsciously. Cultivation was timeless. No idea how long had passed, said either, and then Yi Yuan finally awake from cultivation. He only felt that his origin divinity was almost emerging from his body. His chaos origin divinity was actually several times stronger than before. What a powerful origin divinity mystic art. I didn't expect that mastering the first level can make the origin divinity several times stronger. Now, I only need a single thought, and I'll probably be able to effortlessly kill powerhouses at limitless sublime, heavenly stratum and below. Yi Yuan exclaimed with admiration. Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that that mysterious voice actually did not respond, and he could not help being very curious. "Senior, Amen, I'm here." Only hearing this voice, did Yi Yuan set his mind at ease. That voice exclaimed in shock, "You boy are really a genius in cultivating soul techniques. You actually only used 1 month and mastered the first level. If not for seeing that you possess true dragon's blood, I'd even think that you were born in the soul race." Back then, the soul race's #1 genius, Hun Qiansui, also used 3 full years before successfully cultivating the first level. In this 1 month, the mysterious voice had been in shock the whole time. The progress of Yi Yuan's cultivation was seriously too fast. Yi Yuan did not know the origin of this divine emergence, but he was perfectly clear. The soul race had 3 great soul cannons. This divine emergence was one of them. Back then, he killed a top powerhouse from the soul race before and A.T.C. hing away this secret canon from the other party. It took him 100 years to cultivate the first level of this divine emergence. And back then, he was already an apex character who commanded the 33 heavens. But even so, it took him 100 years to just cultivate the first level. The profoundness of this soul canon could be seen. But Yi Yuan only used a month and finished cultivating the first level. This speed was simply even more terrifying than the soul race. The soul race's secret canon was cultivated by a half-human, half-dragon fellow, and the speed was actually dozens of times faster than the soul race's #1 genius. Gotta say, this was a kind of irony. He naturally did not know that cultivating until this day, Yi Yuan's understanding of the divine soul path was extremely profound in the first place. Otherwise, how could Yi Yuan rely on his own strength and achieve the chaos origin divinity in a sealed heaven-span world? Many thanks to Senior for imparting the Tao. Regarding Senior's request, even if Yi Yuan's bones are ground to dust, I'll complete it too. Yi Yuan said sincerely. The divine emergence had a total of 7 levels. As long as he cultivated to the 3rd level, Yi Yuan would be able to perform a secret art in it, called Divinity Ace Semli. This technique was precisely the method to condense origin divinity. At that time, he should be able to truly revive Mu Ling Xue. Yi Yuan killed all the way to the 33 heavens from the heaven-span world. It was for the sake of today. So how could he not be agitated? This mysterious powerhouse imparted to him this cultivation method. With Yi Yuan's disposition, he would naturally fulfill his wishes even if his bones were ground to dust. The mysterious powerhouse said, "Amen. It's good that you have this heart. This divinity is really a little tired and wants to go back home. This divinity, Mi Tian, will follow you in the future." Chapter 2689, I'm very happy. Chapter 2689, I'm very happy. Thump, thump. The sound of heartbeats suddenly entered Yi Yuan's ears. The darkness faded, and a heart appeared in front of Yi Yuan. Suddenly, the heart started to shrink, then shrunk again. Finally, it turned into a small and exquisite red crystal and flew toward Yi Yuan. It's my dragon heart. It will be lodging in your body in the future. The dragon chi in the dragon heart will nourish your true dragon bloodline and be greatly beneficial to you. I hope that one day you can bring me home. Mi Tian's voice transmitted out of the dragon heart. Finished saying, he did not wait for Yi Yuan to refuse either. The dragon heart flew straight between Yi Yuan's eyebrows and disappeared. Yi Yuan felt as if a round of spring rain was currently Nori's. Plussing all the blood in his body. This feeling made him extremely refreshed. Senior Mi Tian, rest assured. What Yi Yuan promised you, I'll definitely do it. Yi Yuan said firmly. Outside of the Karst cave, the 7 great sea regions' young powerhouses have already assembled. However, there were still many people who remained in the land of dragon slumber forever. Some rejoiced, some bemoaned. Some people died, but there were naturally some who attained Tao. Congratulations, Brother Yu Qing. You're probably the biggest winner among us apart from younger sister Jingfei. Mukin said to Yu Qing with a smile. This is just something to be expected. The happiest thing is that guy won't be coming out again. See? What did I say? Feeling the calling of the land of dragon slumber and getting the protection of the land of dragon slumber might not be a good thing. Now it's indeed like this, right? Yu Qing was very happy, really happy. Entering the land of dragon slumber this time, he obtained considerably lucky chances, his cultivation directly reaching the realm of grand completion, limitless, sublime, heavenly stratum. Not only that, he even obtained a dragon race mystic art that could let his bloodline power continuously improve. With this mystic art, he might become a true dragon in the future. Of course, what made him happiest was still that Yi Yuan did not come out. The land of dragon slumber's restrictions were already slowly recovering. It was about to recover like it was new soon. Those who had not come out yet were basically confirmed that they could not come out anymore. He was already very sure that that mysterious summoning was simply a huge trap. Yi Yuan must have already died inside after entering. This matter made him even happier than when he broke through his cultivation realm and obtained the dragon race mystic art. Ha ha! Brother Yuqing indeed foretold with divine accuracy. Let's see. Oh, see. KY guys died inside. Mukin gave Yuqing a big thumbs up as he said with a loud laugh. He was very happy too. Yuqing said smugly, "Oh, this guy thought that he was a genius, but he was an out-and-out moron. This was clearly a trap. He actually jumped in just like that. Humph. Big brother, Yi Yuan won't die. He'll definitely come out." Little Dragon Girl pouted and said unhappily. To talk about this land of dragon slumber trip, the biggest winner was none other than Little Dragon Girl. Her bloodline power already reached the terrifying peak 8th segment, being only half a step away from the 9th segment. Apart from this, she even obtained many good things with Yi Yuan's help. These things could all increase bloodline power. With these things, Little Dragon Girl, evolving to the realm of a true dragon, was virtually a sure bet. Furthermore, Little Dragon Girl's realm also directly jumped to grand completion, limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Her improvement was even greater than Yuqing. One had to know, she rose up from lower limitless sublime heaven. Those dragon race good stuff? Yi Yuan did not want a single one of them and gave it all to Little Dragon Girl. Little Dragon Girl liked to play pranks, but it did not mean that she could not tell good from bad. She had a good impression of Yi Yuan to begin with. Now, she was even more grateful to Yi Yuan. So, when she saw Yuqing's gloating appearance, she felt very unhappy. Not far away, Black Flood Dragon King was also frowning slightly, his expression grim. He was very optimistic about Yi Yuan and felt that he definitely would not fall in the land of dragon slumber. Who knew that he really fell? If not for that, he could not enter the land of dragon slumber. He even wished to rush inside right now. Yuqing's words made him inexplicably a little irritated. But right then, the restrictions of the land of dragon slumber were finally restored again. Yuqing laughed loudly and said, "Young sister Jingfei, even if your big brother Yi Yuan isn't dead, it's impossible to come out anymore too. This restriction, even Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses can't break it too. Do you think that he can come out?" Ha ha. In his excitement, Yuqing burst out laughing. Noisy. Yuqing was currently being pleased with himself when Black Flood Dragon King flung a slap over. Against a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven mighty expert, he did not even have time to react and was directly slapped flying. Everyone was silent like cicadas in winter. No one expected that Black Flood Dragon King would actually get so angry. Yuqing clutched his face and said with a look of surprise, "Black Flood Dragon King, you dare to hit me?" Black Flood Dragon King had a dark look and said, "Still dare to be noisy. This king will kill you right now. Can Xiaolan, that guy, do anything to this king?" Yuqing's expression changed. Only then, knowing that Black Flood Dragon King had genuinely become enraged. It was just that he did not understand why Black Flood Dragon King would suddenly get angry. Could it be because of Yi Yuan, that punk? But Yi Yuan was not considered as being respectful to Black Flood Dragon King either. In fact, he was a little domineering. So Black Flood Dragon King should have no reason to like him. How baffling. However, Black Flood Dragon King, flying into a rage, he naturally did not dare to speak up anymore and could only suffer a quiet loss. He did not have the qualifications to challenge Black Flood Dragon King right now. Even if his royal father came, he would at most be about on par with Black Flood Dragon King too. You guys quickly look." Right then, someone suddenly started yelling. That voice was as if he had seen a ghost. Black Flood Dragon King and Yuqing both followed the voice and looked over, and could not help being dumbstruck with amazement. Yi Yuan actually walked out of the land of dragon slumber with a swagger, just like that. That restriction power seemed to be non-existent. How is this possible? How'd he do it? Why didn't these restrictions kill him? He's actually not dead. Yuqing had a look of shock, asking several questions in one breath. Except, no one could answer him, because even Black Flood Dragon King did not know what happened either. The scene before their eyes had never happened in the land of dragon slumber before. Too inconceivable. The restrictions were already restored, and yet he could actually still come out. Wasn't he dead? How did he revive again? D.M. And it, this boy's life is really tenacious. When these young powerhouses saw Yi Yuan, beyond the shock, each and every one was incomparably disappointed. No one expected that Yi Yuan could actually come back to life. Black Flood Dragon King was in extreme shock too, but the fury on his face had long already vanished without a trace. What replaced it was joy. Yes, he was extremely happy. Yi Yuan being able to come out was the best thing for him. Furthermore, he could also excavate even more secrets from Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked at Youqing's face like his father had died, and said with a smile, "Looking at your expression, it seems like you were very disappointed that I could come out. But, seeing your expression like this, I'm very happy." Chapter 2690, Reaping What One Has Sown. Chapter 2690, Reaping What One Has Sown. Big brother Yi Yuan, they all said that you couldn't come out. But I knew that you'd definitely come out. See, I guess correctly, right? Little dragon girl dashed into Yi Yuan's arms at once, and raised her head as if showing off. Black Flood Dragon King also came up and said with a smile, "Just now, seeing that young friend you didn't come out," this king was very worried. Young friend, Yi is indeed a lucky one. Although the father and daughter two people were pleasantly surprised, it was quite different on the inside. Little dragon girl was sincerely blessing him, but Black Flood Dragon King was hiding a dagger in his smile. Yi Yuan stroked little dragon girl's head and flashed her a slight smile. Yi Yuan looked towards Youqing and said with a faint smile, "Since everyone came out, then we should also settle some scores." Youqing was taken aback and said with a cold smile, "Settle scores? Ho, it's time to settle scores." In the land of dragon slumber, there was that mysterious power protecting you, letting you escape a calamity by a fluke. Now, I want to see who can still save you. Coming out of the land of dragon slumber, Yi Yuan's aura did not increase much. He was still a lower, limitless, sublime heaven, while his strength had skyrocketed. Let alone that those 3 jade sovereign heavenly stratums also had a sharp increase in strength. Wouldn't dealing with a mere Yi Yuan be easily accomplished? Before Yi Yuan said anything, little dragon girl immediately said, "Big brother Youqing, if you dare to make a move against big brother Yi Yuan, I'll help him beat you." Little dragon girl's words made Youqing's expression change. This lot S was not to be trifled with, especially the Emerald Sea Divine conch in her hand. It was simply a dreadful thing. Even 3 jade sovereign heavens attacking together was not a match as well. Youqing's face fell, and he looked towards Black Flood Dragon King and said, "Dragon Lord, is your Thistle South Sea region really going to intervene in our personal grudge?" Black Flood Dragon King just said coolly, "You and Yi Yuan are both my Thistle South guests. As long as you're in my Thistle South Sea region, you naturally can't attack. If you insist on making a move against him, then this king can only take action." Youqing's face turned black, immediately feeling that life was murky gray. He shot Yi Yuan a fierce glare and gritted his teeth and said, "Punk, consider yourself lucky. Let's go." Now that he had already made great gains, Youqing naturally did not have the need to continue staying here anymore. He brought his people and was just about to leave, but heard Yi Yuan say coolly, "Did I say that I let you go?" Youqing turned to look at Yi Yuan and could not help laughing as he said, "Why? What can you really do to me? Just based on your middling skills, do you really think that you're somebody of note?" Buzz. Youqing's voice had just faded when he felt as if his origin divinity was struck by a bolt of lightning. His origin divinity actually started to disintegrate under this bolt of lightning. His eyes started to turn slack, his consciousness gradually blurring. Finally, he fell softly to the ground. Dragon Son, those 3 jade sovereign heavens turned pale with fright and hurriedly went up to check, but they discovered that Youqing had already breathed his last. One exchange, and Youqing was dead. Yi Yuan was quite satisfied with the power of this heaven-illuminating divine lightning move. Many origin divinity mystic arts were recorded in the divine emergence, the power being extremely shocking. Yi Yuan was also just trying his hand against Yu Qing. He did not expect that the power was pretty good. A grand completion, limitless sublime, heavenly stratum powerhouse was actually one shot in an instant. At this time, Yi Yuan also deeply felt the power of this soul race mystic art. Origin Divinity Attack. What a powerful Origin Divinity attack. Black Flood Dragon King's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise. Regarding the scene earlier, even he did not react in time. A lower limitless sublime heaven actually used an Origin Divinity attack to one-shot a grand completion, limitless sublime, heavenly stratum. This was not what ordinary Origin Divinity attacks could accomplish. Plus, moreover, Yu Qing was not an ordinary person. Although Yu Qing was a pseudo-dragon, his Origin Divinity was still much stronger than the average human martial artist. But Yi Yuan still one-shot him. One of the Jade Sovereign Heaven suddenly raised his head and said angrily, "You dared to kill Dragon's son. Today you must die." In an instant, 3 Jade Sovereign Heavens arrived at the same time. Yi Yuan was not the slightest bit afraid and roared loudly, "Heaven illuminating divine lightning." 3 Origin Divinity attacks were launched at the same time. The lower limitless sublime, Heaven Yi Yuan, actually took the initiative to attack 3 great Jade Sovereign Heavens. Buzz. The 3 people only felt their heads become muddled. Their Origin Divinities were actually directly paralyzed. The Origin Divinity of a Jade Sovereign Heaven was incomparably powerful. But Yi Yuan's Heaven illuminating divine lightning still dazed them for a short time. At the same time, Yi Yuan's Heaven-span mountain suddenly burst forth, turning into a streak of black smoke, SMAs. Plussing towards one of the Jade Sovereign Heavens. That person spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, flying out backward. This scene struck deep terror in everyone. Yi Yuan's combat power refreshed their understanding over and over again. A lower limitless sublime heaven actually confronted 3 great Jade Sovereign Heavens at the same time and even seriously injured one. This guy is really too strong. Origin Divinity attack being coupled with a heavenly spirit treasure. There's simply no weakness to exploit. It's also that the 3 of them are all Jade Sovereign Heavens. Otherwise, that Origin Divinity attack would probably have been able to instantly kill 3 people. What kind of lucky chance did this guy obtain inside? No matter how weak a Jade Sovereign Heaven was, it was a Sovereign Realm powerhouse too. They were on completely different levels from Sublime Realm powerhouses. But Yi Yuan broke this law and actually severely wounded the other party. However, after this bout of attack, Yi Yuan appeared very weak too, his complexion a little pale. After all, it was Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. This bout of Origin Divinity attacks was still rather taxing for him. But right at this time, an abnormality suddenly occurred. Roar, roar, roar. More than 10 peak Jade Sovereign Heaven water dragons suddenly rampaged, attacking the weakened Yi Yuan. The power of the Emerald Sea Divine, Conch, suddenly bloomed. Little Dragon Girl's expression changed wildly, and she exclaimed, "Royal Father, why did you attack Big Brother Yi Yuan?" This attack was launched precisely by Black Flood Dragon King, deploying the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. Black Flood Dragon King taking action. The power of the water dragon was not what Little Dragon Girl could compare to. The strength of these water dragons was all peak Jade Sovereign Heaven against more than 10 peak Jade Sovereign Heaven water dragons. Even if they encountered half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, it would be a cinch too. But now it was actually used to deal with a limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Of course, Black Flood Dragon King did not attack with his full strength. If he exerted his full strength, he would be able to launch several half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven super water dragons. That level of existence, even other royals would have to keep a wide berth too. It was also precisely by relying on the power of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch that Black Flood Dragon King showed completely no regard for the other royal clans in the 7 Great Sea regions. When those 3 great Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses saw this scene, they had wildly ecstatic expressions too. They did not expect that Black Flood Dragon King actually made a move to deal with Yi Yuan. This sudden turn of events was what everyone did not expect. Furthermore, it was even taking advantage of his predicament. It was just that at this time, no one detected that a hint of disdain showed at the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. A dark red imprint suddenly lit up at his glabella. Those over a dozen water dragons already arrived in front of him, but suddenly turned around and pounced over toward the Black Flood Dragon King himself. When everyone saw this scene, they were immediately dumbfounded. What was going on? Black Flood Dragon King's expression changed too, suddenly bursting forth with a surge of dragon chi. Flood Dragon goes to sea. Black Flood Dragon King threw both fists out. A terrifying undulation smashed towards those water dragons. Rumble. Black Flood Dragon King fell back several thousand feet, his complexion becoming very pale. He looked toward Yi Yuan, eyes full of shock. Chapter 2691. It no longer belongs to you. Chapter 2691. It no longer belongs to you. What happened? Weren't these water dragons summoned by Black Flood Dragon King? Why did they attack him instead? He is a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven expert, but he was actually struck back several thousand feet by the water dragons that he summoned. This is simply something unheard of. I seem to have seen Yi Yuan use a spell just now. But isn't the Emerald Sea Divine conch the Thistle South royal clan's lifeblood treasure? He could not figure it out after racking his brains. Ever since the Black Flood Dragon King obtained the Emerald Sea Divine conch, he could be said to have shocked the 7 great sea regions. This kind of grand treasure was extremely rare in the 7 great sea regions too. But now, this thing was actually not listening to orders anymore. And the one who was the most shocked was none other than Black Flood Dragon King. He had already obtained the Emerald Sea Divine conch for 10,000 years and had long already refined it into his own item. But just earlier, he actually lost control of the Emerald Sea Divine conch. He was unable to understand how Yi Yuan did it. Just now, Yi Yuan being weak made Black Flood Dragon King realize that it was the best opportunity to make a move and capture Yi Yuan. But who would have expected that Yi Yuan actually still had such a contingency move? The most important thing was that he examined his own heart and felt that he never showed any hostility all along. But that scene earlier, it was as if Yi Yuan had long expected it. Virtually right as he made a move, Yi Yuan took countermeasures. Why? Yi Yuan looked at Black Flood Dragon King and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Finally can't refrain from making a move? I even thought that you were planning on returning to the Dragon Palace before taking action." Only then did Black Flood Dragon King confirm that Yi Yuan really knew about it long ago and took precautions in advance. His brows furrowed slightly, and he said, "This king is certain that I've never shown hostility before. How did you know?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Still remember my breakthrough before entering the land of dragon slumber? Very unfortunately, I entered a state of emptiness at that time and became perfectly aware of everything here. At that time, I detected it." Black Flood Dragon King's face fell, secretly regretting it. If he had long known that it would be like this, he would not have let Yi Yuan enter the land of dragon slumber. But back then, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was too low. Even if he extracted the dragon marrow, he also did not dare guarantee that he would be able to break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Who would have thought that this sudden turn of events would actually occur? Royal Father, Big Brother Yi Yuan, is a good person. Why do you want to kill him? Little Dragon Girl mumbled, her expression unhappy. Black Flood Dragon King snorted coldly and said, "At this point, there's nothing to hide anymore as well. Although this kind obtained considerable lucky chances in the land of dragon slumber, I still haven't been able to break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. The dragon marrow in this boy's body is a great tonic to this king. As long as this king fuses with his dragon marrow, I'll naturally be able to pierce through this last layer of window pane paper." Only when everyone heard that did they come to a realization. Yi Yuan was also taken aback. He even thought that him ruining the sea war made Black Flood Dragon King bear hatred in his heart. He did not expect that he was actually eyeing the bloodline power in his body. Boy, Since you already know, you should have some awareness, right? Offer your dragon marrow, and this king can spare your life. In fact, I can even let you be an idle dragon king in the Thistle South Sea region and spend the second half of your life in comfort, Black Flood Dragon King said coolly. Although the scene earlier was very surprising, he was a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven at any rate too. Even if he did not utilize the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, just by relying on his own strength, he was terrifying to the extreme too. He naturally would not think that Yi Yuan could escape. Moreover, it was not just him alone who wanted to kill Yi Yuan here. Yi Yuan's gaze also turned slightly chilly. The dragon marrow was essential to the dragon race. Bloodline power was born from the dragon marrow. Without the dragon marrow, it would be equivalent to the martial artist losing their small world. Still cultivate what S, H, I, plus T. Although it was not fatal, it would be tantamount to ruining the future of a martial artist. Not killing someone, but even scarier than killing someone. Royal Father, how can you do this? Little Dragon Girl said angrily. Black Flood Dragon King snorted coldly and said, Jingfei, after Royal Father fuses with the dragon marrow and breaks through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, I'll be this 7 great sea regions' true king. At that time, you'll be the 7 seas princess. I don't want to be whatever 7 seas princess. I only want Big Brother Yuan. You can't kill him. Little Dragon Girl said stubbornly. Black Flood Dragon King frowned and said, That's not up to you. Black Shark, take her away. I'm not going. I'm not going. Little Dragon Girl had a stubborn look and was about to urge the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. But she discovered that the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was solid as a rock. She could not control it at all. She was still a little too weak in front of Black Flood Dragon King. Without the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, her being restrained by Black Shark was also within reason. Finished with these, Black Flood Dragon King looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, Boy, looks like you really obtained quite a lot in the land of Dragon Slumber to actually be able to reverse control the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. But even if this king doesn't use the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, do you think that you can escape? Boom. The moment Black Flood Dragon King's aura released, that terrifying pressure made the faces of everyone present change abruptly. He was a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven expert. An expert of such realm was absolutely apex existences in the 7 great sea regions. They rarely made a move. Hence, these dragon sons could be considered to have broadened their horizons looking at one, making a move. But Yi Yuan did not care at all and said with a grin, If you're using the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, I'll use it then. Black Flood Dragon King was taken aback and could not help laughing as he said, You want to use it? What do you base on to use it? I've refined the Emerald Sea Divine Conch for 12,000 years. It has long already fused into one with me. And just as he was talking, Yi Yuan already started forming seals. Black Flood Dragon King was currently talking by himself when suddenly his expression changed. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch actually had an impulse to break free from his body. He suddenly discovered that he could not quite control the Emerald Sea Divine Conch anymore. In order to not get counter-controlled by Yi Yuan, he already hid the Emerald Sea Divine Conch inside his body just now. Damn minute. How did you do it? Black Flood Dragon King's expression changed wildly. He desperately appealed to the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, but his control over it was still being lost bit by bit. Swaz. H. Plus, suddenly, the Emerald Sea Divine Conch actually flew out of the Black Flood Dragon King's body. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed. How is this possible? Black Flood Dragon King is actually unable to control the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. Just what kind of fortuitous encounter did that boy obtain in the land of Dragon Slumber? S-N-A-T-C. Head away. It's really S-N-A-T-C. Head away. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch turned into a streak of light and actually flew straight toward Yi Yuan, suspending in front of him. Black Flood Dragon King's face was gloomy to the extreme. because he discovered that the connection between him and the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was completely severed. In these 10,000 years, it was still the first time that such a thing happened. Once this level of treasures was finished refining, then it would fuse into one with him. Unless he was killed, otherwise, it would not be able to be stripped at all. But Yi Yuan actually did it. Yi Yuan looked at Black Flood Dragon King and said coolly, "The Emerald Sea Divine Conch originated from the land of dragon slumber to begin with. Letting you use it for so many years, it's also considered a blessing to you. Today I'll take it back. It no longer belongs to you." As he said, Yi Yuan formed seals again. The imprint that Black Flood Dragon King left behind in the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was actually directly wiped away. Black Flood Dragon King seemed to have suffered a serious injury, directly spewing out a mouthful of blood. Clearly, his mind already suffered damage. He looked at Yi Yuan with a pair of angry eyes, almost seemingly wanting to incinerate Yi Yuan. Chapter 2692. Emerald Sea Divine Conch's True Power. Chapter 2692. Emerald Sea Divine Conch's True Power. Yi Yuan, I want you dead. Black Flood Dragon King's roar practically made the seabed boil. The powerhouses were all extremely shocked. Of course, what surprised them even more was that Yi Yuan actually really stripped away the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. The current Yi Yuan was like a ruler. The things that he bestowed upon you were all taken back. Black Flood Dragon King completely rampaged, the aura of half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven being released fully. It was only to see his dragon head open its gaping maws. A light ball spat out of his mouth. That's the Black Flood Dragon King's consummate skill that made him famous, Dragon Flame Bullet. It was said that back then, he used this move and defeated the Tsang Xianxi region's Black Mountain Dragon King by a hair's breadth. Looks like Black Flood Dragon King is genuinely enraged. Even if Yi Yuan controls the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, he can't escape death either. The strength of a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven is too terrifying. Yi Yuan wouldn't think that by taking in the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, he'd be able to defeat a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, right? That's a powerful existence that has half a foot stepped into Saint Sovereign Heaven. Seeing Black Flood Dragon King use his famed consummate skill, everyone immediately sentenced Yi Yuan to death. Half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, although it was not a real Saint Sovereign Heaven, their strength was also far from what one could mention in the same breath as Jade Sovereign Heavens. And Yi Yuan was just a lower, limitless, sublime heaven. The two people's disparity was too great. The moment the Dragon Flame Bullet appeared, the entire seabed was turned upside down. That terrifying pressure made everyone keep a wide berth. Yi Yuan was situated in the midst of the storm, without the slightest fear, as he said coolly, "Black Flood Dragon King, you've obtained the Emerald Sea Divine Conch for so many years and look to be infinitely glorious. But you're merely a pseudo-dragon and can't unleash the true power of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch at all. Today, I'll let you witness the Emerald Sea Divine Conch's true power." All of a sudden, the true dragon power in Yi Yuan's body erupted. The entire seabed seemed to be transmitting out waves of dragon roars. The expressions of the dragon race members present suddenly changed in an instant. Under this pressure, actually had an impulse to kneel down. In reality, some dragon race members with impure bloodlines were already kneeling on the ground and could not even raise their heads. Among them even included a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. And after the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was flooded with this dragon might, it became incomparably dazzling. It seemed to have come to life. Black Flood Dragon King's pupils constricted slightly, his eyes full of astonishment. He had never seen the Emerald Sea Divine Conch be so excited before, despite being in his hands for so many years. Yes, excitement. Divine objects had spirits. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch, this level of heaven-defying treasure, was naturally spiritual. After all, having possessed the Emerald Sea Divine Conch for so many years, Black Flood Dragon King could faintly feel the happiness of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch currently. That feeling was like the regret of a bright pearl being cast into darkness for so many years in his hands. At this time, it finally bloomed to its true colors. Emerald sea tide, heaven-defying torrent. Yi Yuan roared, and the torrent of the seabed actually turned the other way in an instant. At that moment, it was as if the entire ocean had become Yi Yuan's weapon. Under this torrent, Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses could not stand firmly too and were directly swept away by the torrent. Only at this time did they understand what was called floodwaters surging. As the saying went, the water that could carry the boat was the same that could swallow it up. These true spirit sea folk were all kings in the water. They were like fish in the water. But now they currently felt as if they were in H-E-L-L. That feeling of having no command over themselves made them feel a loss on what to do. Black Flood Dragon King's expression changed wildly. These Astonies, H-I, plussing floodwaters were actually not the slightest bit inferior to his power. He understood that this was not Yi Yuan's own strength, but the Emerald Sea Divine Conk's power. Yi Yuan's move that solved a major problem with little effort was used too breathtakingly. His bloodline power was the lever, while the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was that fulcrum. Yi Yuan used this lever to move the power of the entire seabed. No matter how strong the Black Flood Dragon King's strength was, it was also impossible to be stronger than the entire ocean. He was insignificant in the ocean. Dragonflame Bullet, break for me. Facing such a shocking torrent, Black Flood Dragon King did not have other methods either and could only fight power with power. Fortunately, his strength was much stronger than Yi Yuan, and he still had the power to fight. It was also thanks to Yi Yuan's cultivation realm being low. If he was Jade, Sovereign Heaven realm, this torrent could directly turn him into meat paste. Under the watchful gazes of everyone, the Dragonflame Bullet collided together with this Astonies. H-I, plussing torrent. Rumble. The violent explosion directly sank the seabed several hundred feet. The terrifying power directly blasted those sea rays powerhouses flying, even if they had already evaded very far away. Black Flood Dragon King spurted fresh blood wildly from his mouth and was akin to being struck by lightning. How did he still have the demeanor of a king? Although Yi Yuan's complexion was a little pale too, it was not a serious problem. Clearly, Black Flood Dragon King was defeated. Is this the true power of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch? It's simply too terrifying. It's also that Yi Yuan is just limitless sublime heavenly stratum. If he reached Jade, Sovereign Heaven, wouldn't he swept across the 7 great sea regions just by relying on this Emerald Sea Divine Conch? More than sweep across. Even if a Saint Sovereign Heaven runs into him, they will have to give a wide berth too, right? Even the Dragonflame Bullet can't block the power of this torrent. It's too terrifying. The expressions of many sea rays powerhouses were deathly pale too. Clearly, they were frightened by the power of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. They naturally would not think that this was Yi Yuan's own strength. But, similarly using the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, the power was completely different in the hands of Black Flood Dragon King compared to it being in the hands of Yi Yuan. This already indicated many problems to begin with. At least, the dragon might in Yi Yuan's body had obtained the true recognition of the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. Even if Black Flood Dragon King already refined it for 10,000 years, it was useless too. Yi Yuan looked at Black Flood Dragon King and said disdainfully, Emerald Sea Divine Conch is a high-grade Grand Mist treasure, its power being boundless. Unleash. H-I. Plussing its power with your bloodline power, it doesn't even reach 10%. It's simply a bright pearl that's cast into darkness in your hands. Furthermore, the Emerald Sea Divine Conch still has many brilliant uses, but you don't understand it at all. As if to confirm Yi Yuan's words, the Emerald Sea Divine Conch circled around Yi Yuan. It was as if it was a lively elf. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help clicking their tongues in wonder. Even a fool could also tell that the Emerald Sea Divine Conch really found its home now. Black Flood Dragon King's complexion was ashen, with indescribable despair on his face. He He did not expect that he actually lost so thoroughly. Yi Yuan said coolly, I won't offend people unless I'm offended. Originally, I only came to Thistle South Sea region due to Jing Fei's invitation. But you had impure motives. And it can't be blamed on this Yi. Finished saying, Yi Yuan formed a seal with his hands again. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch erupted with a terrifying power once more. This time, it was the final hit. Leaving behind a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven enemy was not Yi Yuan's style. Don't, big brother Yi Yuan. Right at this time, little dragon girl suddenly cried. Yi Yuan's movements suddenly turned stiff, and he looked toward Jing Fei. Little dragon girl wept as she yelled, Big brother Yi Yuan, I beg you, please don't kill my royal father. He's the best royal father in the world. When Yi Yuan heard this, his brows could not help furrowing. Although this lot S loved to play pranks, she was just not mature yet. Previously, when Black Flood Dragon King wanted to kill him, she even spoke up to stop him. It could be seen that her character was not bad. Now, Yi Yuan could not help feeling a little troubled. Chapter 2693. Returning to the Original Owner. Chapter 2693. Returning to the Original Owner. Yi Yuan was silent. Everyone looked at him with complicated expressions. Who could have thought that by making a trip to the land of dragon slumber, this measly little limitless sublime heavenly stratum could actually decide the life and death of the 7 great kings? After a moment of silence, Yi Yuan said coolly, All right, I can spare his life. But death penalty can be spared. Punishment can't be escaped. Black Flood Dragon King, cripple your own cultivation, and then I can let you off. From now on, you'll stay in this Thistle South Sea region and be an idle Dragon King. Black Flood Dragon King's expression changed, and he scolded angrily. You might as well kill me. Yi Yuan said coolly, If you're not willing, then I can only do it myself. It was only to see him recite a spell. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch activated again. Boom! Hundreds of water dragons suddenly condensed in the deep sea. Each water dragon had the cultivation of Jade Sovereign Heaven. Hundreds of Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. What kind of concept was that? Back then, when the Pill Alliance besieged the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect, they merely mobilized around 100 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. But Yi Yuan directly summoned more than 100 water dragons. Bang! 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 100 water dragons bombarded Black Flood Dragon King wildly, making everyone's expression change from watching again. The torrent just now versus these 100 water dragons was 2 different kinds of impact, but without a doubt, they were both extremely strong. Furthermore, these over 100 water dragons were not completely disorderly. Their fighting method was far stronger than those that Black Flood Dragon King and Little Dragon Girl summoned. Too strong. Completely different levels. Black Flood Dragon King could only summon several water dragons of similar strength to his when he used the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. But Yi Yuan summoned hundreds of water dragons that's even higher realm than him in one go. This is called disparity. That's right. Yi Yuan definitely has true dragon bloodline. I didn't expect that a true dragon bloodline actually appeared in my 7 great sea regions. The heavens of the 7 great sea regions are going to change. At this time, they all realized that the appearance of Yi Yuan, this true dragon, would make the 7 great sea regions arrangement undergo civ changes. If Yi Yuan had the intention to seek hegemony, he could even dominate the 7 great sea regions now and become the king of the 7 seas. Black Flood Dragon King was severely injured in the first place. Amidst the wild bombardment, he could still barely manage to hold on at the beginning. But later on, he gave up completely. After a bout of indiscriminate bombardment, Black Flood Dragon King directly became a cripple. He sank to the bottom of the sea, his aura being feeble to the extreme. Yi Yuan arrived in front of Black Flood Dragon King and said coolly, You only had yourself to blame for this. Can't blame me. Big brother Yi Yuan, must you do this? Little Dragon Girl said in tears. It was still Yi Yuan's first time seeing years in this girl's eyes. However, he still said cruelly, This is my bottom line. If he isn't crippled, then we can only fall out and become enemies. You should know, this incident wasn't started by me. Black Shark and the rest were all silent like cicadas in winter at this time. It was not that they did not want to take action, but that Yi Yuan was too powerful. The Yi Yuan who possessed the Emerald Sea Divine Conch. His might was already sufficient to overthrow the entire Thistle South Royal clan. Pray tell, who could resist these hundreds of jade, sovereign heaven water dragons? Little dragon girl wept bitterly, but she nodded her head and said, "Okay." Yi Yuan also did not expect that little dragon girl actually nodded her head at this time. He even thought that he was going to fall out and become enemies with this girl because of Black Flood Dragon King. However, even if he killed Black Flood Dragon King, he would not make things difficult for little dragon girl either. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and did not talk rubbish either, directly going up and crippling Black Flood Dragon King's cultivation. Seeing the king of the seven seas become a cripple, the expressions of each and every one of the sea race powerhouses present changed slightly. That was one of the strongest 7 people in the 7 seas. But there were also some dragon sons that had a hint of smugness that flashed across their eyes. They knew that Yi Yuan's foundation was not in the sea and that he would definitely return to the SHORE. Therefore, in the wake of Black Flood Dragon King being crippled, Thistle South Royal clan's decline already became inevitable. Thistle South Sea region was the closest to land. It could be said to be the most prosperous sea region. The other sea regions had the intention of encroaching on it long ago. It was just that due to Black Flood Dragon King's might, they did not dare to take action all along. But now, Black Flood Dragon King was already crippled. The chance came now. Uncle Black Shark, carry Royal Father, let's go back. Little Dragon Girl already stopped crying at this time and ordered Black Shark expressionlessly. He did not see much hatred in Little Dragon Girl's eyes, but he felt that Little Dragon Girl seemed to have matured at this instant. Little Dragon Girl was playful, but she was not stupid. She knew what the Thistle South Royal clan had to face now that Black Flood Dragon King was crippled. Therefore, she had to become strong. It was not calm and tranquil in the sea. The 7 great royal clans' open and covert contentions had never ceased before. In the past, there was Black Flood Dragon King suppressing the others. Hence, Little Dragon Girl could live a carefree life. But now, her brothers, her mothers, all needed her to protect them. Right at this time, a streak of flowing light flew by. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch stopped in front of her. Little Dragon Girl looked at Yi Yuan with some surprise, uncertain what it meant. When the others saw this scene, their expressions changed greatly too. Big brother Yi Yuan, the Emerald Sea Divine Conch is yours in the first place. I'm returning it to you now. With your current bloodline power, if you control the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, your strength won't be weaker than half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven. I've also left the method of controlling the Emerald Sea Divine Conch inside. With your intelligence, you should be able to learn it very quickly. Talking until here, Yi Yuan's gaze turned dark and swept across the face of the numerous powerhouses and said, "From today onward, you're the Thistle South Royal clan's new Dragon Lord." The expressions of those dragon sons concocting a scheme could not help changing drastically at this time. They looked at Yi Yuan with incomprehensible expressions, not understanding why he would do this. That was a grand missed treasure. Grand missed treasure, that was a treasure that Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses used. He actually casually gave it to Little Dragon Girl? Little Dragon Girl also looked at Yi Yuan with a look of surprise, as if she did not know him. She also did not expect that Yi Yuan actually returned the Emerald Sea Divine Conch to her. Before that, Little Dragon Girl had always believed that the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was hers. But now, she already understood, the Emerald Sea Divine Conch simply belonged to the land of Dragon Slumber. And the land of Dragon Slumber's inheritance had already been completely acquired by Yi Yuan. Therefore, the Emerald Sea Divine Conch belonged to Yi Yuan. The power that the Emerald Sea Divine Conch unleashed in Yi Yuan's hands was much greater than unleashed in her hands. Yi Yuan, possessing the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, was equivalent to suddenly advancing a major cultivation realm and could even overpower Saint's sovereign heaven powerhouses. Such a civ lucky chance he actually did not want it. It was impossible for this kind of thing to happen to anyone. But Yi Yuan did it. She shook her head hard and said, "Big brother Yi Yuan, this is yours. I can't take it." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Take it. The Emerald Sea Divine Conch belongs to the sea. It can only unleash its greatest power in the sea. Following me to land, it won't be able to even unleash half of its power. Therefore, it is better for it to follow you. Furthermore, without it, you won't be able to protect your royal father and royal mother, as well as your siblings. So, don't need to refuse me." Little Dragon Girl's eyes could not help becoming wet, nodding her head hard at Yi Yuan. Chapter 2694, Fighting the Previous Generation. Chapter 2694, Fighting the Previous Generation. It's here. Yi Yuan looked at the two islands ahead and was absorbed in thought. Between the two islands was a glimpse of the sky. That appearance was clearly being split by someone with a sword. Currently, Yi Yuan was very far away from the island, but a sword energy that made the heart palpitate was faintly coming from there. A dragon head and human body sea folk was standing next to Yi Yuan. Who could it be if not the Black Flood Dragon King? More than a year had said since the trip to the land of dragon slumber. Yi Yuan did not leave Thistle South Sea region right away, but held down the fort in the Dragon Palace for as long as a year, stabilizing the situation in Thistle South. Black Flood Dragon King hated Yi Yuan to the bones, but he had nothing to say about Yi Yuan's behavior and conduct. At present, he had already become a cripple and could only resign himself to fate. After staying for a long time, Yi Yuan's understanding of the sea race also became better. Not long ago, Yi Yuan learned from Black Shark that more than 10,000 years ago, a human powerhouse had once crossed the 7 great sea regions and set off for the south. At that time, it caused a mighty uproar in the 7 great sea regions. Actually, the 7 great sea regions back then were not like the current situation. They were under the rule of 3 Saint Sovereign Heavens. The appearance of that human powerhouse triggered a joint attack by the 3 great Saint Sovereign Heavens. As a result, 4 great Saint Sovereign Heavens unfolded a grand battle in this stretch of sea region that Yi Yuan was standing at. The human powerhouse slew the 3 great Saint Sovereign Heavens here by himself with one sword. This island was cleaved apart by the human powerhouse's one sword SLAs. Plus ever since then, the 7 great sea regions had fallen into chaos. Only all the way until later 7 great half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens rose up did the 7 great sea regions recover to their current situation. That's right, it's here. That great battle caused a great sensation in the entire 7 great sea regions. Back then, I was just a lower limitless sublime heaven and had the fortune to witness that grand battle. That human powerhouse was too strong. Mentioning that person, Black Flood Dragon King still had lingering fear in his heart now. One had to know, a human fighting with the sea race in the ocean was a great disadvantage to begin with. But that person suppressed the 3 great Saint Sovereign Heavens from beginning to end. That sort of power virtually made people despair. Yi Yuan's gaze flickered indeterminately. He thought of someone. Zhuo Bufan. Calculating from the time, it seemed to be precisely what happened after Zhuo Bufan's disappearance. There was a legend at that time that Zhuo Bufan walked toward the sea and left. It was just that people did not know whether it was real or fake story. But looking at it now, perhaps this really happened. Yi Yuan could not think of anyone who had this ability apart from Zhuo Bufan, to be able to overpower 3 great sea race, Saint Sovereign Heavens, with his power alone. Suddenly, Yi Yuan stepped forward and walked toward the island. Black Flood Dragon King's expression changed, and he said, "You can't go. That sword energy is priming with the power of Great Tao. It has stayed on this island for more than 10,000 years and still hasn't decayed too much to this date. Even us, these half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens, can't enter the center of the sword energy too. If you go, you'll die without a burial ground." Yi Yuan ignored him and continued advancing. The further he advanced, the more piercing cold the sword energy became. Swiss. H. Plus a wound was cut on Yi Yuan's face, fresh blood dripping down. However, Yi Yuan was oblivious and continued advancing, and the sword intent in his body actually involuntarily seeped out of his body, turning into a small seedling. When Black Flood Dragon King saw this scene, he could not help saying gloatingly, "Not listening to the advice of the elderly, suffering is right ahead. How can the power of a saint's sovereign heaven be what you can imagine? But it's best that you get hacked into minced meat by this sword intent." Black Flood Dragon King was conflicted about Yi Yuan currently. He hoped for Yi Yuan to go and die from the bottom of his heart. But the present Thistle South Sea region situation also indeed needed him to stabilize. In his view, Yi Yuan's action was no different from seeking death. Even if he controlled the Emerald Sea Divine, Conch, to defeat him, under this sword intent, he was still insignificant like an ant. In his sea of consciousness, Mi Tian said, "What a domineering sword energy you can't get in." Clearly, he also felt this as Stoney's. I, plussing sword intent, and woke up from his deep sleep. "I know," Yi Yuan said coolly. "You'll die like this." Mi Tian said, "I won't. I want to see until which point I can walk," Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan did not underestimate his own capability, but he was not conceited until he thought that he could compare to Zhuo Bufan currently. But regarding this legendary figure, he indeed really wanted to broaden his knowledge. Walking until here, Yi Yuan basically already confirmed that this sword intent was indeed left behind by Zhuo Bufan, because this sword intent was somewhat similar to Luo Yunqing, who Luo Yunqing admired the most and held in greatest esteem in his life was Zhuo Bufan. So he walked Zhuo Bufan's path too. It was just that Luo Yunqing's sword intent was far too lacking when compared to Zhuo Bufan. The sword energy became fiercer and fierce, and increasingly dense, virtually unavoidable. The wounds on Yi Yuan's body became more and more. He was carefully feeling the flow of the sword intent, feeling this unparalleled, domineering sword intent. Yi Yuan was greatly stirred. Zhuo Bufan was well-deserving of being an existence that could overwhelm Rain-Clear Continent. Too strong. Yi Yuan's sword intent was like a firefly compared to the bright moon in front of this sword intent. This sword intent was too pure, too sublime, too powerful. This kind of strength was an unreasonable strength. No matter how exceedingly formidable your means, I would cut it with one sword. For more than 10,000 years, the sword intent condensed and did not scatter. It could be seen how powerful this sword intent was. The further forward, the stronger the oppressive force. Sword intent was secondary, but Yi Yuan felt that as Stoney's. Plussing will from the sword intent. This was the root of Zhuo Bufan's might. However, this also aroused Yi Yuan's pride. At this moment, Yi Yuan completely entered a state of selflessness. His entire being was used to feel the sword intent. This shocking sword intent dashed around on the island, seemingly disorderly and unsystematic. But Yi Yuan was similarly proficient in sword Dao. He could feel the faintly discernible rule undulation in it. This was sword Dao. This was a world of swords. How could it possibly be disorderly and unsystematic? The 8 transformed swords fully bloomed at this moment. They unfolded a frenzied exchange with Zhuo Bufan's sword intent. But Yi Yuan's hand was gripped on the branch. The 9th transformed sword. At this moment, Yi Yuan urged his sword Dao to the extreme. He was currently in a situation as if fighting with an invisible opponent, the battle situation fierce to the extreme. Far away, Black Flood Dragon King watched until his countenance changed visibly. He completely did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually be strong to such an extent. Furthermore, the road that Yi Yuan covered currently already far exceeded ordinary Jade, Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. This place was the 7 Great Sea Regions' legendary place. Every year, there were powerhouses and geniuses that came here to challenge the sword intent. But there were very few who could survive. In these 10,000 years, Many genius powerhouses had sprung up in the sea race too. There was once a genius that had extremely high hopes of reaching Saint's sovereign heaven. When he was at peak Jade sovereign heaven, he came to challenge the sword intent here. In the end, he fell at a place that was still 10,000 feet away from the island. Stepping on the island and entering that fissure, that place was where the sword intent was at the height of its power. And currently, Yi Yuan was 15,000 feet away from the island. This result already made many Jade sovereign heavens perspire from Embark. Meant. Chapter 2695, Beyond the Sea. Chapter 2695, Beyond the Sea. Roughly 15,000 feet. That should be his limit. Black Flood Dragon King looked at Yi Yuan and said with certainty, because he saw that Yi Yuan was currently already extremely strained. He practically could not advance anymore. This place was his bottleneck. Indeed, the sword intent at 15,000 feet already reached Yi Yuan's limit. But the current Yi Yuan was oblivious. The wounds on his body gradually increased, but it was as if he could not feel it. The current Yi Yuan was extremely excited, dismantling moves on sight. It was like he was currently fighting with Zhuobu Fan. Resolving the other party's sword intent already became his joy. Even he also did not realize that he had already entered a state of sudden enlightenment. In this 1 year plus, although Yi Yuan's cultivation realm broke through to limitless, sublime, heavenly stratum, his sword Dao rule did not break through. The further behind, the more difficult it was to comprehend the power of rules. Often, when it reached the late stage, the comprehension of rules would severely lag behind cultivation realm. At that time, one's potential would also be depleted. Even wanting to break through cultivation realm a little was immensely difficult. But currently, his sword Dao rule already seemed ready to come out of his call, and was about to reach the 3rd level right away. Under the outside world's strong pressure, Yi Yuan's sword Dao rule became increasingly mellow. Boom! Suddenly, his sword Dao rule seemed to be floodwaters that broke the dam, suddenly Gus. Plussing out. Sword Dao rule, 3rd level. However, the sword Dao rule that Yi Yuan comprehended was different from Zhuobu Fan's sword Dao rule. Sword was a great Dao, all-encompassing. Zhuobu Fan's sword was unparalleled and domineering. What it pursued was the extreme of strength. His sword was pure to the extreme. It was a kind of sword that forsaken everything, pressing forward in every endeavor. If Gods blocked, kill Gods. Buddha blocks, kill Buddha. But what Yi Yuan comprehended was the profound meaning of the universe, deriving heaven and earth with the sword. One sword, one world. Zhuobu Fan's sword seemed fearsome, but it had drawbacks too. Once he encountered a truly powerful individual, his extreme strength would easily suffer a cruise. Plussing defeat. This was the so-called easy to break if overly tough. While Yi Yuan's sword Dao rule might not be so strong in terms of strength, but it won in being continuous without ceasing. It was hard to say which was stronger and which was weaker. Ingenuity in varying tactics depends on mother wit. Just like currently, the moment Yi Yuan's opening burst, it became unstoppable. The sword energy at 15,000 feet was completely unable to stop him anymore. Swuz. Plus his figure moved again, speeding toward between the 2 islands. When Black Flood Dragon King saw this scene, he was dumbfounded with shock. This guy actually comprehended it. This boy has such a shocking comprehension ability. What a powerful will. Virtually at the same time, Black Flood Dragon King and Mi Tian exclaimed with admiration. Gaining enlightenment on Dao at the moment between life and death, it was easy to talk about, but doing it was as hard as ascending to heaven. Since it was between life and death, a single misstep, and it would be the outcome of Paris. Plus Ing and Dao dissipating. Furthermore, those who were able to return from that sort of extreme state were in the minority. This kind of breakthrough method was okay once in a while. But too many attempts, and it would definitely be the outcome of death. But to Yi Yuan, it was already pretty much run-of-the-mill. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's speed soared. entering 10,000 feet very quickly. 10,000 feet. This was already the limit for Jade, Sovereign Heavens. Even a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven, like Black Flood Dragon King, could at most just advance another 3,000 feet too. Yi Yuan's step was already a result that set the world on fire. But Yi Yuan's footsteps did not stop. He was still advancing. 9,000 feet, 8,000 feet, 5,000 feet, 3,000 feet, 1,000 feet. Although the speed got slower and slower, Yi Yuan still rushed to the 1,000 feet place in the end. Black Flood Dragon King opened his mouth wide, having disbelief written all over his face. Just what kind of terrifying realm had this guy's Sword Dao rule reached? Yi Yuan's skin was long already flayed open and his flesh torn, fresh blood dripping. But he did not care at all. He continued to move towards the fissure step by step. The piercing cold sword energy was almost pulverizing him. But he stubbornly held on. 800 feet, 700 feet, 100 feet, 90 feet, 10 feet. Yi Yuan spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, almost fainting away. He was already standing at the entrance of the crack. But the sword energy inside was too terrifying. One step away, but akin to heaven and earth. Yi Yuan believed that if he dared to take another step forward, he would surely be sliced into minced meat by the countless sword energy. Boy, you're already very strong. There's a gap of 2 major cultivation realms between you. Mi Tian said. Amen, I know. Yi Yuan nodded and said, you can't advance anymore. If you go further, I can't save you too. The brat who left behind this sword scar is too strong. Mi Tian said. Amen, I know. Yi Yuan nodded his head again and said very calmly. Only when he saw Yi Yuan had the intention to retreat did Mi Tian set his mind at ease. However, the astonishment in his heart was hard to describe with words. That Saint Sovereign Heaven who left behind the sword scar absolutely had a stunning apartment, but this young man in front of him was not the slightest bit worse. It was just that these were 2 geniuses of 2 eras, but they exchanged blows here in such a manner. Even he was unable to judge who was stronger and who was weaker too. However, he did not feel that Yi Yuan lost. On the contrary, Yi Yuan brought him too many pleasant surprises today. Right then, Yi Yuan's figure retreated explosively. Very soon, he returned to the Black Flood Dragon King's side. Swallowing a heavenly pill, he said coolly, do you feel that he can reach the other side of the sea? Black Flood Dragon King was taken back and shook his head and said, he's very strong, but the 7 great sea regions are just a small plot of land. There are still countless super powerhouses ahead. There are even existences stronger than Saint Sovereign Heaven. It's impossible for him to reach the other side of the sea. No, he definitely can. The moment Black Flood Dragon King's voice fell, Yi Yuan immediately retorted. Black Flood Dragon King snickered and said, you're not a sea folk. You don't know the terrors ahead. No matter how stronger you humans are, it's also impossible to cross the ocean and reach the other SH. ORE. Yi Yuan just smiled and said, others can't, but he definitely can. Of course, I definitely can as well. Perhaps we'll be able to meet in the future. This guy left an awful mess behind for me. When I see him in the future, I'll definitely seek an explanation from him. Black Flood Dragon King had a dumbfounded face, not knowing where this guy's confidence came from. Saint Sovereign Heavens were indeed the kings of the sea, but the sea was too vast. Existences stronger than Saint Sovereign Heavens still existed. This inexplicable confidence was really Nable. However, he also discerned that Yi Yuan also wanted to tread on the wave and leave in the future and reach the other SH. Ihohu, go on. You go. Best that you die in the sea. Black Flood Dragon King said with a cold smile. He would never hide his hatred in front of Yi Yuan. He knew that hiding it was useless too. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a smile, I'll definitely go, but I have a premonition that Jingfei that lot S will leave in the future too. The 7 great sea regions are too small and can't trap her here. Yi Yuan had long discovered that Jing Fei's talent flung the 7 great sea regions people off by too much. Before encountering him, Mi Tian was already planning on designating Jing Fei to take him home. It was just that his sudden appearance made Mi Tian change his mind. It could be seen from this that Jing Fei's worst result in the future would also be reaching the realm of a true dragon. Chapter 2696. Huge Background. Chapter 2696. Huge Background. 3 years later, little dragon girl Jing Fei broke through to Jade's sovereign heaven in one stroke, shocking the 7 great sea regions. And her dragon Qi also successfully evolved to 9th segment. Coupled with the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, her strength was absolutely by no means inferior to a half-step Saint's sovereign heaven, or even stronger. On this day, Yi Yuan bid farewell and left. Big brother Yi Yuan, thank you, little dragon girl said with a complicated expression. Yi Yuan garrisoned at Thistle South Sea region for 3 years, making the 6 great royal clans not dare to act rashly without careful consideration. To Yi Yuan, it was indeed doing everything that was humanly possible to help already. After all, Black Flood Dragon King being crippled, it was him who provoked Yi Yuan first to begin with. If it were somebody else, they might have directly slaughtered the entire Thistle South Royal clan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Don't behave like a little grown-up. You're still a kid. Cultivate well. The 7 great sea regions are too small. The outside is your stage. If you feel bored, come to Heavenly South City to look for me and play." The gluttonous bug in little dragon girl's heart seemed to have been lured out all of a sudden, and she said in surprise, "Big brother Yi Yuan, is what you're saying true?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Of course it's true. Your current strength is enough to deter other royal clans. Even if you go out and play once in a while, they won't dare to make a move without careful consideration as well. Of course, if they really dare to act rashly without careful thought, I'll follow you back to destroy them." Little dragon girl was beside herself with joy and said, "Big brother Yi Yuan is the best." Yi Yuan looked at little dragon girl's appearance and nodded with a slight smile. This was how little dragon girl originally looked like. These few years had suffocated her badly. Looking at her appearance akin to being relieved of a heavy burden, Yi Yuan was rather relieved too. Returning to land, before reaching calm South City, Yi Yuan already sensed that something was not right. On the way, he had already been attacked by several waves of true spirits. Furthermore, the closer he got to calm South City, the more true spirits he encountered. Of course, these true spirits' cultivation realms were not high. They did not pose a big threat to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised. Could it be that some unforeseen event happened to this calm South City? In this region, they were mostly invaded by the sea race. There would rarely be true spirits that dared to come out and riot. Then where did these true spirits come from? With doubts in his mind, Yi Yuan could not help picking up the pace. Nearing calm South City, Yi Yuan could not help drawing a breath of cold air. Below the city walls, it was densely packed full of true spirits. The number was simply impossible to calculate. These true spirits surrounded calm South City tightly and launched attacks frenziedly. Calm South City's city protecting Gran Array was already in a precarious situation under the frenzied attacks. Yi Yuan could even see Su Yi pacing back and forth like an ant on a hot pan on top of city walls. When the world happened, calm South City is close to the sea. Why would there be so many true spirits? Logically speaking, there's only the myriad demons mountain that has so many true spirits. Could it be that these true spirits all ran out of the myriad demons mountain? Furthermore, calm South City is in such imminent danger. Why didn't Heavenly South City and the other 8 cities rush to the rescue? When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not help being full of doubts. Quickly look, there's a human there. Kill him. He's mine. You're not allowed to S-N-A-T-C-H. Kill. 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 Yi Yuan did not intentionally hide his figure. Very soon, he was discovered by the true spirits at the back. When they saw Yi Yuan, it was like seeing delicious food. Russ. H. Plussing over one after another. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort, and sword energy swept. More than 10 true spirits were instantly killed. Yi Yuan did not use much strength to deal with these small fries. Below limitless sublime, he could practically instantly kill them. For a moment, tragic wails were continuous. The commotion at the rear attracted the attention of the true spirit army very quickly. They were attacking the city with all their strength. There was no defense at the rear at all. Yi Yuan's sudden appearance completely disrupted the true spirit army's siege. And then, what happened? Green Rock was currently commanding the army to attack the city when he suddenly discovered that there was chaos at the rear, and his brows could not help furrowing together. He was this true spirit army's commander. His original body was a green-furred Green Rock beast. His strength already reached lower jade sovereign heaven. Seeing as the city protecting Grand Array was about to be breached, but then someone threw a wrench in the works halfway, it made him very angry. Straining his eyes and looking into the distance, he saw that a figure was currently pressing onward crazily. His army could not stop that person at all. There were even some limitless, sublime, heavenly stratum commanders who were killed by him in one exchange too. Humph! Ignorant fool. Just based on you alone, you want to save a city too? All generals heed my order. Give up the siege and kill that boy for me. Green Rock said with a loud roar. Roar! All true spirits got the order and immediately turned around and surrounded Yi Yuan. The sudden turn of events below the city made the expression of Su Yi, who was on top of city walls, change. What happened? MN? There are reinforcements? Why? Why is there only one person? Su Yi focused his eyes and looked, and immediately discovered clues. But very soon, he saw that there was only a single figure among the 10,000 beasts, and could not help being disappointed. But very soon, his brows furrowed together, and he muttered to himself, Amen? Why is this figure somewhat familiar? Boom! Suddenly, there was a huge earthquake. Hundreds of true spirits were directly crushed into meat paste. It turned out that Yi Yuan brought out the Heavenspan Mountain and directly suppressed them all. In such a densely packed situation, the Heavenspan Mountain was seriously too useful. Boom! There was another huge earthquake. Several hundred true spirits were directly crushed again. The current Yi Yuan directly transformed into a celestial deity, lifting up the giant mountain and directly suppressing the enemies. How could those true spirits dare to approach? This giant mountain was too scary. It was just that once they retreated, they directly collided with the true spirits that rushed up from behind. The entire army immediately became a mess. However, a large empty SPAC was immediately vacated around Yi Yuan. Su Yi's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise. It's Third Hall Master. Is he going to rush in alone? Is he crazy? When Green Rock saw the power of the Heavenspan Mountain, not only was he not surprised, he had a look of wild elation instead. Heavenly Spirit Treasure. As long as he killed Yi Yuan, this treasure would be his. But currently, inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, Mi Tian was incredibly shocked. Boy, where did you get this thing? Mi Tian's voice practically changed pitches. The shock in his heart currently could be seen. Yi Yuan had a puzzled look and said, This matter can't be explained in a few words. It was suppressed in the lower realm that I grew up in by some guy, but it was refined by me in the end. This item is merely a heavenly spirit treasure. You shouldn't be so surprised, right? Heavenly spirit treasures were indeed exceptional treasures when placed in rain-clear continent. But Yi Yuan knew that he was unable to assess Mi Tian's realm at all. Hence, Mi Tian should not have any interest in this level of treasure. But Mi Tian's reaction made Yi Yuan realize that the origin of the Heavenspan Mountain seemed to be extraordinary. Merely a heavenly spirit treasure? Ho! This object shocked the 33 heavens back then. Its power is unimaginable. This appearance now is merely a bright pearl that's covered in dust. That's all. Talk about this matter later. You'd best resolve the issue in front of you first. Mi Tian said. Yi Yuan could not help rolling his eyes, his heart itching like it was scratched by a cat. Back then, he felt that this heaven-span mountain was somewhat extraordinary, because the wordless heavenly skills cultivation method was extremely formidable. He did not expect that it really had a huge background, but it was indeed not the time to get to the bottom of things now, because Green Rock was already here. Chapter 2697. Knowledge is too shallow. Chapter 2697. Knowledge is too shallow. Boy, give the small mountain in your hand. I can spare your life. Green Rock looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly. Yi Yuan ignored him. Yi Yuan asked instead, "Where did you guys come from? Why did you besiege Calm South City?" Green Rock snorted coldly and said, "Right now, it's this commander who's talking to you. It's not your turn to come and ask me. Looks like I still have to make a move before I can get an answer." Yi Yuan shook his head slightly and said with a sigh. Green Rock's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "Reckless and blind thing. A mere lower, limitless sublime heaven also dares to be presumptuous in front of this commander. Kill for me." His subordinates, more than 10 grand completion, limitless sublime, heavenly stratum generals, received the order and attacked Yi Yuan one after another. Grand completion, limitless sublime, heavenly stratum was already a feudal king of a region in the land of heavenly south. More than 10 true spirits attacking together. The commotion was extremely shocking. Yi Yuan's expression did not change, muttering under his breath. The heaven-span mountains suddenly turned into an afterimage, SMAs. I, plussing toward one of them. Bang! It was only to hear a dull and loud bang. That true spirit spurted fresh blood wildly from his mouth, being already seriously injured. But at this time, Yi Yuan's figure was like a ghost, and actually disappeared under the siege of the others. With Yi Yuan's current strength, he could already unleash 70% to 80% of the Heavenspan Mountain's power. The weight of the power was extraordinary. The usage of the Heavenspan Mountain was just one thing: to be unreasonable. No matter how your means were exceedingly formidable, I would only smash with a mountain. Simple, crude, yet no solution. After Yi Yuan was set off, the speed of the Heavenspan Mountain was too fast. It was even faster than these grand completion, limitless sublime, heavenly stratum true spirits. Unless a Jade Sovereign Heaven took action, it was virtually a fool's talk for someone in the same rank to want to deal with Yi Yuan. Go! Before everyone had time to react, Yi Yuan's figure appeared behind the few people bizarrely and launched the Heavenspan Mountain once again. A true spirit was caught off guard and directly took a fierce blow to the back. This true spirit immediately sprawled on the ground, vomiting blood, looking like he was about to kick the bucket. When Green Rock saw this scene, his expression could not help changing wildly. Bizarre movement technique coupled with the unreasonable Heavenspan Mountain. This simply had no solution. These grand completion, limitless sublime heaven lords joined forces. Not only are they unable to deal with him, but they're also beaten by him until there's one dead and one injured. Where did this human come from? How can he be so strong? The true spirit army was all dumbfounded with amazement, being frightened by Yi Yuan's shocking strength. Those who attacked just now were all grand completion, limitless sublime, heavenly stratum true spirits. They actually could not even touch a single strand of hair of the other party. On top of city walls, he was dumbfounded too. How similarly was this seen to Yi Yuan single-handedly repelling the Thistle South army back then? However, what was different was that the Yi Yuan at that time was just putting on an empty fort strategy to scare the other party away. But now, Yi Yuan was relying on his own strength to forcefully resist the 10,000 beast army. Currently, Yi Yuan's image was the same as the savior in the eyes of calm South City's martial artists. Looking at the jubilant cheering happening on top of city walls, He frowned slightly. The real crux was that green-furred commander. He was a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. Without beating him, everything was off the table. Calm South City did not have Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses at all. If the city protecting Grand Array broke, the people would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. Therefore, he could not open the city gates and go out. That way, it would be equivalent to delivering the lives of the entire city into the hands of these true spirits. Still coming. Yi Yuan looked at Green Rock with strong provocation. Green Rock flew into a great rage. Flicking his sleeves grandly, he said, "I'll step down for this commander. This commander is going to eradicate this boy with my own hands." Only to see him extend his hand and beckon. The earth quaked. An enormous rock was actually summoned by him. Green Rock looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "This commander wants to see whether it is your giant mountain that's formidable or my giant rock roar that's powerful. Go." Green Rock was an Earth attribute true spirit to begin with. He was the most adept in Earth rule. Swaz. H. Plus that chunk of giant rock that was akin to a small mountain actually smashed over toward Yi Yuan with incredible speed. This scene was unbelievably spectacular. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, muttering spells under his breath again. The heaven-span mountain immediately turned into a small mountain. Boom! Two small mountains collided, emitting an earth-shaking rumble. The giant rock that Green Rock summoned immediately shattered into countless pieces, but the heaven-span mountain was as steady as Mount Tai. The most terrifying thing about this attack was not the giant mountain, but the strength of a Jade's sovereign heaven powerhouse. Yi Yuan felt a tremendous force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas, transmitted over. He tasted sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. When the True Spirit Army saw this scene, they immediately started howling like mountains crying out and the sea howling. "Commander is mighty. Long live the commander. Commander, tear this boy to shreds and avenge the brothers." Ignorant human. To actually dare oppose the commander, courting death. When Green Rock saw the situation, he let out a burst of wild laughter and said, Punk, know my prowess yet? Strength is the kingly way. Without strength, it's useless no matter how strong your treasure is. This treasure is just a wanton waste of G. Oh, D's good gifts in your hands. Might as well give it to me. Yi Yuan pulled back the heaven-span mountain and said disdainfully, "Is this the strength of a Jade sovereign heaven? Nothing more than this. I'm just a lower, limitless, sublime heaven, being an entire cultivation realm lower than you. You merely hurt me a little and became so proud of yourself." Actually, it was not difficult for Yi Yuan to avoid that blow earlier. But he did not dodge it. He wanted to test how strong the strength of a lower Jade sovereign heaven was. Back then, Huangfu Cloud Think struck a palm on the heaven-span mountain and failed to take his life, let alone Green Rock. The result of the test seemed to be pretty good. This bit of injury was virtually negligible to Yi Yuan. Green Rock's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, "Boy, I couldn't tell if you're shamelessly boasting. Just now was just the appetizer. Now, I'll let you taste something even more formidable." Finished saying, he sucked with his palm. An even larger boulder was sucked up by him again. Giant rock roar. Go! This time, Green Rock employed 80% of his strength. It could be seen that he had become genuinely enraged. However, this time, Yi Yuan did not seem to have the intention of using the heaven-span mountain. When Green Rock saw this scene, he sneered even more coldly and said, "Reckless and blind thing, go and die for me." However, right at this time, a cold light flashed. An incomparably sharp sword light tore across the sky and landed on the huge rock. Poochie! That enormous boulder actually broke into two and fell with a loud bang. Green Rock's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, "How is that possible?" When he looked again, there was already an additional dragon-shaped, long sword in Yi Yuan's hand, emitting a fleeting and ephemeral undulation. This kind of undulation gave Green Rock a feeling of heart palpitations. Green Rock's eyes went wide, and he said with a look of horror, "G Grand Mist Treasure. How is this possible?" Yi Yuan looked at Green Rock and said with a smile, "Not bad, to actually even be able to recognize Grand Mist Treasure. Didn't you say that no matter how strong the treasure is, it's useless too?" I can only say that's because your knowledge is too shallow. Or should I say, the treasures that you've encountered were not strong enough. That's all. Grand Miss Treasure, Dragon Spring Sword. It was naturally impossible for there to just be one Grand Miss Treasure in Mi Tion's hands. This Dragon Spring Sword was given to Yi Yuan by precisely Mi Tion. Chapter 2698. The Power of a Grand Miss Treasure. Chapter 2698. The Power of a Grand Miss Treasure. A Grand Miss Treasure, that was the treasure that even Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses dreamed of. But now, it appeared in the hands of a limitless, sublime, heavenly stratum. How could he not be shocked? But very soon, his gaze changed from shock to greed. A man's wealth was his own ruin by causing others greed. In Greenrock's eyes, a limitless, sublime, heavenly stratum holding a Grand Miss Treasure that was delivering a treasure to him. Ha ha, great. Really excellent. Boy, this commander really wants to thank you. To actually deliver to me such a treasure. Greenrock said with a loud laugh. This fleeting and ephemeral aura. Even the Sioux on top of city walls felt it too. This kind of aura could only be given off by Grand Miss Treasures. Even if he had never seen one before, he guessed it too. Seeing his expression changed, and he said, Third Hall Master is too ras. Plus taking such a treasure out. How can that green-furred commander let him off? Yi Yuan smiled and said, If you have the ability, what's the harm in taking it? Greenrock smiled coldly and said, Boy, you're also underestimating Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses too much. Today, I'll let you experience what's called a Jade Sovereign Heaven. Roar! Greenrock suddenly raised his head to the sky and roared, his entire person turning into a four-legged green-furred beast. It was precisely the Greenrock beast. Boom! It was only to see Greenrock roar. The ground directly collapsed. Yi Yuan only felt his body suddenly plummet, as if imprisoned by something. A terrifying gravity made him virtually unable to breathe. How is it, boy? This is a 1,000-fold gravitational field. Powerhouses who are similarly Jade Sovereign Heaven can't forget about escaping from my gravity cage, too. Now, I want to see what use your treasure has. Meteor Rain, arise. Amidst the loud laughter, the dust on the ground kicked up, condensing into rocks in the air. These rocks had all been transformed by the rule of Earth and were tough to the extreme. In the next instant, it was an earth-shattering blow. That boy thinks that Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses only have this bit of strength? 1,000-fold gravitational field. Even if same rank martial artists see Commander, they will avoid like the plague too. This boy can't even move. How will he still use the treasure? What moron? Commander has struck rich this time. That's a legendary Grand Miss Treasure. When the beasts saw Yi Yuan get caught in the gravity field, they already sentenced him to death. After all, no matter how strong the treasure was, if one could not use it, it was useless too. Even if you could use it, in this 1,000-fold gravitational field, every movement and action was slow to the extreme. By the time your move was released, you would long be deader than dead. Boy, your Grand Miss Treasure, this commander will accept it. Meteor Rain, fall. Greenrock made a hand gesture of pressing down. The huge boulders that covered the sky directly smashed down. That commotion felt just like the sky had fallen down. Regardless of whether or not it was the True Spirit Army or Calm South City's powerhouses, each and every one of their faces changed abruptly when they saw it. For Greenrock to be able to become the commander, his strength was indeed extraordinary. He was considered an extremely strong existence among Jade's sovereign heavens too. It was likely that he had few rivals in the same rank. When Sui saw this scene, he could not help sighing lightly. However, just as those huge boulders were about to fall to the ground, an abnormality suddenly occurred. Boom! Amidst the huge boulders, the phantom of an enormous dragon tore through the air, shattering the falling rocks to smithereens. And that giant dragon did not stop in the slightest directly Russ. Plussing out of the gravity field and flying straight for Greenrock. Roar! The sound of a dragon roar cut across the firmament. This giant dragon phantom even carried an Astonies. Plusing sword intent. This was a huge dragon condensed out of sword energy. Boom! Greenrock was caught off guard and was directly being blasted flying out. His defense was extremely strong, but currently his body was full of sword scars, akin to being sliced thousands of times. The power of this sword was too terrifying. It definitely reached the level of Jade, Sovereign Heaven. The thousand-fold gravity field collapsed on its own without being attacked. Greenrock looked at Yi Yuan with a look of horror, full of disbelief. Not only did a limitless sublime heaven break his thousand-fold gravity field, he even breached his defenses. How is this possible? Yi Yuan slowly walked out of the fallen rocks and looked at him as he said coolly, "I said before, your knowledge is too shallow. Grand mistreasures are conceived in chaos, carrying the spirit of heaven and earth with boundless power. It's not what heavenly spirit treasures can compare to at all. Moreover, this grand mistreasure is almost tailor-made for me." One had to know, Yi Yuan could rely on the Emerald Sea Divine Conch to kill a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse like the Black Flood Dragon King in the sea. On land, although unable to borrow the power of the sea, dealing with a lower Jade Sovereign Heaven was still nothing difficult. Moreover, this Dragon Spring Sword could combine his sword energy and Dragon Chi together, being ever-changing and having infinite power. This move earlier, Yi Yuan used sword energy and Dragon Chi at the same time, condensing Dragon Chi with sword energy, unleash. Plusing a formidable sword. That illusion was a dragon, but it was also sword energy. Defeating Greenrock was naturally within reason too. The true spirit army that was still shouting just now was dead silent at this time. Their commander was actually defeated. Even the thousand-fold gravity field actually could not trap this limitless, sublime, heavenly stratum. Was this guy a freak? Greenrock had a shocked expression on his face. He was frightened by Yi Yuan's words. Indeed, he knew that Grand Mistreasure was a treasure superior to heavenly spirit treasures. But he had never seen before how strong Grand Mistreasures were. A treasure like a Grand Mistreasure was virtually extinct on the entire Rainclear continent. Even those few Saint Sovereign Heavens in the Myriad Demons Mountain did not have Grand Mistreasures too. The power of that sword just now. He finally witnessed it. Of course, Yi Yuan actually released two powers of completely different natures from his body and even fused them into one. This kind of thing was simply fantastical. "Who the H.E.L.L. are you?" Greenrock said with a solemn expression. "Right now, it's me asking you. You just have to answer. Where did you all come from?" Yi Yuan said coolly. Greenrock's expression flickered indeterminately, but he still answered. "This commander came from a Myriad Demons Mountain and is under the command of Myriad Elephant King. Boy, if you know what's good for you, stop meddling in other people's business. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences of failure." Yi Yuan was shocked inwardly. This bunch of guys actually came from the Myriad Demons Mountain. If that was the case, then it would really be troublesome. There were seriously too many great demons in the Myriad Demons Mountain. It was rumored that there were even a number of Saint Sovereign Heaven level overlords. Whose H? Plus Yi Yuan waved the Dragon Spring Sword. A ray of sword light was released, SMAs. Plusing Greenrock flying again. "I said it before. I ask and then you answer. So don't talk nonsense. Keep being long-winded and I can't be bothered to ask you anymore either. I think that with so many true spirits, there will always be those who are willing to answer." Yi Yuan said coolly. Greenrock's expression changed, gritting his teeth and nodding. He could tell that Yi Yuan was not joking. "You came from Myriad Demons Mountain. Why would you attack Calm's South City? Could it be that the northern cities have all fallen?" Yi Yuan asked the thing that he was most concerned about. The great demons went all the way south and even fought to the sea already. Then the northern cities were probably in danger. The vast majority of the northern cities have already been occupied by us. Heavenly South City hasn't fallen yet, but they can't hold out for long either. This time, our 5 half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven Kings went south together. There definitely won't be a single blade of GRAS that grows in the land of heavenly south, Greenrock said in a solemn voice. Chapter 2699, Myriad Realms Mountain. Chapter 2699, Myriad Realms Mountain. 5 half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens. This was a rather shocking lineup. One had to know, in the entire land of heavenly south, there was only Meng Frostwind, this 1 half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven. With 5 great half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens joining forces, one had to say that it was a miracle for heavenly South City to not be breached up till now. The land of heavenly South and Myriad Demons Mountain have always stayed out of each other's business. Why did you all invade heavenly South? Yi Yuan said with a frown. Stayed out of each other's business? Ho! Meng Frostwind and the 5 kings entered a mystic realm together. In the end, he scammed the 5 kings at the critical juncture and SNATC had a treasure away. Now he's gone missing. Since we can't find him, then we came to destroy heavenly south. Greenrock said. Yi Yuan was also dumbfounded with shock when he heard it. It turned out that this was all a problem caused by Meng Frostwind. Speaking with which, Yi Yuan really had not met this city lord before. It turned out that he had been planning to enter the mystic realm all along. However, making the entire heavenly south become the scapegoat for the trouble that he caused, it was really too much. At present, no need to look around, and Yi Yuan also knew that the land of heavenly south would be plunged into an abyss of suffering. However, Yi Yuan guessed that what Meng Frostwind SATC had away must be a treasure that was related to stepping into Saint Sovereign Heaven. Otherwise, it was impossible for these 5 kings to be so enraged. A lucky chance to step into Saint Sovereign Heaven was too precious. Yi Yuan did not believe that Meng Frostwind did not know the consequences, but he still did anyway. This kind of character really made people despise. But right now, being any more furious was to no avail either. It was best to resolve the problem at hand. What did Meng Frostwind SNATC away? Yi Yuan asked / Greenrock was disdainful in his heart and wanted to say a few words of ridicule. But when the words reached the tip of his tongue, it was swallowed back. Grade 5 Heavenly Pill, Sacred Destiny Pill. Greenrock said. Yi Yuan was suddenly enlightened, thinking to himself that it was indeed like so. However, he was a little surprised too. He did not expect that there were actually grade 5 heavenly pills in this mystic realm. He had seen before this sacred destiny pill in Zhong Jinsho's Jade Slip. It was a kind of grade 5 heavenly pill that could increase the chances of breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. No wonder these half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens were so crazy. Half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven was half a step away from Saint Sovereign Heaven to begin with. With the help of a sacred destiny pill, their possibility of stepping into Saint Sovereign Heaven would greatly increase. Yi Yuan kept the dragon spring sword and said coolly, "Come on, lead the way." Greenrock was slightly taken aback and said, Go? Go where?" Yi Yuan said, "I want to meet the 5 kings." Greenrock was taken aback again and immediately snickered as he said, "You really want to repay Meng Frostwind's debt? Can you repay it? It's true that you're indeed formidable, but can you take out a sacred destiny pill? The 5 kings don't want anything. They just want the sacred destiny pill." Yi Yuan said coolly, "That's not what you have to worry about. Just lead the way." In such a large-scale war, the transmission array must have already been broken by the true spirit army. He would definitely encounter large groups of true spirits along the way, so Yi Yuan must have a guide. Otherwise, the number of true spirits was too many to kill. Greenrock sneered and said, "Since you want to court death, then this commander will grant your Wisconsin H. Plus." Yi Yuan did not even enter South City and just brought Greenrock and left. This journey took a month on foot. However, Yi Yuan urged his speed to the extreme and set off for heavenly South City. Greenrock followed behind and was struck dumb with amazement in his heart. He already urged his speed to the extreme, and actually could not quite keep up Yi Yuan's speed. One had to know, Yi Yuan was not making use of any treasure to make progress. He was completely relying on his own strength to march forward. He even felt that if not for Yi Yuan deliberately maintaining the distance, he would have long been shaken off. This guy was really a freak. However, along the way, Yi Yuan's heart was similarly rising and falling like waves, extremely shocked. He learned about the origin of the Heavenspan Mountain from Tian. It turned out that the Heavenspan Mountain in his hand was just a part of an ultimate treasure. Furthermore, the Heavenspan Mountain was already severely damaged. That was why it dropped to a heavenly spirit treasure. This ultimate treasure was the chaos sacred treasure that shocked the 33 heavens back then. The Myriad Realms Mountain. The meaning was the mountain that suppressed myriad realms. Its power could be used to access heaven and penetrate the earth. Above heavenly spirit treasure was Grand Mist treasure. And Grand Mist treasures were divided into a total of 5 ranks. Rank 1 was the weakest. Rank 5 was the strongest. The Dragon Spring Sword was just a Rank 1 Grand Mist treasure, while the Emerald Sea Divine Conch was a Rank 2 Grand Mist treasure. The disparity between the two was extremely large in the first place. The power of a Rank 5 Grand Mist treasure was simply unimaginable. Above Grand Mist treasure was Chaos Sacred treasure. Myriad Realms Mountain was personally forged by the Lord of Chaos that awed the 33 heavens. He traveled across all the heavens and myriad worlds, searched for countless precious materials, and forged 7 huge mountains. Each of these 7 enormous mountains was Rank 5 Grand Mist treasures. Combining together, it would be a Chaos Sacred treasure. Furthermore, it was an extremely powerful Chaos Sacred treasure. The Lord of Chaos was extremely powerful to begin with. Coupled with this Chaos Sacred treasure, he roamed the 33 heavens unhindered with few rivals. It was just that later on, no idea why, the Lord of Chaos vanished, and the whereabouts of the Myriad Realms Mountain became a mystery. Tian did not expect that one of them would actually land in Yi Yuan's hands. It was after a few twists and turns, the rank of the Heavenspan Mountain dropped again and again, becoming a heavenly spirit treasure that was less than trash. How strong the Lord of Chaos was, Yi Yuan was simply unable to imagine. To the current him, Saint Sovereign Heaven was already extremely powerful. But without a doubt, the background of the Heavenspan Mountain was huge. If I can gather the 7 giant mountains, wouldn't I be able to possess a chaos sacred treasure? Yi Yuan thought about it and was a little excited too. Oh, that's easy for you to imagine. These 7 giant mountains have probably long already scattered across the heavens and myriad realms. How much ability do you have to traverse the heavens and myriad realms? Furthermore, disregarding other things, just this mountain in your hands, who knows how much Grand Mist energy is needed to restore it to a Rank 5 Grand Mist treasure? Just based on your current bit of strength, don't even think about it. Tian gave him a blow. However, Yuan did not show signs of being discouraged and smiled instead as he said, My luck has always been very good. The two people pushed on with their journey round the clock, a normally over 1-month journey. They only used half a month and arrived. Even Greenrock, this Jade Sovereign Heaven, was dead tired too. However, luckily Yi Yuan brought Greenrock along. He encountered far too many obstacles on this journey. Looking at Heavenly South City from afar, Yi Yuan was completely dumbfounded. Outside of Heavenly South City was densely covered with a true spirit army. The numbers too many to enumerate. Compared to Heavenly South City, Calm South City was simply not worth mentioning. Terrific. These 5 guys probably moved the entire Myriad Demons mountain over, right? However, seeing that Heavenly South City was not breached yet, Yi Yuan calmed down slightly. Stop! Greenrock, aren't you attacking Calm South City? Why did you come back? Sing through the army. The two were stopped by a Jade Sovereign Heaven very soon. Greenrock had a black face as he said, Zhuqing, he's Heavenly South Pill Hall's 3rd Hall Master. He has a matter to discuss and wants to meet the 5 kings. Zhuo gave Yi Yuan a glance and could not help laughing as he said, "A limitless sublime, heavenly stratum wants to meet the five kings? Green Rock, you didn't eat the wrong medicine, right? Five great half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens joining hands and can't breach Heavenly South City too." Yi Yuan did not get angry, but asked curiously instead. Logically speaking, five great half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens plus this scale of an army, Heavenly South City protecting Grand Array, could not block for such a long time either. After all, there wasn't even a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven in Heavenly South City. Chapter 2700, Giving You Guys Good Fortune. Chapter 2700, Giving You Guys Good Fortune. Seeing Yi Yuan asked, Zhuo face could not help turning black. Clearly, he had been brooding over this too. Humph. Meng Frostwind isn't around. Capturing Heavenly South City was an easy job originally. But who knew that three half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens suddenly appeared in Heavenly South City? With their backs against the city protecting Grand Array, they fought several times with the five kings and actually managed to hold on. Zhuo said gloomily, "Three half-steps Saint Sovereign Heavens?" Yi Yuan's eyebrows shot up, and he smiled knowingly and said, "Looks like these guys didn't disappoint me. If you didn't guess wrongly, these three people should be Zhao Sun, Wu Jian, as well as Song Tianyang or Yun Baiyu as one of them." It seemed like his guidance played a role at the critical moment. The moment Zhuo heard, he smiled coldly and said, "Didn't disappoint you? Brat, who the H.E.L. I do you think you are? Saying it like these three half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens were groomed by you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Enough C.R.A.P. I want to meet the five kings. Lead the way." Zhuo face fell, and he said with a cold snort, "A mere limitless sublime heavenly stratum. What qualification do you have to meet the five kings? Greenrock, what are you doing? Why haven't you killed him yet?" Greenrock had a dark face and said nothing. He could not say that he was kidnapped over, right? Yi Yuan said coolly, "I came to give the five kings good fortune. If you delay it, you won't be able to bear the crime." The moment Zhuo heard, he was even more disdainful and said, "You give the five kings good fortune? Ha ha, what a joke. Greenrock, not making a move doesn't mean this commander won't be making a move. Go and die for me." As he said, Zhuo urged his palm to kill Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort, his figure suddenly disappearing. Boom! At the same time, there was an earthquake. A giant mountain suddenly descended, directly cruise. H.I. Plussing hundreds of true spirits to death. Originally, Yi Yuan's arrival was not conspicuous at all among this army of countless true spirits. But currently, everyone's eyes focused at one point. Zhuo expression changed. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's movement technique was so fast that even he could not keep up. Furthermore, this guy actually still had such a treasure. Yi Yuan looked at Zhuo and said coolly, "Still want to attack?" Zhuo face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "Brat, no matter how fast your movement technique is, can you charge out of the army?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "I didn't come to kill in the first place. Just now, this move was just to warn you. Of course, while you're at it, tell the five kings that someone is looking for them. Who is it to dare be insolent on this king's territory?" Sure enough, right at this time, an angry roar sounded out. A brawny man with a tiger face and a human body arrived with a howl. Zhuo said in a solemn voice, "Wild Lion King, this human said that he has an important matter and wants to meet the five kings. This lowly one didn't let him eat, so he let out his treasure and killed the children. A mere lower limitless sublime heaven. What important matter can you have to come and meet this king? Just kill and be done with it." Wild Lion King was furious and was about to attack Yi Yuan. This Wild Lion King clearly had an incomparably fiery temperament. He brimmed with imposing vigor when walking, his imposing momentum billowing to the sky. Even these true spirits were quite afraid of him. Yi Yuan was indifferent and just smiled and said, "I'm Heavenly South Pill Hall's third hall master, Yi Yuan. I came to meet the five kings to give the five kings good fortune." Of course, if you guys don't want it, you can take action and kill me right now. Wild Lion King was taken aback and said, "Give us good fortune? Ha ha, what high-sounding sentiments. This king wants to hear what kind of good fortune you want to give us." "Saint Sovereign Heaven." Yi Yuan spat out 3 words nonchalantly. It was as if these 3 words were not worth money at all. "TCH, a mere limitless, sublime, heavenly stratum. Your own cultivation is 108,000 miles away, and you keep harping on about Saint Sovereign Heaven. Really shameless boasting." At this time, another figure appeared. It was a man with a sharp mouth and a hawkish face. Although his aura was different from Wild Lion, it was almost on par. Clearly, it was another king. Yi Yuan did not retort and said with a smile, "The other 3 kings, why don't you show yourselves together?" The sharp-mouthed man and Wild Lion could not help furrowing their brows, secretly startled in their hearts. This brat was merely limitless, sublime, heavenly stratum. He could actually detect the 3 of them. If it were before, Yi Yuan naturally would not be able to detect it. But ever since cultivating the first level of divine emergence, Yi Yuan's origin divinity skyrocketed. His divine sense also became much keener. Yi Yuan's eyes glanced in 3 directions of the true spirit army respectively. The sharp-mouthed man and Wild Lion King no longer had doubts. At this time, the true spirit army automatically opened up a path. 3 powerful figures walked out. 5 half-step, Saint Sovereign Heavens, all arrived. Wild Lion King, Myriad Elephant King, Heavenly Rat King, Bright Tiger King, as well as Giant Deer King. "Brat, this king admits that you have some capability. But if you don't give a reason, this king is still going to kill you." Myriad Elephant King looked at Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice. The 3 of them had actually long arrived, but they intentionally restrained their auras. They did not expect that Yi Yuan saw through it at a glance. Yi Yuan said indifferently, "5 kings, you sent a punitive expedition against Heavenly South. It's nothing more than because Meng Frostwind S. and TC. Head away your lucky chance. But the few of you are clever people. Even if you all slaughter Heavenly South clean, Meng Frostwind won't come out either. But if he breaks through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, have you all thought about the consequences?" Yi Yuan's words caused some chances in the expressions of the 5 kings. The 5 people destroyed Meng Frostwind's foundation. Once Meng Frostwind broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, the first thing would definitely be finding them for revenge. Although there were Saint Sovereign Heavens in the Myriad Demons Mountain too, they would not act for these 5 people. In reality, it was also not calm and tranquil in the Myriad Demons Mountain. If not because of Meng Frostwind, it would be run-of-the-mill for these 5 to send punitive expeditions against each other too. As long as Meng Frostwind did not go too overboard, the Saint Sovereign Heavens in the Myriad Demons Mountain would not make a move. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and struck while the iron was hot, and said, "So, you guys attacking Heavenly South looks to be venting your anger. Actually, apart from infuriating Meng Frostwind even more, it doesn't serve any use." Heavenly Rat King smiled coldly and said, "So what? Could it be that you can really let us break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Not now, but I can in the future." "Huh, in the future, after you break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven and refine sacred destiny pills for us? Putting aside whether or not you can break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, even if you really broke through, we'd have long already become dead souls under Meng Frostwind's palm. Rather than that, better to kill to our heart's content now." Heavenly Rat King said with a sneer. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "No need to wait until Saint Sovereign Heaven. As long as I break through to Jade Sovereign Heaven, I'll be able to help you all step into Saint Sovereign Heaven." A doubtful expression immediately showed in the 5 people's eyes. Wasn't these words equivalent to drawing a biscuit to stave off hunger and looking at the sea to quench one's thirst? Bright Tiger King said with a cold snort, "Brat, do you take the few of us to be fools? Your delaying tactic is a little too mediocre. Stop talking nonsense with this boy. Kill him and continue attacking the city." The other 4 people nodded in succession and were already prepared to make a move. Yi Yuan still had a calm expression as he pointed at a little tiger behind Bright Tiger King and asked, "This is your son?" Chapter 2701, Displaying Strength. Chapter 2701, Displaying Strength. There was a little tiger behind Bright Tiger King with a tiger head. He looked really adorable. Judging from the aura, he was merely an upper, greater, sublime heaven. Yes, so what? Bright Tiger King said. Yi Yuan casually threw a heavenly pill over and said coolly, "For him to eat, just take it as a greeting gift." Bright Tiger King caught the heavenly pill, his brows furrowing slightly. This was just a grade 2 heavenly pill. However, this heavenly pill was crystal clear, pure to the extreme. He had never seen it before. This heavenly pill was precisely a true grade, greater sublime creation pill. But Bright Tiger King hesitated. He was afraid that Yi Yuan did something to it. Yi Yuan saw through his concerns and could not help smiling as he said, "If you don't dare, you can find others to test it. But let me say it first. This true grade, greater sublime creation pill, I only have one in hand. It's now or never. Opportunity seldom knocks twice. At that time, if it benefits your subordinate, don't blame me for not warning you." Yi Yuan was not lying. The greater sublime creation pill was a very precious heavenly pill too. Back then, he refined all of the heavenly medicines left in Heavenly South Pill Hall. There was only this one last one remaining. He was prepared to use it when he wanted to break through. In the end, he did not expect that he directly broke through to limitless sublime heaven outside of the land of dragon slumber. The little tiger said in a childish voice, "Royal Father, isn't it just a heavenly pill? If I really die from eating it, kill him and take revenge for me." Looking at this little tiger, Yi Yuan could not help recalling when white light was little. For a moment, he actually missed him very much. After returning to the 5 great heavenly regions, he had to make a trip back to the Heavenspan world first. With his current ability, letting Li and the others break through to heavenly stratum was already not a difficult thing. "Okay, let you try it then." Bright Tiger King seemed to have made up his mind and said. The little tiger swallowed the true grade, greater sublime creation pill in one gulp. His gaze suddenly turned intent, and his entire person's aura suddenly skyrocketed. When the 5 great half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens saw this scene, each and every one revealed shocked expressions. The medicinal effect of this heavenly pill was a little too strong, right? Just as when Huang Haoyin 2 people broke through, the little tiger's aura soared, directly reaching grand completion, greater sublime, heavenly stratum. Following that, it rushed up towards limitless sublime, heavenly stratum. This honorable nephew doesn't have the slightest intention to stop at all. Could it be that he's going to directly break through to limitless sublime, heavenly stratum? Myriad Elephant King said, in surprise. He had never seen before that a heavenly pill could have such a vigorous effect. In reality, on the entire Rainclear continent, powerhouses who knew that true great existed were extremely few. If not for the Pill Alliance's appearance, even Yi Yuan would not have been able to touch this threshold. Therefore, the 5 kings' shock could be imagined. When a little tiger's realm directly broke through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum, the 5 people were completely dumbfounded with shock. What a powerful heavenly pill to actually directly let honorable nephew break through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Wild Lion King said with shock all over his face. The 5 people looked at Yi Yuan and were collectively speechless. Bright Tiger King was concerned about his son and asked, "Shuoyan, do you feel any discomfort anywhere?" The little tiger's body, already puffed up by one size, looking like a half-grown tiger. He shook his head and said, "There's no discomfort. I feel unprecedentedly good. I even feel that the medicinal effect hasn't been used finish yet. It's just that my foundation isn't stable now and can't break through anymore. This big brother, thank you." The 5 people exchanged glances, shocked to the extreme. At this moment, they finally understood that Yi Yuan was not joking. This guy's methods were simply fantastical. Yi Yuan looked at Shuoyan and said with a smile, "Don't mention it." I already said just now this is a greeting gift. Bright Tiger took a deep breath and said to Yi Yuan, Boy, what you're giving us is this kind of heavenly pill. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Grade 4 Heavenly Imperial Pill. Precious jade heavenly sacred pill. Presumably in my hands. As long as it's successfully refined, the medicinal effect will be 100 times stronger than the sacred destiny pill. At that time, even if you guys don't want to break through, it probably won't do either. 100 times. Wild Lion King drew a breath of cold air, feeling his head become somewhat dazed. Sacred Destiny Pill, that was a grade 5 heavenly pill. A grade 4 heavenly pill actually had 100 times stronger medicinal effect than a grade 5 heavenly pill. This was simply unimaginable. Sacred Destiny Pill was only able to increase the probability of breaking through to Saint's Sovereign Heaven. But even a half-step Saint's Sovereign Heaven had the possibility of failure too. Jade Sovereign Heaven to Saint's Sovereign Heaven, this step was far too difficult. Otherwise, why were there only so scanty few who could break through to this realm out of the rain-clear continent's millions upon millions of life forms? But from Yi Yuan's mouth, Saint's Sovereign Heaven became like cabbages? Humph! Brat, do you really think that us true spirits don't know alchemy and is easy to hoodwink? At this time, Heavenly Rat King suddenly said, The higher the level of Heavenly Imperial Pill, the greater the difficulty of refining. Grade 4 Heavenly Imperial Pills and Grade 2 Heavenly Imperial Pills, the difficulty can't be mentioned in the same breath at all. In fact, it's even harder than Grade 5 Heavenly Pills. You want to make us withdraw the troops by using an empty promise now? Heavenly Rat King's words made the four people's expressions change. They secretly thought what a close shave, almost fell for it. Indeed, that scene earlier was too shocking. Got to admit, what Heavenly Rat King said made a lot of sense. The higher the rank of a heavenly pill, the more difficult it was to refine the heavenly imperial pills. In the entire land of Heavenly South, only Zhao Sun and Wu Jian were able to refine heavenly imperial pills. Furthermore, what they refined was heavenly imperial pills of the worst quality. Wanting to refine grade 4 heavenly imperial pills to the level of true grade, that difficulty was simply unimaginable. The five people all looked at Yi Yuan, their expressions being unfriendly. Yi Yuan smiled and suddenly said in a loud voice, "Two Hall Masters, I'm Yi Yuan. I'm currently negotiating with the 5 kings right now. The two of you please come down and chat." This voice spread extremely far. The expressions of Zhao Sun and Wu Jian, who were waiting in full battle array on top of city walls, changed drastically when they heard that. Zhao Sun suddenly stood up and said to Wu Jian, "It's really Yi Yuan." He came back. Wu Jian was wildly ecstatic as he said, "That giant mountain just now should have been released by him." He said that he's currently negotiating with the 5 great half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens. There wouldn't be a trick, right? Zhao Sun's expression changed, but he quickly shook his head and said, "There won't." He did not stint to risk his life for a Huang Haoyan back then and face the entire sea army. If he was captured, even if they killed him, he wouldn't say such a thing either. Wu Jian fell into thought as well and nodded slightly. At this time, Song Tianyang also said, "I agree with Head Hall Master's idea." Yi Yuan, suddenly speaking up, "He might need our help." Moreover, it was all thanks to his credit that the 3 of us were able to break through to half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven. If not for him, Heavenly South City would have long perished. Zhao Sun nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go down with Song Tianyang. Jian, you guard the city, just in case." Wu Jian nodded and said, "Yes." Over there, the few people did not know what medicine Yi Yuan was selling as gourd. Heavenly Rat King said in a solemn voice, "Boy, you dare to play tricks, this king will kill you now." Yi Yuan smiled and said, 5 kings, relax a little. If I'm really playing any tricks, I also wouldn't have called them out. Isn't this sending the sheep into the tiger's mouth? Don't you guys agree?" The few people exchanged glances, thinking to themselves that it was true. Zhao Sun saw Yi Yuan and was immediately overjoyed and said, "Fine lad, you're back. This time, if not for your guidance, it would also have been impossible for this Hall Master to break through to half-step Saint's sovereign heaven, and heavenly South City would have long been destroyed. Song Tianyang even gave a bow to Yi Yuan and said, Song Tianyang thanks Third Hall Master for your guidance. The expressions of the five kings changed, nearly biting their own tongues. Chapter 2702, Trapped in Myriad Demons Mountain. Chapter 2702, Trapped in Myriad Demons Mountain. Limitless, sublime, heavenly stratum giving guidance to Jade, sovereign heaven. Then 3 half-step Saint sovereign heavens broke through all of a sudden. The reason they could not take down heavenly South City all along, the main culprit was actually this guy in front of them. What was this freaking logic? This limitless, sublime, heavenly stratum was a little too monstrous, right? Yi Yuan originally still wanted to explain things. He did not expect Zhao Sun and Song Tianyang played along very well, directly explaining it to everyone for him. He came from outside. It was naturally impossible to have colluded with the people in the city. Zhao Sun and Song Tianyang's behavior was sufficient to show it. He could guide peak grade 4 heavenly alchemists to reach this step. Refining grade 4 heavenly imperial pills would naturally be a cinch. Looks like there's no need to explain anything with regards to my ability anymore. If you guys still have any concerns, you can say it, Yi Yuan said coolly. Zhao Sun, 2 people had confused faces, completely not knowing what was going on. But it seemed like the 2 of their behaviors earlier had a great impact on these 5 kings. Furthermore, it looked like Yi Yuan already dealt with these 5. But beyond the joy, the 2 people were incomparably shocked. Sure enough, when this boy took action, there was nothing that could not be done. Myriad Elephant King said, You said it just now too. The first thing that Meng Frostwind will do after leaving seclusion will be finding us to settle scores. He already obtained the sacred destiny pill and might break through at any time. Even if you don't need to reach Saint's sovereign heaven, how can Jade's sovereign heaven be achieved overnight? Don't forget, you're just lower limitless sublime heaven. Yi Yuan smiled and said, May I ask Myriad Elephant King, if you obtain the sacred destiny pill, how long would you need to break through to Saint's sovereign heaven? Myriad Elephant King thought about it and said that sacred destiny pill was only 3rd grade. If it was this king, it will take as little as 30 years to as long as 100 years, and I'll definitely be able to break through. Actually, this was already him gilding gold onto his own face. Even if there was the sacred destiny pill, it was also an unknown whether or not they could break through to Saint's sovereign heaven. After all, the medicinal effects of a 3rd grade sacred destiny pill were hard to say. Of course, with their half-step Saint's sovereign heaven realm, the chances of wanting to break through were still very high. However, although breaking through a major realm was just a matter of a few hours, the time required to prepare for these few hours was extremely long. Yi Yuan naturally would not expose it, and asked Zhao Sun, Head Hall Master, how long did I use to break through from middle greater sublime heavenly stratum until my current realm? Zhao Sun smiled and said, 4 years. He also did not expect that Yi Yuan left for a short 3 years, and actually already broke through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum. This kind of cultivation speed could be rated as terrifying. But thinking about it, it was normal too. Yi Yuan could refine true grade heavenly pills himself. Cultivation was actually not complicated for him. But these words were by no means trivial when they reached the ears of the 5 kings. 4 years. What a joke. Do you think that breaking through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum is like playing house? Wild Lion King said with disbelief written all over his face. Yi Yuan said coolly, If I didn't care about cultivation realm not being stable with my means, I have the confidence to break through to Jade's sovereign heaven within 5 years. How long do you think I need to break through to Jade's sovereign heaven if I use that kind of heavenly pills to cultivate? As he said, Yi Yuan pointed at Shuoyan, but the expressions of the 5 kings changed, already somewhat believing it. The medicinal effect of that heavenly pill just now was seriously a little too terrifying. In less than a few hours, an upper greater sublime heavenly stratum became a lower limitless sublime heaven. One had to know, Even if they had the help of the sacred destiny pill, breaking through to Saint's sovereign heaven would also require as long as several decades. The disparity could not be measured with distance. Moreover, the heavenly medicines that the precious jade heavenly sacred pill require aren't easy to find. I reckon that you guys would probably need several decades just to gather the heavenly medicines. This period of time that I'm cultivating, you all will probably be running all over for heavenly medicines. Of course, if you can gather 5 sets of heavenly medicines, I can guarantee that all 5 of you will break through to Saint's sovereign heaven. Yi Yuan said it casually. Is this true? Well, the 5 people heard that. They said in unison. Precious Jade Heavenly Sacred Pill was a grade 4 Heavenly Imperial Pill recorded in Zhong Jincho's jade slips. Yi Yuan was still quite confident in its medicinal effect. Forget about true grade. Even if it was 9th grade, it should also be sufficient to let these few people break through to Saint's sovereign heaven. However, such a powerful heavenly pill, the heavenly medicines required would naturally be extremely precious too. The myriad Demons Mountain had a vast territory and abundant resources. There was hope of gathering a few sets. It was just that whether or not they could gather 5 sets would depend on their own good fortune. I'm willing to swear in the name of Heavenly Tao. However, if you guys can't gather the heavenly medicines, then it can't be blamed on me, Yi Yuan said coolly. All right, this king promises you. But this king has a condition. Heavenly Rat King said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Please speak. Heavenly Rat King said, Before refining the precious jade heavenly sacred pill, you must stay on the myriad demons mountain as a hostage and not take a single step out. If you dare leave, the 5 of us will join forces to eradicate Heavenly South again. Clearly, Heavenly Rat King was very cautious. Even if Yi Yuan swore in the name of Heavenly Tao, he could not trust him either, and his way of doing things also got the acquiescence of the other 4. No way. The moment these words came out, the expressions of Zhao Sun, 2 people changed, immediately rejecting it. Yi Yuan said coolly, Okay, I promise you. Yi Yuan. Zhao Sun, 2 people looked at Yi Yuan and said with guilt in their hearts, This awful mess was caused by Meng Frostwind. But now, Yi Yuan had to shoulder it. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said with a smile, I'm also very curious about the Myriad Demons Mountain. There's no harm in making a trip there. If you guys have anything that you don't understand in cultivation, you can come to Myriad Demons Mountain to find me. At this time, Shuoyan suddenly said, Big brother Yi Yuan, don't worry. With me around, no one in the Myriad Demons Mountain will dare bully you. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, All right, then I'll stick with you in the future. Countless true spirits retreated like the tide, leaving behind a mess and corpses all over the field. But this was already the best outcome. Looking at the true spirit army's distant back view, Zhao Sun could not help sighing slightly as he said, Sigh. Yi Yuan is really a righteous person. If not for him, Heavenly South will probably not have a blade of GRA's surviving. Wu Jian said bitterly. Meng Frost win this brute. He actually used the entire Heavenly South as a chip to let himself break through to Saint's sovereign heaven. I really hope that that sacred destiny pill is useless and he can't break through. Zhao Sun's eyes turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, If he fails to break through, it will probably be difficult to find him again in this life. Better that he breaks through to Saint's sovereign heaven and then come back. At that time, we'll be able to take revenge. Song Tanyang let out a sigh and said, The strong feasts on the myriad demons mountain and the weak are prey. There are countless powerhouses. I also don't know whether or not Yi Yuan can return safe and sound this time. The weak were prey, and the strong feasted on myriad demons mountain. Even these half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven Kings were replaced by new ones very quickly too. A careless misstep, and they would be replaced by others. It was also precisely because of this that there were a lot of powerhouses in the myriad demons mountain. These 5 kings were merely just a drop in the ocean. If everything went well, these 5 kings naturally would not do anything to him. But if war broke out, the result would be hard to say. Hearing Song Tianyang's words, everyone's brows furrowed even tighter. Chapter 2703. Two tigers cannot share one mountain. Chapter 2703. Two tigers cannot share one mountain. The five great half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens returned to their territories and immediately dispatched troops to search for the precious jade heavenly sacred pills, heavenly medicines. Because the heavenly medicines on the list that Yi Yuan gave them were indeed extremely rare. Even in this myriad demons mountain, they were rare too. Furthermore, the collection of many of the heavenly medicines even needed them to attend to personally. Although their territories were large, it was a drop in the ocean compared to the entire myriad demons mountain. Some heavenly medicines needed to go to the territories of other kings. They had to take action personally. In fact, some half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven great battles would surely ignite in order to heavenly medicines. However, Yi Yuan did not pay attention to these. His top priority was to cultivate. Actually, 30 years' time in itself was extremely pressuring to Yi Yuan. Saying it so calmly previously was merely just a stopgap measure. Because in these 30 years, not only did Yi Yuan have to break through to Jade Sovereign Heaven in cultivation, he even had to reach grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist in alchemy. 30 years' time was too short. Although Yi Yuan's foundation was solid, he needed to systematically research and cultivate grade 3 heavenly pills too. With his current strength, he still could not refine grade 3 heavenly pills of true grade. So his first request, after coming to Myriad Demons Mountain, was to have the 5 kings supply him with grade 3 heavenly medicines without restrictions. Under Shuoyan's forceful request, Yi Yuan went to Bright Tiger King's territory. Shuoyan led Yi Yuan to walk around and said proudly, "Among the 5 kings, my royal father is the strongest. So his territory is also the largest. Big brother Yi Yuan, what do you think? It's pretty good, right?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Indeed pretty good. Along the way, the spiritual energy here is the most abundant and the vegetation is also the richest. I've already seen many precious heavenly medicines after walking one round." Myriad Demons Mountain was a Ma's Civ treasure vault. There were countless precious heavenly medicines on it. Some heavenly medicines were even long extinct in the 5 great heavenly regions already, but survived here. Yi Yuan saw many precious grade 1 and 2 heavenly medicines along the way. There were even some grade 3 heavenly medicines. Shuoyan said smugly, "That's of course. But big brother Yi Yuan, you're really capable. The effects of the heavenly pill that you refined are too strong. If I didn't deliberately suppress it, I feel like I can even break through to middle limitless sublime immediately." One heavenly pill made Shuoyan regard Yi Yuan as a celestial. He was currently already prostrating on all fours in admiration toward Yi Yuan. At the same time, Yi Yuan also had a rather good perception of this little brother. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I can tell that your cultivation is very solid. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to break through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum." The effect of heavenly pills varied from person to person too. If it was someone with a shallow foundation, even if they ate a true grade heavenly pill, the effects would be greatly discounted too. Not everyone could break through from upper greater sublime heaven to limitless sublime heavenly stratum after eating a true grade heavenly pill. Yi Yuan also precisely saw through that Shuoyan's foundation as solid. This was why he would let him take it. Otherwise, how could it suppress the 5 kings? "Yo, my good brother, you're back from the expedition with Royal Father? Amen? You broke through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum?" 2 figures suddenly came out of the dense woods. When one of the young men saw Shuoyan, he could not help getting a shock. When Shuoyan saw the arrivals, he was a little embarrassed. Said with a nod, "Yeah, third brother Hufeng. When I went on the expedition with Royal Father this time, I met big brother Yi Yuan. His means are exceedingly formidable and used one heavenly pill to increase my realm to limitless sublime heavenly stratum." When the person behind Hufeng heard it, His face was greatly surprised too. A heavenly pill increased a major cultivation realm. This was too terrifying. But when Yi Yuan heard it, he was speechless. When Huffing appeared, he was dripping with sarcasm when he was talking. It did not look like close brothers greeting each other. But Shuoyan was clearly simple-minded and did not know to hide things, directly selling him out. Huffing's gaze, when looking towards him, already became unkind. "You're talking about this human?" Huffing pointed at Yi Yuan and said. Shuoyan nodded and said, "Yeah, he's Royal Father's distinguished guest. He's great. Get to know each other, third brother." But Huffing's expression suddenly turned dark, and he said with a cold snort, "What bulls? I plus T distinguished guest. How can a human be on our bright tiger territory? Go and die for me." Huffing gave a roar and directly smashed a fist towards Yi Yuan, the speed swift to the extreme. Shuoyan was frozen there, at a loss on what to do. He did not know why the third brother Huffing, who was normally very good-tempered, suddenly became so irritable. This punch of Huffing's did not hold back at all. It was going to send him to his doom. But midway, he suddenly gave fled groan, and instantly collapsed on the ground. The expression of the powerhouse who appeared together with Huffing changed, and he cried out in surprise, "Origin Divinity Attack! Courting death!" Only to see his figure move, the aura of Jade, sovereign heaven, suddenly bursting out. Only then did Shuoyan react and say in great alarm, "Muzhin, you really dare to attack Big Brother Yi Yuan? He's Royal Father's distinguished guest." As he said, he was actually planning on blocking in front of Yi Yuan. Muzhin smiled coldly and said, "Human, you shouldn't have appeared in bright tiger territory. Huffing wants to kill him, so this commander naturally has to make a move. Move aside." Finished saying, he flicked his sleeves, and Shuoyan was actually sent flying out involuntarily. Yi Yuan looked at Muzhin, his gaze turning cold. This myriad demons mountain was indeed famed for being where the weak were prey to the strong. Killing people did not need a reason at all in this place. Whose? Plus Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, directly taking out the dragon's spring sword. The sound of a dragon roar rose to the sky, flying straight for Muzhin. Muzhin was just about to kill Yi Yuan, so how could he be on guard against such an Astonis? Plussing strike, caught by surprise, only to see his blood spurt wildly, directly being slammed flying. He was already heavily injured. He looked at Yi Yuan with an astonished face and said in disbelief, "Gee, Grand Miss Treasure?" While at this time, Huffing also recovered a little from the dizziness. Hearing this name, his entire body could not help trembling. Yi Yuan looked at the two and said coolly, "Shuoyan will be plus L'd by me in the future. If you guys dare to bully him, be careful that I make you the first target of attack." Scram! The two people's expressions changed, being aware that they were not Yi Yuan's match. They helped each other leave. Yi Yuan did not deal a killing blow to Huffing either. His bloodline was powerful and was of the same lineage as Bright Tiger King. He was clearly a biological brother of Shuoyan. After the two people left, Shuoyan had a look of puzzlement as he said, "Why did third brother Huffing seem like he became a different person today?" Yi Yuan looked at him and could not help laughing as he said, "Have you heard before the saying that two tigers cannot share one mountain? Two tigers cannot share one mountain." Shuoyan had a blank look. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "In the past, you were just an obedient child with meager strength. Hence, no one will care about you. But now you broke through to lower limitless, sublime heaven in one go. Hence, he felt threatened. Understood?" Shuoyan nodded his head like he did not fully understand. Yi Yuan was also speechless when he saw the situation. This boy was even more innocent than Jingfei that S. Yi Yuan rubbed his tiger head and said smilingly, "In short, you guys won't be able to be brothers properly in the future anymore. Since you've already grown up, there will likely only be killing left between you all. All right, let's call it a day. I'll go into close seclusion for a few days first. You come over to my place after a while, and then I'll help you consolidate your foundation and nurture your essence. I'll let you break through to middle limitless sublime heaven as soon as possible. Chapter 2704. 10 Tigers Seizing the Throne. Chapter 2704. 10 Tigers Seizing the Throne. In a secret mountain cave, 9 fierce tigers were gathered together, each and every one with a ferocious appearance. Old 3. What's the meaning of calling us here? Where's Old 16? The one talking was Bright Tiger King's 5th son, Shaba. Bright Tiger King had a total of 16 sons. 6 sons is set away early. There were still 10 alive presently. Old 3, Huffung, was the oldest. Old 16, Shuoyan, was the youngest. Normally, the other 9 people were rather amicable toward Shuoyan, but the 9 fought among themselves, because only one of them could survive in the end. The law of the jungle was extremely cruel. The 10 sons of Bright Tiger King were not as carefree as those second-generation young masters of the human territories. From the moment they reached adulthood, they would have to experience constant killing. The moment someone among these 10 sons ascends to the throne in the future, the others would all have to die. Of course, many of them would never survive until then. Survival of the fittest. Those who were weak could only be eliminated. Yifeng had a gloomy expression on his face, and he said in a cold voice, "Calling you all over this time is for Old 16's matter. You all were in your own territories and probably still don't know yet, right? Old 16, he has already broken through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum. Old 3rd, are you joking? I met Old 16 half a year ago. That tiger boy was merely upper greater sublime heaven. He broke through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum in a short half a year." Shaba said with a scoff, I say, 3rd brother, you got us to come over in a haste, saying that something big has happened. After a long time it was for this? What's the deal with this? Even if Old 16 really broke through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum, there's also no big deal, right? Old 8 said with an unhappy expression. Among the 10 brothers, Huffung was not the strongest. The strongest was Old 5th Shaba. The 10 of them brothers fought outside all year round, constantly excavating their potential. And Shaba caught up from behind, his strength Serpa. Sing Huffing instead. Old 8's strength was about the same as Huffing's. Therefore, he did not hold him in much awe and veneration. Huffing snorted coldly and said, "What the H-E-L? I do you all know. I was summoned by Royal Father this time to search for heavenly medicines. That's how I coincidentally met Old 16. Do you all know how he broke through?" Seeing Huffing's serious appearance, Shaba's brows also furrowed together tightly. Although Old 3rd's talent was a little lousy for him to be able to live until now, he was not some fool. Something that could make him take so seriously, there might really be something major. "Stop leaving us hanging. Say it," Shaba said. Huffing recounted the matter of Shuoyan swallowing a true grade heavenly pill, making the 8 people present all draw a breath of cold air. "I've already inquired. That human is an extremely powerful heavenly alchemist. He came to Myriad Demon's Mountain as a hostage. It's actually in order to refine a grade 4 heavenly imperial pill for Royal Father they all, so as to let the 5 of them break through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Of course, Royal Father breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven is a great thing. But what's Nabal is that human heavenly alchemist relations. H-I plus P with Old 16 isn't ordinary. With his heaven-defying means, if he's determined to help Old 16, what business has it got to do with us still? Do you all feel that this is a small matter?" Huffing said with a cold snort. "Old 3rd, are you joking? According to what I know, it's impossible for human heavenly alchemists to be so formidable, right?" Shaba said with a frown. Huffing smiled coldly and said, "I didn't believe it at first either. So I especially want to find Uncle. When that human gave Old 16 the heavenly pill to eat, he was there. The 5 kings watched Old 16 break through with their own eyes. Can this still be fake?" The other 7 people all drew a cold breath and stopped taunting Huffing. The expressions on their faces were different, but clearly, They started to become apprehensive of Shuoyan. Or should they say, started becoming apprehensive of that mysterious human heavenly alchemist behind Shuoyan. After a long silence, Shaba suddenly said, "Old Third, what do you think?" Hufeng chuckled and said, "Calling you all is to discuss countermeasures. Old Fifth, you're normally the one with the most schemes. You give a plan?" Shaba's face turned black, but he did not refute anything and said coolly, "Since Old 16 is already an adult, then he also has to take part in the hunt this year, right?" Hufeng raised his brows and said, "You're saying," Shaba said coolly, "encountering some accident when hunting is also something that can be forgiven. After all, there will be people breaking through to Jade's sovereign heaven at any time in this myriad demons mountain. If Old 16 dies at the hands of a Jade sovereign heaven, I believe Royal Father won't say anything either." But Yifeng shook his head and said, "One Jade sovereign heaven isn't enough." Shaba frowned and said, "You can't bring Jade sovereign heaven powerhouses by your side when hunting. Could it be that a Jade sovereign heaven can't take care of Old 16? Hufeng said, "I'm worried that human heavenly alchemist takes action. I exchanged blows with him that day. He has a grand mist treasure in his hands." Moshi was defeated at his hands too. "What? Grand mist treasure?" Moshi was actually defeated too. Everyone said in shock. They did not take a heavenly alchemist seriously yet. After all, no matter how incredible you were at refining pills, there would be no threat after you became a dead person too. But a heavenly alchemist that rivaled Jade, Sovereign Heaven, was completely different. This was equivalent to saying that Old 16 had an extremely powerful backer. Hufeng nodded and said, "This human is unfathomable. If we're not taking action, then forget it. But since we're taking action, we absolutely can't give him any chance." Shaba finally understood why Old Third brought them all here. He could not deal with this alone at all. Now that it came to this, everyone should stop hiding. I know that you all have some trump cards in your hands. Show them all this time. I raised a strong contingent in Heaven Joy Mountain. Their leader is the 8-spotted leopard that I subdued more than 100 years ago. He's already middle Jade, Sovereign Heaven strength." Shaba said. Hufeng nodded his head with a slight smile as he said, "I subdued a purple light battle wolf 200 years ago. He's also middle Jade, Sovereign Heaven now." The 9 of them had been scheming for a very long time. They naturally had some trump cards. They had never told anyone about these trump cards. But this time, they took it all out for Yi Yuan. The other 7 each raised a true spirit army. The weakest leader was also at the realm of Lower Jade, Sovereign Heaven. Although they were only limitless, sublime, heavenly Tiger King, Bright Tiger King's awe-inspiring reputation was still very resounding in the myriad demons mountain. Some Jade Sovereign Heavens secretly cast their lots with these Tiger Sons, which was naturally no big deal. If they gambled correctly, they would render merits with the king in the future. The 9 people agreed that they would send out these 9 armies, agreeing to kill Shuoyan. If Yi Yuan did not go, that was naturally for the best. As long as Yi Yuan did not help Old 16, he would not have any conflicts of interest with them either. But if Yi Yuan made a move, they would also dispose of Yi Yuan together. Even if it made Bright Tiger King lose the opportunity to break through to Saint's Sovereign Heaven, because of this, they would not hesitate either. Chapter 2705, Besieged on All Sides. Chapter 2705, Besieged on All Sides. Big Brother Yi Yuan, I came to say goodbye to you. Shuoyan had an eager look as he said to Yi Yuan. In a short 1 year, Shuoyan already broke through to middle limitless sublime heaven under Yi Yuan's help. The hunt was near at hand. Shuoyan came to bid farewell to Yi Yuan. The so-called hunt was actually opening up land and occupying even more territory. And this required fierce killing to achieve. Yi Yuan was rather surprised and asked curiously, "Where are you going?" Shuoyan explained, but Yi Yuan's brows furrowed together and said, "You mean there are no Jade Sovereign Heaven Guards?" Shuoyan smiled and said, "Royal Father is tempering us. If we bring Jade Sovereign Heavens, what meaning of tempering is there still?" Yi Yuan frowned and said, Have you met your elder brothers during this 1 year? What reaction did they have toward your vast improvement in strength? Speaking of this, Shuoyan smiled and said, Of course I met them. Speaking of which, it was coincidental too. They are all in their own territories. In the past, it's hard for me to meet 2 or 3 elder brothers in a year. This year, I actually met all of them. Furthermore, they are all very happy about my vast improvement in strength and even encouraged me to work hard and not to disgrace Royal Father's face. Looking at Shuoyan's appearance, Yi Yuan knew that he did not take his words to heart. Although his strength already reached middle limitless sublime heaven, his mind was actually not old. Shuoyan's age was roughly the same as Jingfei. His mind was still immature. He even thought that his brothers were all kind and loved each other. The more his older brothers appeared to not care, the more it meant that they cared. Furthermore, Shuoyan met 9 older brothers all of a sudden. This was a very strange thing in itself. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, It just so happens that I'm going out to find a few heavenly medicines. I'll go together with you then. But when Shuoyan heard that, he hesitated and said, Big brother Yi Yuan, you're too powerful. I'm merely dealing with an upper limitless sublime heaven's territory on this expedition. If you want to go, sure, but you can't take action. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Don't you worry. I won't hinder your trial. I'm just going to look for heavenly medicines. I won't care about other things. Shuoyan was overjoyed and said, All right then, with big brother Yi Yuan accompanying me, Shuoyan won't be too bored either. Bright Tiger King did not stop Yi Yuan's request. The place that Shuoyan was going to attack was merely an upper, limitless, sublime heaven's territory. It was not considered dangerous. Yi Yuan was restricted by the vow. It was also impossible to run out of sight, so he felt very relieved. Bright Tiger King also knew that Yi Yuan had a good impression of Shuoyan. In reality, Shuoyan was also his favorite among his 10 sons. In terms of talent, in terms of bloodline, the other 9 sons were not as good as Shuoyan. Let alone that he already left people far behind in the dust under Yi Yuan's divine aid. Letting Yi Yuan and Shuoyan get closer to each other was pretty good too. Without words along the way, Shuoyan led a large group of true spirit army and killed their way to 3 Saint Ridge in a mighty contingent. The so-called 3 Saint Ridge was actually 3 blackthorn boars gilding gold onto their faces. Myriad Demons Mountains fighting did not have much strategy to talk about. I came openly to S.N.A.T.C. your territory. When Boss Hei Fong saw the childish-looking Shuoyan, he could not help laughing as he said, You little kitty, hair isn't even fully grown yet, and you actually dare to come to our 3 Saint Ridge? The moment these words came out, 3 Saint Ridge side burst into laughter. Although Shuoyan had grown quite a bit, his childishness had yet to shed. He did indeed look like an adolescent cat. When Shuoyan heard that, he said in a great rage, 3 black pigs dare to be insolent too. Little ones, kill for me. Hei Fong laughed loudly and said, Kitty, I know that you're formidable, but your opponent today isn't me, Hei Fong. As he said, he whistled. Rumble. Groups of true spirits rushed out of the forest. The army that Shuoyan brought fell into heavy encirclement almost instantly. All around, they were surrounded until not even water could seep through. When Shuoyan saw the situation, his expression could not help changing greatly. Chunha Mountain's Black Scorpion, Purple Cloud Mountain's Purple Dawn Beast, and Upper Ridge's Golden Fur Hound. Why did they all come? Shuoyan said in astonishment. Each of these true spirits was an overlord of a region. Some had even reached grand completion, limitless sublime, heavenly stratum already. The army that Shuoyan brought fell into a death trap at once. Oh, little b, A-S-T, A-R-D, there's also the 2 of us. 2 figures flew over the hill. When Shuoyan saw them, he revealed an even more horrified expression. Golden Eagle Dual Fiends. Why are you guys here too? Shuoyan said in terror. These Golden Eagle Dual Fiends were twin brothers. Their strengths were both Jade Sovereign Heaven. Their appearance practically sentenced Shuoyan to death. By the side, Yi Yuan said very calmly, Still don't understand? Your whereabouts have already been leaked by someone. Shuoyan looked towards Yi Yuan in surprise and shook his head and said, "This is impossible. Those who know about the hunt's whereabouts are all royal father's confidants. It's absolutely impossible to divulge my whereabouts." Yi Yuan rubbed his head and said with a smile, "Little guy, this world isn't as simple as you think. Maybe they won't betray your royal father, but there isn't any psychological burden in betraying you." Shuoyan was taken aback and said, "Why?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Because you blocked other people's way." Still remember what I said before? 2 tigers cannot share 1 mountain, let alone that there are 10 sons under your royal father. Shuoyan was akin to being struck by lightning, disbelief written all over his face. But he was not a fool. Everything before his eyes could only mean that 3 Saint Ridge was long prepared. This place was another half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven's territory. As long as they prepared in advance, they could naturally transfer powerhouses over. Let alone that the one who came this time was Bright Tiger King's youngest son? Amen? Why is there a human? What you said is right. Someone did indeed inform us about it. Being able to kill Bright Tiger King's youngest son this time, the 2 of us brothers will have rendered great contributions. Golden Eagle Dual Fiends said with a loud laugh. Shuoyan still did not quite believe it previously, but now it was not up to him to not believe it anymore. At this moment, he finally understood that he was too pure. He suddenly turned towards Yi Yuan and said emotionally, "So, big brother Yi Yuan, you didn't come together with me to search for whatever heavenly medicines at all? You're doing it in order to protect me?" At this time, the gratitude in Shuoyan's heart could not be described using words. Very clearly, Yi Yuan had long antic. 1p. Aided the danger this time, but he was willing to take the risk and accompany him. He really could not repay this kindness. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "If I don't let you see it with your own eyes, you probably won't believe it." Haha, a mere lower limitless sublime heaven. His cultivation is not even as good as yours. Can he protect you? A lowly human, really reckless and blind. Golden Eagle Dual Fiends said with a loud laugh. Shuoyan prostrated toward Yi Yuan and shed tears as he said, "Big brother Yi Yuan, from now on, I, Shuoyan, only have one big brother, that's you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "All right, leave those 2 golden eagles to me. There's no problem leaving the others to you, right?" Shuoyan nodded his head fiercely and said, "No problem." Chapter 2706. Instantly Killing Jade Sovereign Heaven. Chapter 2706. Instantly Killing Jade Sovereign Heaven. When Golden Eagle Dual Fiend's second brother heard that, he said with a loud laugh, "Haha, this human wouldn't be a fool, right? He said that he's going to deal with the 2 of us." The older brother said disdainfully, "Humans have always been ignorant and arrogant, thinking that they are number 1 under the heaven. Actually, they're all a bunch of idiots." Hei Fong and the rest of the leaders all snickered incessantly. Clearly, Yi Yuan's words had hit their humor point. Amidst the snickering, Yi Yuan moved. He did not utilize spatial law. He rushed over unremarkably, just like that. In the eyes of Golden Eagle Dual Fiends and the rest, he was weak to the extreme. The Golden Eagle's second brother said with a laugh, "You all look, this boy has such swift movement technique. This commander is very scared." Him ridiculing Yi Yuan naturally attracted a series of guffaws. Yi Yuan got closer and closer to them. Very soon, he was within a range of 1,000 feet. In their view, Yi Yuan's behavior was purely seeking death. The older brother had a sullen face and said with a cold snort, "Stop playing. Just kill him." Amidst the laughter, the second brother's aura released, and his figure leaped, greeting Yi Yuan with golden light radiating all over his body. Countless feathers shot out, carrying a bone-piercing cold rule of wind, swift and fierce to the extreme. Golden sword, eagle feather. Go and die for me. A lower limitless sublime heaven would definitely be shot into a sieve under this terrifying attack. Everyone thought so, because in their eyes, Yi Yuan was too weak. But right at this time, an abnormality suddenly occurred. Yi Yuan's figure suddenly accelerated to the extreme, making everyone see a blur. Buzz. Before the golden eagle, second brother understood what was going on, he only felt his head go dizzy, a momentary lapse appearing in his consciousness. He was alarmed and instinctively felt that something was amiss. But he was unable to control his consciousness, because his origin divinity was attacked by Yi Yuan. At the same time, in his stonies, plusing dragon roar burst forth. Yi Yuan took out the dragon spring sword. Currently, Yi Yuan was already less than 1,000 feet away from the golden eagle's second brother. Unleash. Plusing the dragon spring sword at this distance, the speed was swift to the extreme. Old second. When the golden eagle older brother saw that the second brother was still in a daze, he could not help yelling. At the same time, his figure moved explosively, making a move against Yi Yuan. This strike was too terrifying. That swift and fierce sword intent actually fused the power of a true dragon. Caught completely off guard, even a Jade Sovereign Heaven would have to die with regrets too. But it was too late. The golden eagle's second brother leaping just now. His distance was already less than 200 feet away from Yi Yuan. Under this distance, with Yi Yuan suddenly launching a sneak attack, he had no way of guarding against it at all. Boom! The golden eagle second brother's body was directly chopped into several pieces. When the golden eagle older brother saw this scene, his eyes turned bloodshot from anger. The entire 3 Saint Ridge was deathly silent. No one expected that the golden eagle dual fiends actually became the golden eagle single fiend in a blink of an eye. In this instance earlier, from Yi Yuan launching an origin divinity attack, to activating spatial rule to avoid the golden sword eagle feather attack, then to executing the dragon spring sword, everything was virtually accomplished in one breath. Quicker than words could tell. In just a blink of an eye, a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse was killed. Actually, the moment Yi Yuan saw the golden eagle dual fiends, he had been considering countermeasures. With his strength, dealing with a Jade Sovereign Heaven was more than enough. But 2 Jade Sovereign Heavens. Furthermore, they were twin brothers. It was beyond his means. Yi Yuan knew that once such twin brothers joined forces, their strength far said those of the same rank. Therefore, he deliberately took action slowly in the beginning, behaving not the slightest bit surprised at all, looking just like an ordinary lower limitless sublime heaven. It was to show weakness to the enemy. When it reached within 1,000 feet, that was his world. Sure enough, he killed the golden eagle's second brother in one exchange. Finus. Plussing off the golden eagle's second brother. Dealing with the golden eagle older brother would be much easier. But this scene was simply inconceivable to the extreme in the eyes of the true spirits that covered the hills and valleys. Although there were countless true spirits in a myriad demons mountain, Jade's sovereign heaven true spirits were absolutely not some cabbages. They were powerhouses that stood at the apex of the myriad demons mountain. Even a powerhouse like Bright Tiger King valued Jade, sovereign heavens greatly too. Especially the golden eagle dual fiends. They were absolutely the strongest existences in this radius of 10,000 miles. Even Jade's sovereign heaven powerhouses did not dare to provoke them easily too. Now, one was actually killed in a single exchange. Is my eyesight failing? Second commander actually died just like this? What treasure is in his hands? How can it be so strong? A lower limitless sublime heaven actually finished off a lower Jade sovereign heaven. This is too fake. The shock in everyone's hearts was virtually beyond containment. However, Shuoyan had long expected it. He had seen before Yi Yuan took action. The outcome of the golden eagle, second brother underestimating the enemy, could only be death. And he also knew that this was the chance that Yi Yuan created. Therefore, he made his move. Kill! Shuoyan yelled out a little childishly, but carried an indomitable momentum as he rushed towards the blackthorn boar. One should not look at how Shuoyan was young. His strength was not weak at all. The blackthorn 3 Saints old third was still in a daze. Caught by surprise, he was killed by Shuoyan in one exchange. Shuoyan taking the lead also greatly roused the morale of his men. They followed behind Shuoyan and directly smashed the Three Saint Ridge army. Three Saint Ridge's true spirit army was still shocked by Yi Yuan's Estonies. Plussing strike at this time. By the time they came to their senses, they were already being killed until they only had the ability to parry but did not have the strength to fight back. Only then did the other factions return to their senses. Secretly scolding Crafty, they also rushed over toward Shuoyan's army. The Golden Eagle older brother turned a blind eye to these. There was only Yi Yuan left in his eyes, full of hatred. The Golden Eagle older brother gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Origin Divinity Attack. Spatial Rule. Grand Mist Treasure. Good. Terrific, lad. You concealed really deeply." Succeeding with one strike, Yi Yuan was not in a hurry to attack either, saying with a smile, "Thanks for the praise. But you don't need to look at me like this too. Lions will go all out to catch the rabbit. Do you guys think that by being Jade, Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, you're invincible unto the heavens? Yeah, we underestimated the enemy. But now we won't. Boy, you kill my younger brother, this commander will definitely slice you into 1,000 pieces today." Apocalyptic Storm. The Golden Eagle older brother directly showed his true body. The moment he spread his wings out, a storm immediately howled in the S.P.A.C. around Yi Yuan. In the storm, countless wind blades were extremely swift and fierce, practically slicing S.P.A.C. apart. It also became hard for Yi Yuan's spatial rule to be exhibited amidst this. Gotta say, this Golden Eagle older brother's rule comprehension was extremely strong. His strength could not be underestimated. But it was precisely because of this that Yi Yuan not letting the two of them join forces was the wisest choice. In the storm, Yi Yuan brandished the dragon's spring sword seamlessly until not even wind could penetrate. The Golden Eagle older brother's wind blades actually did not have the slightest chance. This scene made everyone extremely shocked again. If Yi Yuan one-shotting the Golden Eagle second brother earlier gave some suspicions of taking advantage by trickery, then now it was the perfect display of his strength. By relying on a dragon spring sword, Yi Yuan's strength was actually not the slightest bit weaker than the Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, the Golden Eagle older brother. Chapter 2707, Brothers Infighting. Chapter 2707, Brothers Infighting. The Golden Eagle older brother's heart shook wildly. His apocalyptic storm actually could not quite block Yi Yuan's dragon spring sword. Each of Yi Yuan's sword slash carried an unstoppable power, making his blood vitality churn. Only at this time did he realize how terrifying the power of this grand mist treasure was. He even felt like who he was facing seemed to be a Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. This grand mist treasure's power is too strong. Continue fighting like this, there's no chance of winning at all. Leave. The Golden Eagle older brother saw through the actual situation. How could he still dare to stay, turning around and fleeing? When this scene landed in the eyes of the numerous limitless sublime heavenly stratum leaders, they could not help feeling stunned. The Golden Eagle older brother was driven away. A dignified Jade Sovereign Heaven was actually driven away by a limitless sublime heaven. For a moment, the morale of the troops was lost. Even a Jade Sovereign Heaven was sent packing. What was the use no matter how many people they had? After Yi Yuan rushed over later, wouldn't they still be stretching their necks out for the executor's blade? What the Golden Eagle older brother comprehended was the rule of wind, his movement technique swift to the extreme. In an instant, he escaped 10 miles away. But all of a sudden, he felt a chill coming from behind, making his hair stand on end. In the air, he forcibly turned directions and moved laterally. Boom! A fissure that was several hundred feet long was directly cleaved apart on the ground. When the Golden Eagle older brother saw this scene, he lost his soul. If not for him cultivating the rule of wind and his movement technique being extremely fast, this sword earlier would have definitely taken his life. Turning around to look, he discovered that Yi Yuan was currently looking at him not far away, his face full of mockery. "Brat, we don't want this Three Saint Ridge anymore. Just take it as if today's matter didn't happen. Boss Golden Eagle gritted his teeth and said he wished to devour Yi Yuan whole. But Cirque, stances were stronger than people. He was not Yi Yuan's match and could only yield. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Going back on your words so fast? Just now, didn't you say that you were going to slice me into thousands of pieces to avenge your younger brother? Why? Not taking revenge anymore. The Golden Eagle older brother secretly hated him in his heart, but he said Old Second only had himself to blame for underestimating the enemy. This enmity, I'm not avenging anymore. Little brother, don't pester me. Let's stay out of each other's business from now on, all right? But how could Yi Yuan be so easy to hoodwink? He smiled coldly and said, staying out of each other's business. Do you really take me to be a greenhorn? You want to leave? Sure. Cripple your own cultivation. Golden Eagle older brother's gaze turned cold, and he said in a chilly voice, Brat, don't push people too far. If a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse really wants to fight it out to the death, it's not what you can bear. Yi Yuan said coolly, Is that so? Then I want to see how strong a Jade Sovereign Heaven's desperate blow is. Humph, you force me. The Golden Eagle older brother naturally would not surrender without resistance. He gave a cold snort, his aura erupting once more. But right at this time, a pale yellow figure rushed out of the forest, his speed being swift to the extreme. The Golden Eagle older brother was currently launching a martial technique and was caught off guard by this figure that suddenly dashed out. Poochie! The Golden Eagle older brother's throat was directly bitten by a gaping maw, fresh blood flowing. Being bitten, the Golden Eagle older brother seemed to have lost all the strength in his body, his breath suddenly dissipating. Very soon, he stopped moving and breathed his last. Yi Yuan's expression became serious. What bit the Golden Eagle older brother to death was a pale yellow leopard. This leopard emitted an extremely powerful aura. It actually reached Middle Jade Sovereign Heaven. The leopard flicked its neck and threw the Golden Eagle older brother's corpse to one side. Opening its ferocious-looking mouth, it said disdainfully, These two fools, they can't even handle a limitless, sublime heaven. Really useless. At this time, fresh blood was still flowing from the leopard's mouth, looking very ferocious and terrifying. There were rustling sounds in the dense forest again. Several figures walked out slowly again. Without exception, they were all Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Yi Yuan swept a glance over. 9 great Jade Sovereign Heaven experts actually appeared. 2 of them were even Middle Jade Sovereign Heaven. The directions that these 9 great true spirits appeared were very particular, blocking all of Yi Yuan's path of retreat. The leopard looked at Yi Yuan, Gus, H, I, plussing with a B, L, O, O, D. Y breath as it said, Boy, leave behind the grand mist treasure in your hand, and then end yourself. Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes and said in a solemn voice, 9 Jade Sovereign Heavens. I didn't expect that Shuoyan's 9 older brothers actually joined forces to deal with him. Heh, really good brothers. Yi Yuan took every conceivable possibility into account, but was ultimately not a prophet. He could foresee that this trip was dangerous, and even guessed that Huffeng would divulge information to the enemy. But he did not expect that Shuoyan's 9 older brothers actually all send out Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses to kill him. A puny little Shuoyan was naturally not worthy of the 9 of them going to war. The only explanation was that Huffeng was very apprehensive of him. Hence, he united with the other 8 people to doom him to death. Such great work. These 9 Jade Sovereign Heavens were definitely not Bright Tiger King subordinates, but they were the private armies of the 9 of them. These few guys really put down the blood capital. The leopard said coolly, Boy, you're very smart. However, it's also useless no matter how clever you are. Third young master wants you dead. This leopard was naturally the 8-spotted leopard that Huffeng spoke of. Yi Yuan was very wary of this 8-spotted leopard, because judging from the scene of him killing the Golden Eagle older brother earlier, this guy's movement technique was absolutely not beneath his. The 8-spotted leopard's comprehension was the same, rule of wind. But his rule of wind was much stronger than the Golden Eagle older brothers. It even touched spatial rule. Therefore, his speed was so fast that even the Golden Eagle older brother was killed before he could react. Apart from him, that purple light battle wolf similarly posed a huge threat to Yi Yuan. The others, their auras were not the least bit weaker than the Golden Eagle dual fiends too. In an instant, Yi Yuan actually fell into a desperate situation. Got to admit, Shuoyan was very brave and good at fighting. Following the Golden Eagle dual fiend's defeat, he actually led his army and killed the few great leaders until they fled in all directions. When those few great leaders saw that the Golden Eagle older brother was killed too, they did not have the courage to fight anymore. Each and every one of them was running away madly. When Shuoyan saw that Yi Yuan was surrounded by numerous jade sovereign heavens, his tiger eyes suddenly changed too. "Big brother Yi Yuan, I'll come and save you." As he said, Shuoyan led the army and was about to rush over. But Yi Yuan shouted coldly, "Leave me alone. Hurry up and run." How could Shuoyan be willing to listen, still insisting on Russ? Plussing over? But right at this time, one wave of army after another charged out of the dense woods again, surrounding Shuoyan's army tightly again. When Shuoyan saw this scene, his eyes could not help revealing a look of despair. He could tell that this true spirit army's combat power was even higher than the previous wave. Why? Why is this? Do my elder brothers want me dead so much? Shuoyan roared at the eight-spotted leopard. Eight-spotted leopard sneered and said, "Young master Saint Sovereign, this place is the myriad demons' mountain. Your royal father also killed his way out from his brothers, and then he achieved half-step Saint Sovereign heaven in the end. In this jungle, there are no brothers. There is only slaughter. Whoever is stronger, whoever can become the true king. Your threat is too great. Hence, your older brothers are all very fearful. So, they can only kill you before you grow up." Chapter 2708, Chaos True Spirit Bloodline. Chapter 2708, Chaos True Spirit Bloodline. Swuz. Plus suddenly, a phantom true dragon emerged with a roar. Yi Yuan suddenly attacked. His target was the weakest one of the 9 great true spirits, the green-eyed civet cat. He wanted to open up a gap in this group of true spirits. When the green-eyed civet cat saw this sword, his expression changed drastically, and he instinctively wanted to escape. But his reaction was ultimately a beat slower. This sword of Yi Yuan's was extremely crafty. He had no way of avoiding it at all. At the same time, Yi Yuan's figure also turned into a wisp of green smoke, suddenly attacking. However, right at this time, a change suddenly occurred. Yi Yuan's eyes blurred, a yellow-spotted shadow suddenly blocking in front, meeting this sword of his head-on. Roar of wind, only to hear a roar. 2 terrifying attacks collided together in an instant. Boom! Yi Yuan was akin to having suffered a heavy blow, directly spewing out a mouthful of blood, his figure shooting backward. He looked at the 8-spotted leopard ahead, his eyes full of solemnity. This 8-spotted leopard's speed was too fast, and his strength was too strong. Furthermore, this guy's reaction was extremely fast and did not give him any chance at all. The 8-spotted leopard looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Boy, I've observed you for a long time. You're very clever. Furthermore, your combat experience is extremely rich. You're a very troublesome opponent. Therefore, I won't give you any chance. Just nice, I can restrain you in terms of speed. No matter how strong your Grand Miss treasure is, it's also impossible to break through." In reality, they had long already been hiding nearby. With regards to Yi Yuan and the Golden Eagle dual fiends battle, the 8-spotted leopard and the rest of the true spirits saw it clearly too. The 8-spotted leopard was very apprehensive of the observation ability and combat strength that Yi Yuan exhibited. Therefore, he did not relax his vigilance towards Yi Yuan at all. The moment Yi Yuan moved, he moved. Yi Yuan had a solemn look on his face. He knew that he had encountered a tough nut. Not only was this 8-spotted leopard extremely strong, but his observation was also extremely meticulous. He was definitely a combat expert. Looks like you're not planning on surrendering without resistance. Since that's the case, then we'll send you on your way together." As he spoke, he brandished his sharp claws at the true spirit army. The 9 great jade sovereign heavens moved out at the same time. Clearly, these 8 people listened to his command. Yi Yuan, a lower limitless sublime heaven, was facing 9 great jade sovereign heavens at the same time. This was simply something that made people despair. In an instant, Yi Yuan fell into an extremely dangerous situation. Other true spirits were still all right. Yi Yuan could rely on his movement technique to evade their attacks. But the 8-spotted leopard and purple light battle wolf, these 2 great middle jade sovereign heavens, brought tremendous pressure on Yi Yuan. After a few moves, Yi Yuan's body was already hit by several claw marks, fresh blood dripping. "Brat, for a lower, limitless, sublime heaven like you to be able to last so many moves under the 9 of us teaming up, you can already be sufficiently proud. But today, I'll be accepting your grandest treasure." Ha ha! Beyond the laughter, the 8-spotted leopard was still extremely shocked in his heart. Observing from the sidelines was one thing. It was another thing to experience it for himself. In just these few rounds, the calmness and combat strength that Yi Yuan displayed, as well as that easygoing attitude between life and death, moved him immensely. This kind of behavior absolutely should not appear on such a young, limitless sublime heaven. He only had a feeling that this human was remarkable. Facing the 9 of their attacks, forget about a lower, limitless sublime heaven. Even a lower jade sovereign heaven would probably have to die with regrets within a few moves too. But Yi Yuan already held on for more than 10 moves. Although he was already riddled with wounds, he stubbornly evaded the most dangerous attacks. This kind of combat consciousness simply made people's hair stand on end. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and said, "Be pleased with yourself after you can kill me." 8-spotted leopard laughed loudly and said, "Killing you is just a matter of lifting a hand. I want to see how long you can last." Yi Yuan had already fallen into absolute danger at this time. Amidst the 9 people, he was like a small rowboat in a vast ocean. Just imagine how a Stony's H.I.+ing was the imposing momentum of 9 great jade sovereign heavens. In contrast, Yi Yuan's limitless sublime heaven aura could simply be ignored. Ha ha! That brat ultimately still can't escape death. Foolish human, to actually get swept into bright Tiger King's son's fight for the throne. Serves him right to die too. A brat who's like a mantis blocking the cart. Does he really think that a jade sovereign heaven's majesty is so easy to provoke? Under such an attack, everyone all looked poorly on Yi Yuan, thinking that he was already dead for sure. Over there, Shuoyan had also fallen into heavy encirclement. The subordinates around him got fewer and fewer. His injuries also got increasingly worse. But he did not care about his own injuries at all. In the midst of the fierce fighting, a part of his attention was placed on Yi Yuan there. Seeing Yi Yuan fall into a desperate situation, he was burning with anxiety. "Young Master Shuoyan, you can't even fend for yourself anymore now. Yet, you're still caring about others? Come, let me send you on your way obediently. It won't be too painful. That brat over there will be reuniting with you very soon." The one talking was a giant python true spirit. He was the 8-spotted leopard subordinate. His strength had already reached grand completion, limitless sublime, heavenly stratum 2. He led upper and grand completion, level limitless sublime, heavenly stratum powerhouses and launched a siege against Shuoyan. Shuoyan's combat power was indeed unmatched too. Far Serpa. Seeing those in the same rank. His bloodline power was extremely strong. Coupled with bright Tiger King's true inheritance martial techniques, his strength was even stronger than the average grand completion limitless sublime heaven. But facing the siege of so many powerhouses, he already fell into a desperate situation too. The injuries on his body got increasingly worse, and his consciousness also became more and more blurry. He felt that he was going to die. Right at this time, he saw from his peripherals that the 8-spotted leopard pierced a claw into Yi Yuan's chest, nailing Yi Yuan's firmly onto a tree. Seeing this scene, His eyes turned bloodshot from anger. That person only fell into a death situation because of him. That person helped him to rise heaven-defyingly. How could he watch him die? No way. Absolutely not. In his blurry consciousness, Shuoyan told himself like this. The blurry consciousness abruptly startled awake. Roar! A tiger roar reverberated throughout the mountain range, with a peerlessly domineering aura. The giant python true spirit saw that Shuoyan was on the verge of death and was just about to make a move to kill him. But this sudden roar shocked until his 2 ears rumbled, nosebleed pouring. That pressure, which originated from the bloodline, made him almost unable to stand, and Shuoyan's aura actually skyrocketed at this moment. Everyone had dumbfounded faces, completely not knowing what was going on. Just a moment ago, Shuoyan was clearly still on the verge of death. How did he directly break through in the next second? Terrific lad. He actually awakened the chaos, true spirit bloodline. In Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness came Yi Tian's exclamation. When Yi Yuan heard, he could not help rolling his eyes. He was already about to die. This old man was actually still lamenting about other people awakening whatever bloodline. Could he not figure out what the priority is? He had been calling me Tian all along in the sea of consciousness just now. But no idea what was going on. This guy completely ignored him. Helpless, he could only fight to the death. Now, he was almost dying. He appeared like oh, body's business. You still have the mind to care about others? I'm going to die, Yi Yuan said in a great rage. Chapter 2709, Blown Up with One Punch. Chapter 2709, Blown Up with One Punch. Humph, you still have the cheek to say those words. Who asked you to be so meddlesome, causing such a big problem? Do you really think that by relying on a dragon spring sword, you could be invincible under the heavens? Jade Sovereign Heavens are Jade Sovereign Heavens after all. But the moment Yi Yuan opened his mouth, Mi Tian was upset and blamed Yi Yuan for being nosy. What did Shuoyan's life and death have to do with him? Putting yourself in danger for someone that had nothing to do with you. It was a very foolish thing in Mi Tian's eyes. But Yi Yuan said, You and I also had nothing to do with each other. Why did you dare entrust yourself to me? Aren't you afraid that I will take your dragon heart in the future? Don't say that my cultivation realm is low. I think that with my capability, my attainments in the future shouldn't be low. Aren't you afraid that I repay kindness with ingratitude? Being countered by Yi Yuan like this, Mi Tian was rendered speechless. He had spent some time with Yi Yuan and knew that he was someone who valued sentiments. If Yi Yuan was a despicable backstabber, he would have long taken Yi Yuan's life. Otherwise, after Yi Yuan's strength becomes powerful in the future, he would not be able to control him at all. With Yi Yuan's ability, even without his help, his strength in the future absolutely could not be underestimated too. Mi Tian had long seen through this. Mi Tian let out a sigh and said, You played the hero, but I'll have to suffer. Relax your mind and let me control your body. I only have the power of one blow. After killing that 8-spotted leopard, you must escape immediately, understood? Yi Yuan was overjoyed when he heard that. His greatest threat was the 8-spotted leopard. If he could kill him, he naturally had the confidence to run away. Yi Yuan complied and relaxed his mind, only to feel a powerful to the extreme true dragon force flow out of the dragon heart, flowing into his 4 limbs and bones. Instantly, Yi Yuan felt his entire body teem with power. But at the same time, he also lost control of his body. Brat, how's the taste of being nailed? Don't blame me. Want to blame? Blame yourself for being meddlesome. The 8-spotted leopard was unawares and was very pleased with himself. But right at this time, a terrifying power surged from Yi Yuan's body. This power was strong until the point where it made his heart palpitate. It was even more terrifying than the pressure coming over from Shuoyan there. This kind of bloodline power made him have an impulse to prostrate in wars. I+P. The 8-spotted leopard's expression changed wildly, and his figure retreated explosively. His speed was quick to the extreme. With a flash, He was 1,000 feet away. But Mi Tian naturally would not give him the chance to escape. Boy, remember the feeling of this move. It's called Nine Heavens Dragon Transforming Fist. When cultivated to the extreme, one can shatter the void with their fists and smash galaxies. Mi Tian started talking and spoke with Yi Yuan's mouth. Although Yi Yuan rescinded control of his body, he was this body's master. The feeling of dragon qi flowing in his body, he was deeply affected by it. Along with the flow of the dragon qi, a mysterious power condensed on his fist as if it was born from nothing. This surging feeling seemed to be able to punch a hole in the sky. The eight-spotted leopard's face turned from surprise to shock. The power surging from this fist was sufficient to kill half-step Saint's sovereign heaven powerhouses. That kind of destructive people simply made people despair. He could not imagine how a limitless, sublime, heavenly stratum could launch such a terrifying attack. But now he only had one thought. It was to run. He urged the rule of wind and spatial rule to the extreme, only hating that his father and mother did not give birth to two more legs. In a blink, he arrived 10 miles away. While the purple light battle wolf and the rest of the jade sovereign heavens, when they saw this kind of power, how could they still dare to remain? They avoided the eight-spotted leopard one after another. Boom! A fist force rode on the air and went. It was only to hear a bang. The eight-spotted leopard was directly blown into a mist of blood. One punch directly blew a middle jade sovereign heaven up. He did not even have time to run away. One had to know the eight-spotted leopard was adept at speed. All over the hills and valleys, it was deathly silent. This sudden scene shocked everyone. What kind of terrifying power is this? Even if a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven is here, they will also be blown up by one punch, right? Using this punch to kill Commander Eight-Spotted Leopard is simply a cannon blasting at mosquitoes. He's clearly just a lower, limitless sublime heaven. But how is he able to unleash such a terrifying punch? DAM in it. Just what kind of monster did young master make us kill? These true spirits originally thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. How could they know that when Yi Yuan was on the verge of death, he suddenly retaliated, blowing up their strongest with one punch? Furthermore, this punch was powerful to the extreme. They believed that even if a half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven was here, they would be blown up with one punch too. This kind of terrifying power actually originated from the hands of a lower, limitless sublime heaven. How could they not be surprised? Over there, Shuoyan suddenly erupted, his strength soaring, and he also rushed over toward Yi Yuan this side frantically. It was just that his opponent was too strong, so he was held back. But when he saw that Yi Yuan actually retaliated in a desperate situation and unleashed such an Astonis plussing strike, he was immediately greatly stimulated. Swaz plus throwing a punch out, Dragon Chi receded like the tide. Yi Yuan instantly gained control over his body. Without the slightest hesitation, he arrived beside Shuoyan with a flash, grabbed him, and headed to the depths of the giant mountain. From the eight-spotted leopard's figure retreating explosively to being blown up, then to Yi Yuan breaking out of the heavy encirclement to bringing Shuoyan and sprinting away madly, it was merely a few breaths of time. Everyone was still immersed in shock and did not recover to their senses. After they came back to their senses, Yi Yuan already broke out of the heavy encirclement. The purple light battle wolf suddenly startled awake and said with a wild roar, "Chase. Chase for me. The two of them absolutely mustn't leave alive. Otherwise, all of us have to die." This sentence startled everyone awake all at once. The 8 jade sovereign heavens figures suddenly erupted, chasing after Yi Yuan 2 people. As soon as the 8-spotted leopard died, the purple light battle wolf automatically became the leader. He took the lead, urging his speed to the extreme, wanting to catch Yi Yuan 2 people. Yi Yuan was already an arrow at the end of its flight now. As long as he could catch up, he would definitely be able to kill Yi Yuan. The purple light battle wolf was a veteran of 100 battles too. Although Yi Yuan's punch earlier was shocking, after that terrifying power appeared, it disappeared without a trace very quickly. How could he still not understand? Yi Yuan only had the power of one strike. Otherwise, Yi Yuan would have long blown them up with one punch each. Why would he still escape? In the forest, 10 figures were shuttling indeterminately. Yi Yuan was seriously injured and was hanging in there entirely by relying on a breath. Furthermore, bringing Shuo in, his speed was slowed down to begin with. Otherwise, even if it was the purple light battle wolf, it could forget about catching up to them either. But now, seeing as the distance was getting closer and closer, Shuoyan was greatly anxious in his heart. Big brother Yi Yuan, this was all my fault. It's all my fault for dragging you down. Their target is me. If you throw me down, you'll have a chance to escape. Shuoyan said. Although his strength improved greatly, it only reached the realm of upper limitless sublime heaven too. In terms of strength, he was still a long way off compared to Jade Sovereign Heaven. It was completely impossible to escape. Shut up, Yi Yuan shouted coldly. Suddenly, the purple light battle wolf's expression changed, suddenly stopping the pursuit. Yi Yuan, 2 people were baffled, but having such a great opportunity, they naturally would not let it go, sprinting away even harder. Chapter 27:10 Cultivating Martial Technique. Chapter 27:10 Cultivating Martial Technique. It's great, big brother Yi Yuan. They didn't chase after us. When Shuoyan saw that the purple light battle wolf they all did not chase after, he could not help being overjoyed. But Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, Silly boy, we must have stepped into a forbidden land in an accident arising from many causes. That's why they didn't dare to chase after. You take a closer look, what is this place? Shuoyan was startled when he heard that, and hurriedly sized the surroundings up. The moment he looked, he could not help getting a shock. I completely can't recognize the terrain here. Could it be that we barged into the territory of the Saint Exalt? Saint Exalt was the honorific Tlea for Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Saint Exalt? Even if it's the territory of a Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, they wouldn't need to be fearful to such an extent either, right? Yi Yuan said in puzzlement. Big brother, you aren't aware, the territory of the Saint Exalt can't be traced by. Said without permission. Once discovered, not only do they have to be sentenced to death, the faction that they came from would also be destroyed. Shuoyan's expression changed as he said. When Yi Yuan heard this, he also frowned and said, So overbearing? It's merely Saint Sovereign Heaven, that's all. Is there a need to be so domineering? No way. Big brother, we can't go any deeper in. Once discovered, not only do we have to die, Royal Father will suffer a cataclysmic disaster too. As he said, Shuoyan pulled Yi Yuan and ran out. But Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, It's too late. We've already been discovered. Shuoyan's expression changed, only to see a figure slowly walk out of the forest. This was an old yellow bull, his breathing being as steady as a mountain. He was actually a grand completion, Jade, Sovereign Heaven expert. The old yellow bull looked at the 2 people silently, and opened his mouth, and said lightly, Tracebaugh, sing the Saint Exalt's territory. The 2 of you can kill yourselves to atone for your crime. That tone did not leave any room for negotiation at all. Let's go. Yi Yuan shouted coldly and forcefully mustered up a burst of divine essence, bringing Shuoyan and whirled away. Sitting Sively to await destruction was not Yi Yuan's character. The old yellow bull gave a cold snort and said, refusing a toast only to drink to a forfeit. Finished talking, he stepped out, his figure disappearing in an instant. Yi Yuan only felt a burst of heart palpitations, the terrifying pressure cruise. Plussing him until he could not breathe. This old yellow bull's strength was too terrifying. Just as the 2 thought that they were certain to die, this terrifying pressure suddenly disappeared. It came fast and also left quickly, but the old yellow bull already blocked their way. The old yellow bull said coolly, The 2 of you follow me. Yi Yuan, 2 people exchanged glances, uncertain what it meant. However, they finally squeaked by with their lives. Letting out a sigh of relief, Yi Yuan was almost fainting, He did not even have the strength to walk anymore and could only be carried by Shuoyan. Yi Yuan took a heavenly pill out to eat, and his injuries were recovering rapidly. When the old yellow bull saw Yi Yuan's heavenly pill, a hint of surprise flashed across in his eyes. The old yellow bull said, "This heavenly pill seems to be a little different." Yi Yuan closed his eyes to refine the heavenly pill and could not be bothered to pay attention to him at all. He almost died in this old guy's hands just now. Yi Yuan was not in such a good mood. Getting rebuffed, the old yellow bull seemed to be somewhat embarrassed. Said too. However, when he saw the speed of Yi Yuan's injuries recovering, he was incomparably shocked in his heart. This heavenly pill was too impressive. Not long ago, Yi Yuan was still on the verge of death, looking like he might die at any time. Just how long did it take? He was actually alive and well already. If one had such a heavenly pill in their hands, then their ability to continue fighting could simply be rated as terrifying. While riding a tiger's back, Yi Yuan's aura grew stronger and stronger as his injuries healed. Before this, Yi Yuan was already at grand completion, lower limitless sublime heaven. The energy of the dragon heart pouring into his body this time was a great supplement to Yi Yuan. Therefore, a breakthrough also came naturally. The old yellow bull looked at Yi Yuan and could not help being somewhat speechless. The old yellow bull led the two people and arrived at a deep and quiet cave entrance. The old yellow bull warned Yi Yuan, "This place is the resting place of Lord Saint Exalt. You wait here, don't run around randomly. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself." Yi Yuan could not be bothered to care about him and walked straight to a large rock and closed his eyes to rest. The old yellow bull could not help snorting coldly when he saw the situation and said, "Ignorant human." After the two people entered, Yi Yuan called out to me Tian in his heart, but the other party never replied the entire time. He felt that the aura of the dragon heart seemed to have wilted and could not help giving rise to a foreboding premonition. Looks like taking action this time cost me Tian a huge expenditure. Yi Yuan felt a lot of guilt toward me Tian too. He originally wanted to inquire what the chaos true spirit bloodline was. It seemed like there was no hope now. Yi Yuan was not worried about Shuoyan. He guessed that this saint's sovereign heaven suddenly stopping the old yellow bull. It was likely because he discovered that Yi Yuan's bloodline was extraordinary. With nothing to do, Yi Yuan suddenly remembered the martial technique that Mi Tian used when he killed the 8-spotted leopard and could not help feeling energetic. This 9 heavens dragon transformation fist, the power was fearsome to the extreme. Yi Yuan believed that if he learned it, even if he did not utilize the Heavenspan Mountain, it would also be sufficient to rarely find a match within limitless sublime heaven. To execute this move, Mi Tian borrowed Yi Yuan's body to unleash it. Yi Yuan had clearly felt the revolution of Dragon Chi before. However, the operation of this martial technique was very mysterious and complicated, the difficulty immensely high. Yi Yuan started running the Dragon Chi according to the feeling in his body. Slamming a punch out. Bang! There was no power at all. In fact, even a tree in front only just swayed slightly too. Felt it before did not mean that he could execute it. This kind of mysterious martial technique could be understood, but it could not be expressed with words. A terrifying martial technique that could jump a major realm to kill the enemy was even more formidable than Great Tao transformation. How could it be easily mastered? When Senior Mi Tian utilized the martial technique, he was able to bring down the power of Great Tao. Actually, it achieved the same wondrous effect with different means as Great Tao transformation. But when I revolved true dragon power, why am I unable to feel the power of Great Tao in the slightest? Yi Yuan said with a frown. Although the cultivation method of humans and true spirits was different, they arrived at the same destination via different means. Humans relied on their comprehensions to understand the power of rules, while true spirits sensed Great Tao rule through their own bloodline. The dragon race was born in chaos, their bloodline power extremely powerful. Feeling the power of Great Tao was naturally also extraordinary. But it was also precisely because of this that this response was even harder. Yi Yuan practiced over and over again. The utilization method of the martial technique became more and more familiarized. But he was unable to find the crux from start to end. However, he was not discouraged. This degree of setback was nothing to him at all. And right at this time, the old yellow bull slowly walked into the cave by himself. He looked at Yi Yuan and revealed a disdainful look as he said, "It turns out that you're even a dragon blood martial artist. It's just a pity that you try to emulate something beyond one's ability, and then you fell flat on your face. The martial technique is a good martial technique. It's just that, sadly, you're unable to unleash the true power. True dragons are born from chaos and are the darling of heavenly Tao. How can they be what you, a human, can imitate?" Yi Yuan ignored the old yellow bull, but a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed past in his mind. The old yellow bull gave a cold snort and said, "Conceited and ignorant human, you probably can't even know your end yet, right? Lord Saint Exalt said that humans shouldn't appear on the myriad demons mountain, especially making me send you on your way." The old yellow bull was extremely strong. If he made a move against Yi Yuan did not have the possibility of survival at all. Yi Yuan still did not pay attention to him. Furthermore, his eyes became brighter and brighter. Chapter 27:11. Unable to teach. Chapter 27:11. Unable to teach. In the depths of the deep cave, a figure was faintly discernible in the darkness. Shuoyan faced the shadow and did not even dare to breathe loudly. After a long time, that shadow opened its mouth and said, "Your bright tiger's son?" Replying Lord Saint Exalt, "My father is precisely the bright tiger king," Shuoyan hurriedly said. "Amen. Bright tiger gave birth to a fine son. What's your name?" "I'm called Shuoyan." "Shuoyan, are you willing to become this Exalt's disciple?" Shuoyan was immediately stupefied there and was actually at a loss on what to do for a moment. He completely did not think that Lord Saint Exalt actually wanted to take him in as a disciple. Saint Sovereign Heaven, that was D-like existence. On the entire rain-clear continent, there were countless powerhouses, but those able to step into Saint Sovereign Heaven could be counted with fingers. Even Father, Bright Tiger King, already reached half-step Saint Sovereign Heaven. Just half a step and he would be able to succeed in breaking through. But he was ultimately still half a step away. Half step was a heavenly chasm. This half step was far too difficult. Now D-like existence actually wanted to take him in as a disciple. This was really a great thing that fell onto his lap. Shuoyan revealed a look of wild elation and directly knelt down and said agitatedly, "Disciple pays respect to master." The shadow nodded and said, "Amen. Your bloodline power is very strong. With this Exalt's guidance, you have extremely high hopes of stepping into the realm of Saint Sovereign Heaven in the future. There are 3 great Saint Sovereign Heavens in this myriad demons mountain. This Exalt is called Saint Exalt Bull Demon. From now on, you're this Exalt's disciple. It turns out that Master is Saint Exalt Bull Demon. I heard Royal Father mention before that Saint Exalt Bull Demon swept across the myriad demons mountain back then, overpowering myriad beasts, and corroborated your Tao to become Saint Sovereign Heaven. Master attained Tao the latest, but Master is the strongest among the 3 great Saint Sovereign Heavens. Didn't expect that this disciple actually has the fortune to acknowledge you as Master." Hearing Saint Exalt Bull Demon's name, Shuoyan could not help being overjoyed. He did not expect that he would actually become the disciple of such a legend one day. But Shuoyan knew that being able to become Saint Exalt Bull Demon's disciple, a very large part of the credit belonged to Yi Yuan. When he was on the brink of life and death previously, the reason why he could awaken his bloodline at the final juncture was due to Yi Yuan's true grade heavenly pill playing a pivotal role. True grade heavenly pills integrated the power of great Tao. A portion of this great Tao power still lurked in his body. If not for this portion of power, it was impossible to awaken his bloodline by relying on his own talent, let alone being picked out by Saint Exalt Bull Demon and becoming his disciple. Those are all old events already. It's not worth mentioning. Saint Exalt Bull Demon said indifferently, without joy nor sorrow. All right, master, my big brother has bloodline talent too. Can you give him some pointers too? Shuoin did not forget Yi Yuan and asked. Who knew that Saint Exalt Bull Demon said coolly. A trash bloodline martial artist can also be called to have bloodline talent. Humans shouldn't appear in the myriad demons mountain to begin with. I've already made Big Yellow go and dispose of him. Shuoin's expression changed wildly, and he said, What? Master you? Saint Exalt Bull Demon was indifferent and said lightly, Remember, your bloodline is extremely bleak and carries the power of chaos. He, a mere human, doesn't have the qualifications to be associated with you. His voice had yet to fade when a terrifying dragon might came from outside the cave. The sound of a dragon roar rose to the sky. In the darkness, Saint Exalt Big Yellow's expression changed wildly, and he immediately transmitted his voice. Big Yellow, stop. Outside the cave, Big Yellow's expression was very ugly too. Yi Yuan's punch earlier actually forced him back 3 steps. A middle limitless sublime heaven forced a grand completion Jade, Sovereign Heaven powerhouse back 3 steps. This was simply unimaginable. One had to know, a grand completion Jade, Sovereign Heaven powerhouse could kill a limitless sublime heavenly stratum with a wave of their hand. Even if it was grand completion, limitless sublime heavenly stratum, it was also impossible to make him take half a step back. But this young man in front of him did it. Although this was him somewhat underestimating the enemy. Force back means force back. The power of that punch earlier could be rated as terrifying. He believed that even a grand completion, limitless sublime, heavenly stratum would absolutely be blown up with one punch too. Tyrannical, unparalleled, overbearing. He was still mocking Yuan for being a mixed blood trash before. But a trash was actually able to unleash such a terrifying blow. Got to admit, it was very face-slapping. Turning angry from Embark's Smint, he was just about to make a move to kill Yi Yuan when he heard Saint Exalt Bull Demon's voice transmission. His expression was ugly as he said, Lord Saint Exalt is asking you to go in. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and walked into the cave. Big brother Yi Yuan, it's really great that you're all right. Just now it scared me to death. Seeing Yi Yuan, Shuoyan said excitedly. He was indeed frightened badly just now. He even thought that Yi Yuan was already killed. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's one martial technique actually made Saint Exalt Bull Demon change his mind. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Your big brother's life is tenacious. I won't die so easily. Saint Exalt Bull Demon opened his mouth and said, Didn't expect that this Exalt will make an error of judgment too. Young man, you're clearly of a human body. How can you have such a powerful, true dragon bloodline? Yi Yuan's bloodline was somewhat different from a true spirit's bloodline. His bloodline was recessive and did not take the initiative to release. The bloodline power would be hidden in the blood, and one would not be able to tell at all. But once it erupted, his dragon might would absolutely shock people. Saint Exalt Bull Demon's strength was transcendent, but he could only tell that Yi Yuan was a dragon blood martial artist, who knew that he had his face slapped with a backhand. Just based on that move earlier, Yi Yuan's bloodline power was absolutely not beneath Shuoyan's. He really made an error of judgment just now. Saint Exalt Bull Demon also did not expect that he would actually encounter 2 heaven-defying bloodline powerhouses all at once. Yi Yuan looked Saint Exalt Bull Demon and said with a smile that was not a smile, Not killing me anymore. Saint Exalt Bull Demon's face was somewhat embarrassed. Said, Fortunately, they could not tell in the darkness of the cave. Since you're a member of the dragon race, you're naturally of my true spirit lineage too. Young man, are you willing to become this Exalt's disciple? With this Exalt's guidance, your chances of breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven are very high. Saint Exalt Bull Demon said. To ordinary martial artists, breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven was definitely a huge temptation. The Rain-Clear continent had countless powerhouses, but how many people could break through? Becoming a Saint Sovereign Heaven's disciple, apart from being able to obtain even more resources, the greatest benefit was that they had the experience of breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven and knew what the deal was with breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven. Such an experience was the most valuable. But Yi Yuan did not need it at all. He replied with a question. Lord Saint Exalt, I wonder if you can execute my punch earlier? Saint Exalt Bull Demon could not help choking when he heard that. Although the power of that punch earlier was nothing to him, it could actually call down the power of great Tao. This kind of terrifying and mysterious martial technique. He was unable to teach Yi Yuan at all. He also understood what Yi Yuan meant. You could not even execute this punch. What right do you have to take me in as a disciple? Logically speaking, Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses could use limitless sublime, heavenly, straight martial techniques freely. Even if he did not cultivate in it before, just by relying on his powerful understanding of heavenly Tao, he could grasp it instantly too. It was just a pity that Yi Yuan's punch was not included in it. This punch of Yi Yuan's was just limited to his current realm and could not unleash its true power. Once Yi Yuan broke through to Jade Sovereign Heaven, the power of this punch would become several levels stronger. Such a profound punch he could not teach. Chapter 27:12 Becoming Swarm Brothers. Chapter 27:12 Becoming Swarm Brothers. Mi Tian said before, true dragons were born from chaos. They were birthed by heaven, and Yi Yuan cultivated the chaos origin divinity. Hence, when he urged the 9 heavens dragon transformation fist with chaos divine essence, it was indeed effective. Maybe in your view, breaking through to Saint Sovereign Heaven is a very impressive thing. But to me, it's no big deal, Yi Yuan said coolly. Saint Exalt Bull Demon frowned slightly and said in an unfriendly tone, it's a good thing for youngsters to be talented. But if you're overly conceited, you won't live for long. Yi Yuan smiled and said, do you know why I'd appear on the Myriad Demons Mountain? Without waiting for Saint Exalt Bull Demon to guess, Yi Yuan answered himself. Because I promised Bright Tiger King and the other 4 kings to help them to break through Saint Sovereign Heaven. Saint Exalt Bull Demon laughed loudly when he heard that and said, little baby, do you know what Saint Sovereign Heaven is? On the Civ Myriad Demons Mountain, with countless true spirits, there are even several dozen half-steps Saint Sovereign Heavens. But there are only a scanty 3 Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. But when it reached your mouth, it became cabbages. Do you know that you're very ignorant? Yi Yuan just smiled and did not speak. But Shuoyan said, Master, I believe what Big Brother Yi Yuan said. He can definitely do it. In reality, including my royal father, the 5 of them kings believe Big Brother, without a shadow of doubt too. Saint Exalt Bull Demon scoffed and said, just a human con man. The 5 of them are completely blind. How amazing and brilliant this Exalt was back then, carving a BLOOD Y path out of countless powerhouses. I also spent countless years of training before I could take that step. A mere limitless sublime heaven also dares to arbitrarily talk about Saint Sovereign Heaven. Simply a joke. Only when one reached Saint Sovereign Heaven, this threshold, and went to break through personally, would they know how difficult this step was. Saint Exalt Bull Demon was someone who had experienced it. So he had even less faith that a limitless, sublime, heavenly stratum could help half-step Saint Sovereign Heavens take this step. But Shuoyan said firmly, Big Brother Yi Yuan is different from the rest. Master took fancy on this disciple. It should be because of the bloodline that this disciple just awakened, right? But do you know why I was able to awaken the bloodline? It was Big Brother Yi Yuan's true, great heavenly pill that let me awaken my bloodline. Impossible. Bloodline power can only be awakened by relying on talent. How can there be the logic of awakening by relying on heavenly pills? Saint Exalt Bull Demon immediately denied it. Shuoyan saw that Saint Exalt Bull Demon did not believe it and recounted the process of his awakening in detail and swore a deadly oath. When Saint Exalt Bull Demon saw Shuoyan saw the deadly oath and was perfectly fine, the shock in his heart could not be any greater. There was an adage among true spirits called bloodline is innate, which was to say that bloodline power was bestowed by heaven. It would only continuously awaken and become stronger by relying on your continuous hard work. What kind of heavenly pill could let Shuoyan awaken such a powerful bloodline power? It was hard to understand, but now it was not up to him to not believe it. After a long silence, Saint Exalt Bull Demon asked this, "You're saying that he can refine grade 4 heavenly imperial pills?" Yi Yuan smiled slightly. He believed it. Since he believed, this old bull naturally would not do anything to him. The most fearful thing was that you had no value to exploit. Very clearly, as a heavenly alchemist, the value was too great. Being able to refine grade 4 heavenly imperial pills, what did that mean? That meant that the heavenly pills that Yi Yuan refined were similarly useful to him. This Saint's sovereign heaven. Not being able to break through to Saint's sovereign heaven was naturally extremely painful. But breaking through to Saint's sovereign heaven also did not mean that one could sit back and relax. Reaching this step, there was already no one who could refine heavenly pills for them. Even on Myriad Demons Mountain, the heavenly pills that were useful to them were also similarly exceedingly few. Therefore, every inch that they wanted to advance required countless years to polish. It was naturally something that was doubly difficult if they wanted to make further breakthroughs on this foundation. At this time, a heavenly alchemist that could refine true grade heavenly imperial pills appeared. The significance was different. Shuoyan nodded his head heavily and said, "Not just grade 4 heavenly imperial pills. Furthermore, it's true grade heavenly imperial pills. True grade heavenly pills are too miraculous. I only took one heavenly pill and directly broke through a major cultivation realm. Furthermore, it even helped me to awaken my bloodline." A figure walked out of the darkness. Yi Yuan, 2 people finally saw Saint Exalt Bull Demon's true face clearly. A brawny man with a bull's nose and 2 horns. Saint Exalt Bull Demon looked at Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, "Do you have true grade heavenly pills in your hands?" Yi Yuan smiled and fished out a crystal-clear heavenly pill. When Saint Exalt Bull Demon saw this heavenly pill, his pupils could not help constricting. "Fine pill." Saint Exalt Bull Demon could not resist exclaiming. His realm was different from others. Saint's sovereign heaven powerhouse. Those were all transcendent existences that entered sainthood. Their understanding of heavenly Tao was not what normal people could compare to. The moment he saw this heavenly pill, he felt an aura of great Tao. It was definitely not ordinary. This was a grade 3 foundation establishment heavenly pill. Yi Yuan spent a year's time and finally cultivated the grade 3 foundation establishment heavenly pill to the realm of true grade. The more he sized it up, the more Saint Exalt Bull Demon felt that this pill was extraordinary. There's actually such a miraculous heavenly pill in this world. This Exalt was ignorant and ill-informed. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I'll give this heavenly pill to Lord Saint Exalt. If your excellency is interested, why not try it out?" Saint Exalt Bull Demon's pupils constricted and he said, "Really?" Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "Your Lord Saint Exalt. Even if you take my heavenly pill by force, I also won't dare to do anything." Saint Exalt Bull Demon shook his head and said, "That won't do. Of course that won't do. You punk, who do you think this Exalt is?" Yi Yuan just smiled, but did not speak. It was not that Saint Exalt Bull Demon did not want to, and it was also not that he was not moved, but that he was clear in his heart that he could not lose the main goal because of small gains. This was merely a grade 3 foundation establishment heavenly pill. It would not have much effect on him. But if it was a grade 4 heavenly imperial pill, then the effect would be totally different. Offending Yi Yuan now, when Yi Yuan could refine grade 4 heavenly pills in the future, he would not be so easy to talk to anymore. Getting Yi Yuan's permission, Saint Exalt Bull Demon brook no delay and swallowed the foundation establishment heavenly pill. Suddenly, his expression changed. He only felt that every pore on his body seemed to have opened up. A measly grade 3 heavenly pill was actually really effective on him. Although this effect was negligible, he clearly felt that his bloodline power really increased a little. One had to know, even if the rank of ordinary grade 3 heavenly pills reached upper ninth grade, it was also impossible to have the slightest effect on him. But this grade 3 heavenly pill had an effect. This was just a grade 3 heavenly pill. If it was a grade 4 heavenly pill, what if it was a grade 5 heavenly pill? Thinking up to here, St. Exaltable Demon's breathing could not help speeding up. That feeling was seemingly like being trapped in a cage for tens of thousands of years and seeing the light of day. After so many years, the things that could move him were really in the minority. But today he lost composure. What a miraculous heavenly pill. I didn't expect that a measly grade 3 foundation establishment heavenly pill is actually effective on this Exalt. Yi Yuan, I admit that previously it was this Exalt who made an error of judgment. From today onward, you and I will address each other as brothers. All right? St. Exaltable Demon suddenly said something that made even Yi Yuan a little stunned.